The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The 2021 U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships are underway here in beautiful St. Louis. Top players from all over the country prepared to test their mettle against the best of the best. Veteran Ray Robson and newcomer John Burke started fast with wins in the U.S. Champs. Reigning women's champ Irina Krush did exactly that in her first game, as did three other ladies, resulting in a four-way tie for the lead. Sparks will fly as players' wits and wills are tested. Round two of exhilarating chess coming up next.
And welcome back to St. Louis, home of the 2021 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship. Behind me is one of the airplanes of the U.S. Navy's Blue Angels Flight Demonstration Squadron, one of 6 planes that soar high above the clouds in tight formation, demonstrating their daring and precision. Well, our players will have to demonstrate their daring and precision today on the chessboard, and to call all the action, we're going to jump to the studio with Cristian and Yasser.
The imposing Gateway Arch overlooking the vibrant city of St. Louis, host of the 2021 U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championship. From the studio at the St. Louis Chess Club, I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, and I'm joined by my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Grandmaster, as always, a great pleasure to be with you on set.
What an amazing day we had yesterday, and so much more excitement to come today.
Absolutely, Cristian. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2021 U.S. Championships. Yes, there was a lot of decisive games yesterday, 6 in fact, but there were some really bad mistakes too. We'll make some lowlights, if you will. But first of all, Cristian, take a look at the standing.
Let's look at the standings. In the open section, we have the 2 leaders, Ray Robson and John Burke.
Very unusual. John Burke, the lowest rated player in the field, leading the tournament.
Absolutely.
How successful is
he took down John Burke, Darius Verch, and Ray Robson took down Daniel Naroditsky. We have Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Lenier Dominguez, Jeffrey Chong, Sam Shanklin, and Sam Sevian, Lazar Bruzon as well, and Alex Lenderman, all sharing the 3rd position with half a point.
And in the ladies, Cristian?
In the women's section, we have 4 leaders. We have Irina Krush, the 8-time national champion, Gulruch Begim, Tokirjonova, Katerina Nemtsova, and Ashrita Eswaran. With half a point, we have Carissa Ip, Nazi Paikize, Talia Cervantes, Sabina Foishor, and with 0 points tied for 9th position, we have Anna Zatonsky, Tatev Abrahamian, Anna Sharevich, and Megan Lee.
And our format for these 2 championship events?
Well, we've played a lot of rapid and blitz chess over the summer, but now we're back to classical chess.
Yes.
We have 12-player round robin in both sections. The players are starting with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. After that, they get an additional 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and they get an extra 30 seconds every time they make a move from move 1.
And no draw offers. I love it. That leads to exciting games. And let's take a look at the schedule.
Well, we're playing a lot of chess for the next couple of weeks, and we're going to have some rest days as well, of course. Today is round number 2. Then we're going to have a rest day after round number 4 on Sunday, October 10th. So plan your schedules accordingly. The second rest day is going to come after round number 8. And at the end of the tournament, if playoffs are necessary, that's going to happen on October 19th.
We are crowning champions. And speaking of champions, Maurice, we have 6 winners. Take us through. Who won yesterday?
Well, thank you so much, Yasser. Indeed, yesterday was interesting. You look at the top of the leaderboard, you say, aren't some famous players playing in this event? Some of the top players on the planet? Well, it turns out there weren't a lot of top 5 victories. In fact, in the open section, the top 5 players all drew. So we have some interesting names to show you right now. First, one victory by Ray Robson. He's actually a veteran of this competition, defeated Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Naro throughout Alekhine, not traditional at this level, wasn't able to get a great position, and Ray handled his business, won a very nice game indeed to now be tied for first. But this one is the surprise so far, as Darius Schurz was dominating his opponent, had a win on the board and missed it, and gave the young John Burke, the youngest player in the competition, the 2020 U.S. Junior champ, his win in his debut at the championship. Got to be a great feeling for him, as he is now currently tied for first place. Jumping over to the women's championship, Ashrita Seirawan had a very nice game, outplaying the veteran Anna Sharovich. She definitely handled her business, did Ashrita. Very beautiful game. You take a look at that bishop and queen opposite color handling was textbook. Great win for her. This game, you saw one of the favorites go down as Katerina Nemtsova took advantage of a big blunder by four-time champ Anna Zatonsky, and she sailed to victory as her opponent just gave her all her pieces. Thank you very much. We'll collect them, and she got the big win there. And another game from a vet, not to be expected, as Tatev Abrahamian was cruising, absolutely dominating her game against the newcomer Begim Tokiljonova, but a blunder, first one bad move, followed by another, and then a howler caused her to completely lose control and lose the game, tumbling down in what was definitely a devastating defeat. On the other hand, finally, we get to someone who we say, okay, there's a favorite. We recognize this name, Grandmaster Irina Krush, 8-time champ Irina Krush, looking for her 9th title, was able to win in very straightforward style against WIM Megan Lee. She stands tied for first, and everybody got their eyes on Irina as she looks very calm, very relaxed. Her second black in a row, but hey, if she can play like she did yesterday, there should be no issues, guys. We need to see some of the favorites rise, though. We haven't seen any of the top names. Where's Fabi? Where's Wesley? Where's Lanier? They've got to show their stuff. We'll see if they can pull it off in this round.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's take a look at the pairings for this round. Christian,
absolutely. We're going to start with the women's section. We have Anna Sharovich versus the leader, one of the leaders, Irina Krush. We have Tohirjonova versus Megan Lee. Carissa Ib versus Tatev Abrahamian.
That's actually a very big game.
Huge game.
Yeah, there's two rivals, I will say. Go ahead.
Rivals, at the same time, Olympic teammates. We have
Yes.
Zatonsky versus Talia Cervantes, Foyshor versus Nemtsova, and a big game that is as well, and Ashrita Seirawan versus Nazi Makidze.
And in the open section, the pairings for that event.
Always some very tense battles here. We have
bet.
Sam Shankland versus Lazaro Bruzon, who is having a double black.
Right.
Just like Irina Krush, we have Dominguez.
Ooh. Talk about rivals and teammates, Olympic members, Lanier versus Fabi.
That's the marquee matchup.
Huge matchup.
Then we
early.
have John Burke versus Alex Lenderman, Wesley So versus Darius Vierge, Naroditsky versus Sion, and Sevian versus Ray Rapson.
Very nice. A very nice set of pairings coming up as we get settled. And this is the young man who we are saying leads the tournament, John Burke, U.S. Junior champion by virtue of his online performance last year as he defeated Jeffrey Zhang in a tiebreaker.
In an Armageddon, a wild
which
Armageddon
was really amazing. It was amazing.
Absolutely.
And people said, well, you know, Jeffrey's going to qualify by rating anyways. But for John Burke, that was his moment.
He was playing with the white pieces, if I'm not mistaken.
And
Jeffrey needed a draw.
Odds, yeah.
And then he actually, Jeffrey that is, got a winning position,
Right.
but lost on time.
Exactly.
So he became the national champion.
Wow, and making the most of his opportunity is John Burke, as today he actually gets the white pieces against Alex Lenderman. And we were talking about the psychological state of the players, because I don't think that Alex Lenderman really understood what a big advantage. He knew he was better. He knew he was pressing against Lanier yesterday, but when the computer evaluation told us that he had a +4 advantage, we were shocked, Christian.
I'll
Like
tell
what?
You, Yasser, show me a player that will understand in that position. the evaluation is +4.
Right.
And I will show you a cheater probably.
Exactly. Now here we go. This is our marquee matchup.
That's a big one.
These two players are going head-to-head in national championships now for a few years, as Lanier has come from Cuba. As you mentioned, he's totally at home here in St. Louis. His son, Sebastian, is attending school, and everything is going very well these days for Lanier. He's been playing so well. But one of the things that we have to say is, like, beside the prestige of the national championship, what are they playing for?
Well, they're playing for a lot of money, Yasser. That is, in the women's section, we have $100,000 split as follows. For first place, we have $25,000. Second place, $18,000. Third place, $13,000. All the way to 12th place, $2,000.
Very nice. And as you see, there is a Bobby Fischer prize. Any player in either section who gets a perfect 11-0, as did Bobby Fischer, gets an additional bonus of $64,000 as well as their prize. And in the open
section, we have a big prize fund, $194,000. $50,000 for the winner. Second position, $35,000. $25,000 for third place, going all the way to $4,000 for 12th place. Not bad.
Not bad. I'm shedding a tear as my U.S. championships, if I won $5,000 in the 4 U.S. championships I won, that would have been a good prize. These guys are playing for 10 times as much. But thank you to Rex Genie, Sinkfield, and the St. Louis Chess Club for this fantastic prize fund.
And we are off.
E4, E5.
And by the way, these players know each other so well. Lanier was one of the seconds of Fabiano Caruana going into the 2018 World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. He knows a lot of his preparation. They've shared a lot of notes. And right now, well, is he going to use some of his notes against him?
Well,
let's wait and see.
Personally, I don't know if you've had the same problem, but for me personally, when I have worked with a player, for example, like Viktor Korchnoi or Jan Timman, I always found it very hard to get the motivation to beat somebody that I was working really closely with. I mean, these guys are professionals; they're the consummate professionals, in fact. But I personally have always found it very difficult.
No, absolutely. It's going to be very difficult. Beating a player such as, of this magnitude, like Fabiano Caruana, is never an easy task. But, you know, if anybody can put some pressure, it's definitely Lanier. He is very, very clinical when it comes to his preparation. He knows his stuff.
Yes,
he analyzes day in and day out. And he has a lot of partners to analyze right now.
Right.
There's a lot of players around him here in St. Louis that I'm sure he's working with. So let's see what I see. A knight on E4. Is that a Berlin? Are we seeing a Berlin in this game? No, that's not a Berlin.
No. Maurice, if you could call up the game. I can't get it on my screen, unfortunately, at the moment.
I will do you that solid.
Yes. Yeah. I'm looking at the lady section, but I don't actually have the men's open section, I mean to say, on my...
We got an open Rui in effect. I wanted to just talk about what you said, Yaz.
Yeah.
I hate playing friends. I mean, hate it.
Hate
it. Like, when I had to play Josh Waitzkin back in the day, we worked together all the time. And at first we drew games against each other all the time. We're like, I don't want to play my friend. And one day his dad, Fred, came and said, you know, I think the organizers are not going to appreciate bringing you guys on the same time to invite you if you're just going to draw.
Right.
And we heard it, and we respected it, and we said, okay, all right, I guess we're going to have to fight. And we would have to fight each other, and we hated it. Hated it with a passion. Victories there were not things you smiled about by any means. I remember seeing, who was it, Rajabov. Rajabov recently defeated his good buddy Mamedyarov in the online finals for the Meltwater Tour. And he came on right after in the interview and he said, I'm just not happy. I can't beat my friend and compatriot and feel good. Like, that's just, I'm just not happy. It's just a day at the office for me. And so when you see Lanier and Fabi, they're now Olympic teammates. Not only that, they live in the same city. Like, they're homies. They're like, they've worked together. It can't be a good feeling to have to fight against each other, but they are consummate professionals. They have to accept that you know what? Somebody's trying to win a title, and I'm trying to win, and you're trying to win. Let's just play. It's nothing personal here. We're just going to give it our best.
Yeah. I just wanted to draw our attention to the game of Wesley So and Darush for just a moment, because I have it in mind. There was this, at the time, it was a really big deal. Microsoft had just developed what they call their game zone, where people could play chess and other classical games, and they wanted to showcase their new game zone, so they had Garry Kasparov versus the rest of the world. So the whole world would get together, and it was like Arena Crush had her blog, and Alexander Hollifman was working with Arena and getting the world to play some really, really good moves against Garry Kasparov. And Garry was furious because he thought he was doing an exhibition. Turns out he was playing against computers and grandmasters, and it was the whole world. In fact, it was such a game, Garry wrote an entire book on it.
Really?
Really, and it's a fantastic book, by the way. It's almost like a diary of what he was doing, and he was a world champion at the time and so on. So here's Garry playing white, c2, c4, and Arena somehow single-handedly had convinced the entire world to go pawn hunting.
That cannot be.
Queen g4,
Castle, I would
castles,
assume?
queen takes e4, and
D3 or D4 maybe?
or and I think it was actually D4. Queen takes e4, d4, and it was a Donnybrook. It was a really, really wonderful game, and it just brought back those memories. But unfortunately, Darush deferred. Played knight o6, knight, and got back into the usual and regular flow. But I like the pawn hunting.
I have a feeling with the new engines
That's
right
the
now.
problem.
Pawn hunting with Queen G4, Queen E4.
But.
Whoa, Maurice.
Look at the game. Look
Queen
at your own board.
G4 is on the board.
On the board.
Wait a minute.
Is the pawn grab deferred.
Hey, there we go. There
you go.
We
And,
got a new book.
So this makes a lot of sense because at least right now, after castle taking on E4, you're exchanging a pair of knights. And that's
Right.
going to help the defender.
Exactly.
That makes a
is
lot
true.
of sense.
Because think of it in a different way. Think of the knight as being in the way of castles.
Exactly.
So you get a chance to get your king out of dodge faster this way. But okay, Queen G4. So we have Queen G4 on the board, and we're expecting. Well,
We are expecting.
the reason I stopped is because I could play
H3?
H3, Queen takes, Rook G1, Queen.
You're giving
Sorry.
a bit too many.
By the way, I'm told this is not a novelty at all. 21 times Queen G4 has appeared on the board.
You know this is not a novelty. Give me a
No,
break.
no,
You're not going to sit
no.
there, play that fast against Wesley So going pawn hunting right out of the oak. There is no way in the world.
Exactly.
So Wesley, I'm not sure Wesley's writing for that long. Queen
Has
G4 is not a long move, was it? But at any rate, there it is, and he sees it on the board. The ultra prepared Wesley So.
True.
No question about it. But suddenly, this queen landing on G4 has got him frozen in his tracks. Darush has already gotten up from the board to say, excuse me, I've definitely prepared this position. He could not have known Wesley would duck an open Sicilian.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
I mean, this kind of formation to appear, and Darush saying, I am cleanly prepared for this line.
Oh yes, he is. And are we going to see Wesley So for a second day in a row get out prepared by his opponents?
Yeah, yesterday for sure he was on the back foot the entirety of the game, and Jeffrey Zhang really came close to knocking Wesley off his perch. Now, in this position, after the move Queen G4, it would appear to me that castles is kind of an automatic with the idea, yeah, I'm going to sacrifice my pawn. But I think that Wesley's taking his time because he has to also consider
D5 first.
D4, D5, because he is gaining a tempo with this move. And by the way, I think very early in my career, I fell for a very nasty tactic. It went knight to D4.
I think I know what you're showing me. Yes,
I
knight
took
takes
on
D4.
D4, and I took on G2.
Oh no!
Yeah, and I was so proud of myself because two of White's forces, his rook on H1 and his knight on d4 are both attacked. Go ahead and make your move, and I was going to reclaim material advantage.
And then you got a cold shower.
Oh, did I ever? I felt like I just got into the Arctic.
Yes.
When Queen F3 came. It was like one of those moments with the pen in the air. You know, like I was going to write down my opponent's move, and it was like, oops.
You can let the pen down and just resign.
Resign.
Shake hands.
So
Go back home.
d5 is going to force the knight to go to a lesser square.
No. Knight d4 is possible. 'cause you
Knight
can
d4.
It is, but
trade
then
on
I
D1.
take, queen takes d1.
Just take
Oh,
on
pardon me.
d1. This
Take on d1.
And I think I can take with the knight, then defend that pawn with f3. Or you can take with the king and knight b5 also. That's
And
another
yeah,
option.
and then there's knight e4 and stuff. But yeah, can I take with the king? Can I be ultra aggressive?
So take on d4.
And
So just to clarify things, I cannot take on e4, right?
I don't think you can. I
Rook
think
to
I get
E1.
to go rook to e1. And due to this threat, yes, you can take another pawn and play an exchange down. Eventually, I do believe you will capture my knight in the corner. But this is certainly off the beaten track. But in any case, what I wanted to say is, while castle seems to be an automatic, there is this alternative move, d4, d5 as well.
Absolutely.
That Wesley could be considering, because he's paused. He's
Oh, he
definitely
has.
stopped.
The problem, though, if you look
Please.
at this move, castles,
Yeah.
what do you do if you castle and he plays knight d4,
Well, I take on d4.
right? And then takes.
Takes.
And what does this end game look like?
Nothing.
This doesn't feel like,
Any advantage whatsoever.
We're
no.
going to see a g6 probably.
A G6.
Bishop goes on the long diagonal. Yeah, this doesn't look like
by
much.
trading down, this Maurice bind
This
becomes
is less effective.
nothing.
Right. I always thought of the Maurice bind, the pawns on e4 and c4, as giving white a lot of advantage in space, which it does. But if all the pieces get traded off, the space advantage isn't limiting what the opponent can do. So the Maurice bind is effective when there's a lot of pieces on the board, and it becomes less effective, especially when queens get traded.
Absolutely. d5 is definitely a very interesting move, very intriguing, and I think Wesley is clearly considering it at this point.
Exactly.
If he doesn't play that, he just allows immediate simplification,
Right.
and I do not believe this is what he came today to play.
But what
Exactly.
does he do? I'm still curious. You're saying that, but let's get back to the game. I'm trying to look at other games
So after
D5.
as well. But if you
D5?
want to play d5,
Knight d4,
sorry, not castles. d5, knight d4,
take.
takes and takes. Where's
Well-
the beef in this position?
Knight takes d1. King takes d1 is one of the options,
Sure.
right?
Okay,
But
knight
let's try
d1
knight takes
takes.
d1 as well, and now f3.
F3. And then what we're going to try to say is the double pawn, the pawn on d4 and the pawn on d6, give advantage white. For example, you play e5, Maurice. Just put that on the board for a moment. I mean, the guy goes knight f2?
But again,
Yeah,
Darius prepared this line.
He
clear.
did.
Darius is going straight for something.
Right.
Wesley's sitting there looking at the board. Darius had already gotten up, picked up a bottle of water, drinking, calmly walking around.
Right.
Wesley's still sitting there staring at the board. I think Wesley wants a sharp position, something that's
Right.
fun. This,
He's not gotten
he's
it.
walking in right down the primrose path to maybe you're slightly better, maybe you're not. I've already analyzed it carefully. This move, that move, Queen G4,
Stopped.
that's an audacious move.
It is.
That's a statement move. The guy's just walking relaxed. He's prepared this move with absolute clarity in mind against this line. I get the feeling like white might come out with a smidge of an edge, but where's the beef?
Right.
I would hate to play this with white and know that that's where we're headed. It just doesn't seem like anything joyous. Now, then again, Wesley's a stronger player, so you might say, well, I'll play that position and I'll play you. But clearly, he's walked into some real good preparation, pointed preparation. No queen jumps to G4 without some sense behind it. And there you go. I mean, I wouldn't be thrilled if I were Wesley right now.
Even if there is a path to an advantage, it's very narrow.
Exactly.
And it doesn't seem like Wesley knows it.
Necessarily.
Darius
You
is
need-
definitely within his waters. He knows that probably if Wesley plays the most perfect moves for the next 10 moves,
Right.
he's going to get a +0.4, +0.5, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
If he
Okay.
doesn't, then I'm equalizing instantaneously.
Okay, but that's the other point, though. I mean, Darush from the opening is invited an open Sicilian. Wesley ducked the conversation of an open Sicilian by playing the move Bishop B5
Bishop B5,
check.
yeah.
And after Bishop D7, Bishop takes D7, Queen takes D7, we're just going to stop for a second and say, well, wait a minute, didn't you just help me? You traded a piece, the light squared bishops, and you got me. You helped me develop my queen to D7. So it doesn't come as a big surprise that at the end of all of that, Black has this sudden developing move Queen G4 because you helped Black discover the moment that he could play Queen G4 by trading bishops,
Absolutely.
maybe a little bit prematurely. So
But this is Wesley So.
I know.
I mean,
I know.
you know, it's not Wesley who don't know.
Who don't know?
The guy is one of the best players on the planet. So
I like that. Yeah, that's a good one.
what's the deal? Like, he's staring at the board going, huh?
Wesley,
What?
who don't know?
Like, what is this? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
The guy just dropped his queen on G4. We're in like move 8, maybe?
Yeah.
Queen G4, move 7. We're in move 7, and Wesley's sitting frozen, trying to figure out what he should do next. When I love it when you make a move, it's just gangster, you know. You make the move, and you just grab the water.
Yeah.
You know,
I got this. Yeah.
yeah, what? And walk away. And dude's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. I just walk. I mean, now Wesley's in a totally different body posture. You see, he was leaning back before. Now now I'm leaning with the elbows on the table. Time to analyze. And look, and Darius is calm, cool. Now, we should warn Darius. Remember yesterday. Don't get too happy.
Right.
Don't get too relaxed. Maintain focus and intensity throughout the entire game. Chess is cruel.
Yeah.
Remember yesterday when you blundered badly. We're going to feature that later on one of our new segments. But remember, just keep that in mind. Anything could happen no matter how good your position is.
Sometimes a little healthy dose of paranoia for chess players is good. Like, they're out to get me, you know, like, where's
What
the
else do we
mistake?
have, Yasser?
Okay, let's just jump around for a moment because I wanted to say our marquee matchup. Where am I? I kind of lost track there for a moment. Fabi is playing an open. I mean, an open Rui. Fabi has an extraordinarily large opening and defense repertoire. He can do so many things, but boy, the open Rui is that
It's a very solid option. Yeah, it's a very solid option nowadays.
I know that, but is
Considered
it
to be-
featured in his play? Is he
It was definitely featured, and he played it from the white side.
Right.
Very, very often. In 2018, we prepared it a lot. He played it successfully against top opposition, specifically against Mehmet Yarov. He had a couple of discussions with Mehmet Yarov, which he won with the white pieces.
Right.
Nevertheless, it's extremely difficult in this open Rui Lopez to find an advantage.
clear?
Nevertheless, Black needs to remember all the details, all
Right.
the nuances, all the way down to, in some lines, move 30.
Wow.
Just similar to the Berlin endgame, where sometimes you have to know a lot.
Even deeper than that, yeah.
Exactly. So it does seem like Fabiano looked at his opening repertoire, at his bulk of analysis, and he decided, hey, look, this is a very solid option. I'm having a difficult time finding an advantage with the white pieces.
Right.
Why don't I play it with the black pieces?
Exactly. That oftentimes happens.
And I think this is what he's doing right now. And
So with this move, Bishop B3 to C2, by the way, we get into what I think is an extraordinary variation, the so-called Dilworth attack, I believe is what it's called. With the move Bishop C2, basically what White is trying to do is force Black to make a decision with his knight. Like, please capture my knight on D2, knight takes D2, bishop takes D2, so that I can get rid of this knight. Now my bishop's a little bit better. I can play for knight G5 and maybe even a queen D3, get a battery going. So please get rid of this knight. But the Dilworth attack goes knight takes F2, rook takes F2, and it's decades old. And I remember a game that a very, very famous match of the USA versus USSR, where Samuel Reshevsky on the white side against Vasil Smyslov. And Smyslov played a flawless masterpiece with black.
Wow.
And defeated Sammy Reshevsky. And recently in the Meltwater Championship,
We've seen some games
we've
with Knight
seen
takes
with
F2.
the
I think
Dilworth attack.
Leveronian actually played this, even against Wesley So, or Wesley So against Leveronian recently.
And and I was also thinking that it might have been a game, crazily enough, that featured with Magnus Carlsen too. In any case, it has suddenly become very topical and popular. Knight takes F2, but Bishop F5. Do you know the, how do you say, the theoretical?
I do
strength
not. I do not know the
I
theoretical strength of Bishop to
believe-
F5.
I believe the line goes Knight B3.
Which
I
he
am
did.
no expert.
He did. Knight to B3 was played, and I think we
With-
have Bishop G6 on the board right now.
Bishop G6.
Right.
And the idea, of course, is that you're threatening to take the bishop, and should the bishop drop back, then you play the move Knight D4 with a tempo against the bishop on F5, and now you're actually ready to play moves like F3 and F4
And
as
more
white.
importantly, you're forcing the exchange of the knights on D4.
Right.
You take on D4 with the knight, then I take with potentially the pawn,
On
which
D4
is going to change the structure of the
Okay.
position, and generally this is considered, especially if black doesn't have the option of putting the pawn on F5. He has the bishop on F5 right now. If he cannot put the pawn on F5, white is considered to be better because I'm going to be able to expand much easier. Go
On the-
F3, F4, F5.
White has the kingside majority, the central majority on towards the kingside. Black's majority on the queen side is actually, unless you're able to get in C5.
A bit timid
Yeah,
on that side.
Definitely but bishop to G6 was played by Fabi, and again, I suppose we're still in the throes of a theory.
We definitely are, but Maurice has something for us. Maurice.
Well, speaking of opening surprises, we have one that is on the board between Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamian. We saw Tatev really mess up a game yesterday, absolutely winning position that she managed to even lose. That was just something I can't imagine her bouncing back from. And the young Carissa Yip, she doesn't care about what happened to you yesterday. Hopefully you're still suffering. She wants to keep the pressure on her opponent, and looks like she's done so with a little bit of an interesting idea in the advanced French. Take a look. E6, D4, and D5 by Tatev. E5 by Carissa, C3, Knight C6, Knight F3. All well-known territory in this pawn sacrifice with bishop to D3. A little bit of a sacrifice anyway takes. Now, taking back here is not a good time to capture on D4. No. Thank you very much. We'll take your queen after you get out of check, if you don't mind. By the way, if you play bishop D7, we'll take the bishop first, just to make sure you get nothing. But that's not something she's going to fall for. So she castled, and Tatev said, all right, we know the tricks. Bishop D7, now it's time for you to take on D4 and go for these kind of sacrificial lines after it takes. White usually even sacks a second pawn on E5 and goes for this kind of line, known to be just fine for black, more or less, despite the fact that white has some initiative. But after bishop to D7, Carissa said, I'm not interested in getting my pawn back or sacrificing that way. I'm going to play the move rook to E1. And you can take on C3 whenever you like. That's how I'm going to play this. I'm going to try to constrain your play by maintaining this pawn on E5. And please take my pawn on C3. Now, we're going to jump to the databases to see if this is approved as we get to C takes D4 castles. C takes D4 was the most popular by far, as I mentioned. Bishop D7, and now we're getting into waters. Again, you could transpose. Take on D4, but rook to E1, not a popular move. Now here she has chance. She could take on C3, or she could play the knight G to E7. Either move, white's gonna wait. White's not, if you don't take, white's gonna wait around. So knight G E7 has been played, and white has found the move H4 as the most useful in this position, simply avoiding. We're gonna make some progress on this side while you figure out if you're gonna take on C3. H6 has been played, H5. Again, waiting around. What do you plan to do? As I don't want this tension to break in your favor. Black has even found a useful move here, many useful moves. A6, one, for example, rook to C8, And it's here that white is now being asked the question. You can't move your bishop because that's hanging. You can't move your knight because we plan to take on c3. What do you do here? There have been moves like bishop to c2 played, knight a3 even backing down, knight to d2, bd2 backing down as well. It doesn't look like it's overwhelming, scary for black, but white can be stubborn in this line, have a point. You haven't developed this side either, so let's keep the tension alive. If we go back to seeing the players themselves, Tatev clearly was surprised by this, as she has not made a move as yet. At least it looks like, it looks like she's still stuck in the position trying to figure out what to do, guys. Certainly an interesting sacrifice, and her opponent now getting up from the board saying, okay, I caught her in some prep. That's good. That's good. You always feel good when you know you've outprepared your opponent.
Nice, nice. Thank you for that, Maurice. And just checking in on our tournament leaders in the open section. John Burke, again, the surprise leader, along with Ray Robson, going into round two. John is playing against Alexander Lenderman, and the two quickly essayed a Sveshnikov Sicilian that was featured so prominently in the World Championship match in London between Fabi and Magnus. Takes. Here, two retreats. 97, Magnus Carlsen approved, but also 98, Magnus Carlsen approved. And in this case, Alex went with knight b8, a4, bishop e7, bishop e2, castles. And I even remember, was it Alejandro Ramirez, who was helping Fabi in that World Championship match, was looking at these positions along with Rustam and was essaying an early b4.
Yes.
And almost caught Magnus in some preparation.
We looked at this b4. b4 was one of them. I do believe bishop d2 also.
Also,
yes,
which was played.
Another interesting move that we found during the preparation.
And after a6, knight a3, a5. At this moment, John decided that he wants to play a future position with the move f2, f4. So he decided to just tuck his king into the corner, king h1, anticipating that a move like f5, he's wanting to play f4. And Alex decided of harassing the Dutch surprise. Knight b6. I usually don't see the knight heading in this direction. I always seem to see variations where somehow the knight gets to f6 or e5, and I don't really know the knight getting on the b6 square.
And it seems to have surprised also John Burke right now. And these players, once again, know each other very well.
Do they?
Yes, they are teammates. Well, they used to be teammates at Webster University. John Burke is still there pursuing his degree, but also I think Lenderman just graduated this year. So they've been teammates, they've been analyzing a lot of chess together.
Then you're right. They know
I don't know
each
if
other.
They've been roommates.
Right, like Wesley and Ray Robson.
Exactly.
Right?
But it seems like they definitely had a partnership going on previously. They know each other very well. It's going to be quite interesting to see how this game develops. And king to h1, by the way, it seems like it was a novelty.
Okay, novelty or not, it's like one of those moves that I've always seen kind of fit into White's setup. But now, since king h1 has not been played before, I'm assuming that moves like knight c4 and or knight b5 were two of the popular choices that White would make in such positions. I've also seen that once the knight does reestablish itself on b5, sometimes this rook does a rover. But after knight b6, just curious, what black is attacking 2 pawns.
2 pawns, yeah.
So what was John's idea?
Well, you have a good way to defend both of them, that is to play c4.
Is that a move that we want to do, though?
That is a good question. Right.
Because usually we're trying to play c3 and b4 and knight c4. So c4 kind of committal and makes it a little bit easier for black to set up a blockade on the queen side.
And I wouldn't be surprised if after c4 we see knight back to d7.
Right.
Knight to d7. Then follow up with b6 and then put the knight on c5.
And that
beautiful outpost.
Yeah, John might have somehow gotten outfoxed in this one. And Maurice, what do you have for us, sir?
Well, I wanted to take us to the airplane view that I have here on the live viewer. And Lots of positions obviously going on, but I'm noting the time in many of these games. Lanier Dominguez versus Fabiana Caruana down to 110 already, with Fabi at 134. Remember, he started with 130, getting a 30-second increment on every move. So Fabi blitzing out his moves, Lanier slowing down considerably. Another game of note is the one with Wesley So versus Darius Fritz. Wesley down to 111 because of how Darius has played. And we'll jump to this game in a moment, but Darius has 131 over the time as well that he started with. Daniel Naroditsky has surprised Jeffrey Zhang, who's also down to 111 at the moment, as Danya is at 128. The worst situation of all, though, is that game with Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamian, as Carissa is blitzing out every single move. As we even seen, she's down to 106 is Tatev, as Carissa is at 133. She's just playing her prep instantly. Let's go to a specific position now as we pull up a game here, and here we go. This is the Wesley So game, and we did see the line with D5, knight D4, trade on D4, as we suspected was a way to play. Darius has played instantly, but after F3, he has finally paused in a position he must have looked at. If he looked at this line, D5 is too obvious a move to have overlooked. So he must have looked at this move F3 and is trying to remember his preparation in this game. So this one is sharp. It was the game, though, I think it was this game, yes, that I wanted to jump to. Nothing I've talked about, but after this move, knight D2, in the game between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson, Ray played this always electrifying move, G5. If you see G5 with the black pieces before move 10, all GMs everywhere will perk up. What's this? What's happening over here? Very unusual move in the opening for black, becoming more and more typical in modern chess, has become for quite some time now. But seeing it here in this position, G5 chasing the bishop, bishop E3, trades, and now taking over that diagonal that this bishop once lorded. This one blocking this pawn, this bishop on the diagonal. Very interesting, I would say, anti-positional play from the classical days. Yeah, as a knight on C6 blocking the C-pawn from being able to advance. This pawn sticking out like a pinky that might break off if you're not careful. So playing very sharp is Ray right now. He's one of the leaders in the tournament. He's looking maybe to go 2-0 despite having the black pieces.
Absolutely. And for Sam Sevian, Sam is also one of those junior players just on the cusp. He's been making forays into the U.S. Championship, into international events, and he's coming up, but he really needs to get to that next level. And for Sam Sevian,
I don't think he ever made it to 2,700,
no,
did he?
but he's really close. He has been close. He's had really quite a large number of super solid 2,600, 2,650 performances. He needs to get to that next level.
Absolutely.
And there he is, from 20 years young, by the way, and yet already 4 appearances in the U.S. Championship. My first appearance in the U.S. Championship, I was 20.
Wow.
So, I mean,
Such a young, promising talent we have there.
Absolutely.
I played him when he was, I think, 12 years of age or something.
Did you
those
win?
lines. I did.
Excellent.
I did.
Beat him while
they're young. I know the mantra. Yes.
Exactly.
I beat Jeffrey as well. Of course, he beat me as well. But of course, now it's so much more difficult to beat these guys.
Of course, they are. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Anna Sharovich and Irina Krush, because Irina, of course, won her first game. And today, it's always, I find it confusing, let's put it that way, how popular has become the London system. Yeah. And it's not just because people are lazy and they know where the pieces go and that's it, and they don't want to study really sharp lines, but they're playing it in a tricky, trappy way these days. And black, if black doesn't know what they're doing, can really get themselves in trouble.
Absolutely.
And it's really confounding because in my time, the London was considered rather toothless. But again, I think that that's the influence of computers today. They found ways of, sharpening up the game. Bishop b5 looks, to my eyes, as being one of those ways of sharpening the game.
And I think we saw a high-end example in the seniors championship, in the playoffs.
Yes.
against
Larry Christensen, Gregory Kaidanov.
versus Kaidanov.
Right.
That was a London that decided that championship. Of course, Black managed to take the championship. Nevertheless, we had a wild position after 15 moves.
Exactly. Now, C2, C3, Queen B6, Queen A4, Knight D7. I look at this position and then I'm thinking of this Queen's Gambit with reverse colors where they go Queen A5, what we call the Cambridge Springs. Do they say that also in
Cambridge Springs,
Cambridge
yes.
Springs
Yeah.
variation. And the idea here, and yes, I want to assure you,
I always thought that Cambridge Springs is suspicious.
Yes.
Yes, I always thought it's a suspicious
For Black. I played it a lot.
Yeah. You played it.
I played it a lot. I beat Jan Timman once with it. And yes, a lot of players have lost their bishops because they're assuming that nothing can attack it. And after the move Knight E5, Knight takes E5, Bishop takes E5, this is the tricky, trappy position that Anna has been playing for. That bishop on G4, once I can play the move D4 takes C5, it's a double attack, and that's the trap of the Cambridge Springs. Now, again, this is not the Cambridge Springs. This is a London reverse colors, what have you.
A hybrid.
A what?
A hybrid.
A hybrid.
You might
of
call
course.
it.
Absolutely.
I think you have to get rid of that bishop on b5, that very nasty pin. A6 probably seems to be like the right move at this point. Trying to
and just
simplify the position. If you take it, then I'm probably going to take with a queen on b5. And once you take my bishop on g4, I have options.
You've flipped the script.
A big one is to take your bishop.
Instead of losing a bishop, you've won a bishop. So the move A7, A6, you want to say is probably going to provoke bishop takes C6
A trade. You have to take with a queen. If you take with a pawn, of course, we have the trap.
Right.
Well, we have the trap. Just take on c5 and then you lose
Exactly.
the piece.
Okay, so but this time I get to trade everything, and can I
f6.
snack that pawn for just a moment?
And then
And
I
since
think we're
I
going,
know you want to snack back,
Yeah.
I'll put my bishop in the way.
then we exchange, and then king to d7, and it seems like it's going to peter out into some sort of equal-looking endgame.
Yeah, these knight versus bishop. I'm thinking of moves like c4 and knight. Yeah, I would say balance. Maybe I prefer black, in fact, as well. So a7, a6. I wasn't particularly skilled in getting an advantage for white, but then again, what choice did I have? Take on c6, queen
It
takes
does feel like
c6.
bishop takes c6 is almost forced.
Almost forced, queen takes. Can I, in this position, try to take advantage of the structure on the queen side?
You can. I'm going to start with f6 once again.
Yeah, just chase my bishop back makes
Just
a lot of
want
sense.
to free my bishop from the defense on
Right.
g7. I
Agreed,
really like that.
wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly agreed.
And now the question is whether I go c4
Okay.
or I take on d4.
So c4 obviously comes with a tempo against my knight, but then in this case the knight is jumping, and maybe with b3 I can exploit something over on the king side.
King to d7, and I'm just simply not in time to target that knight on a5, right? So I would love to play bishop d8 or bishop c7, obviously.
Precisely.
Unfortunately, I'm not in time, it seems like.
Yeah.
If I have to take on b3, you're going to take with the
With
pawn and go
then,
b4.
Yeah, and I'll get a little pressure
Not looking
over
good.
there. Again, from Irina's point of view, no. Of course, she's not thinking about the Bobby Fischer Prize. What she is thinking about is playing games that she's got chances of winning, right? And she doesn't want to play in such a way that the position becomes bone dry. There's nothing to going on. So maybe she tries to just keep the tension. Maybe she just backs up with her bishop and says, okay, go ahead, do your worst, whatever your worst might be. I don't know. It looks like an intriguing position. Maurice, what do you have for us, sir?
Well, you're talking about doing your worst, whatever your worst might be.
Yes.
Let's take a look at this position between Sam Shanklin and newcomer Lazaro Brusson in this event. Well, this position, they hoovered off pieces pretty quickly. But importantly, the big dog remains on the board. And let's take a look in this variation of the Ruy Lopez. The open, looks like the open Spanish is getting some love today. To a4, now bishop to b4, takes on b5, and there goes a trade, and there goes that. Another trade. Look how many pieces are dropping. And let's trade even some more in this position as we go forward. And now the move queen g4, turn this off so we can get rid of the arrows. Queen g4, hitting this pawn and hitting the pawn on g7. Only one way to defend it, and that is with king f7. So the king has danced into the middle of the board already, dancing with wolves. But there are not a lot of wolves on the board. Only queen and rook and bishop. And black is preparing to bring the rook into the game and possibly tuck the king away. This queen on a nice diagonal will be able to land on e4 if you try f4 too quickly. Something like this could happen, and you also expose your own king. So it's not easy to go at that king immediately and try to prove any sort of advantage. So this has not been played too often. White has played it apparently 6 times. White has the edge here. But what do you guys think? Is this a position that White can play comfortably for a win? Clearly, White's not thinking it's going to be worse in any way at all. But how big is this advantage? It looks clearly that we'd prefer to have White over Black. But is this something? It looks like he's blitzed to this position. Bruzon has come here in 20 moves and only 3 minutes on his clock used. Okay, he had the 30-second increment as well, but still, started 130, and it seems like this is the position he aimed for with Black, as he assessed it properly.
It reminds me very much of the game between Jeffrey and Wesley yesterday.
Right, where he had the weakness.
In this case, it is the defending side who is much better prepared.
Yeah.
It seems like Wesley was not really sure what to do. He managed to defend.
You did.
Bruzon definitely knows what to do. He had this position in his preparation probably before this particular game.
All
so
the way up to king of
I
7.
think this is definitely defendable.
Yes, me too. I've played a lot of French defenses in my life where oftentimes the king has gone to d7, and I've had to awkwardly defend the e6 pawn with my king from the d7 square. From the f7 square, it's just the problem is that White is missing a rook. White needs one rook to defend the back rank or the first rank, and he needs one rook as a rover so that the rook can go to f3 check. So the fact that so many pieces have been swept off the board already says to me that defenders' chances go way, way up. If you see queen h5 check and g6 and some kind of a repetition, I wouldn't be surprised. Because otherwise, if White gets to play c5 and Black gets to play c5 and use his majority, he's going to be absolutely fine. Maurice.
I just saw an all-star move that is the kind of move that warms your heart when you see it and you go, okay, we got a player. This kid's got skills. And it's from John Burke in the game between him and Alexander Lenderman. And this next move, it's a quiet move, but it's the kind of move, again, you say, look at this kid. Watch this one. He's going places. Here we saw the move knight b6 get played, and we're saying, 2 pawns under attack. Do you want to play c4? What's your solution? You're going to calcify your structure with a move like c4, and then it's going to be easy to blockade this side. And John went deep into the think tank and came up with a very sweet and subtle bishop to e1.
Whoa.
Like, you go, oh, wait a minute, he's styling. That's the kind of move. We GMs, when we look at it, we go, okay, that guy. Because first of all, he's defending the pawn. First thing, the one on d5. But what if I take this one? Well, hold on. Because your knight's not coming home if you grab a second one. You just went into the mouth of the lions, and that's it. Your knight is trapped. So you're not getting the second pawn, which means after knight to b5, you've got to back this knight up, right? Now, where are you going to go? If you go here, well, there's a button sitting on a5. That was the point behind hiding the bishop on a1. However, if you go to c5, there's a pin on this line. Suddenly we see a b4 act show up. Very subtle play. He's going to get this pawn now on a5, and the game. What's the position? How do we evaluate it after this? I don't know. But it's just so sweet the way he handled that, suddenly getting that space on this side. Maybe one might argue that this position is fine for Black. The knight on c5 here with the blockade. Does the bishop get to break it down? What's the spatial advantage here? But that move, bishop e1, guys, I just see a move like that and I go, we got a thinker. We got a thinker. And his opponent said, I don't want any parts of that a-pawn. Let's leave it alone. Let's continue with this move f5. What do you think about the move bishop e1? Subtle or
Oh, it
overly
looks like a great
so.
move. It looks like a great move. And
I
actually,
see a move like that, and I look at the kid, and I go, "You're dangerous.
You're
Maybe
dangerous.
more dangerous for yourself than anybody else." But that is a noteworthy move, no question about it. Bishop E1.
and it reminds me once again of one of the structures from one of the games from the World Championship match when Fabiano, I think in the game with B4, managed to land the pawn on A5. Nevertheless, Black was much more ahead than what we've seen on Maurice's board. Black already
On the
had a
king
pawn
side.
on E4, a pawn on
Right.
F5, and the knight coming from D7 to E5.
Right.
And already he was very close to giving that checkmating attack.
Right.
Of course, white will focus on the queen side, black is going to focus on the king side. We're seeing this type of race, who's going to get there first, who's going to get to their goal. But it reminds me very much, nevertheless, it feels like it's a much better version for white.
You know, my instinct in this position, when I
Yeah.
saw this, I didn't want to screw up my pawn structure either. My instinct was to put my bishop on E3 with similar ideas.
Right.
Put my bishop on E. I want to stay forward. I want to go flowing in this direction. And this capture is definitely still possible in the position, and it would have gone potentially much sharper with a move like knight B5 here, still looking for something like a B4 thrust, see how it goes. Like even
Right.
on a auxiliary knight C5, I can do it. Here I can also go for this line and get the more natural flow of C4, C5. I was trying to do that. When I played it and asked the engine, well, what about my natural move? It said, well, first of all, we can play bishop G5 and get rid of that
Exactly.
bishop. We might even play F5 and chase down your bishop with F4 and force you to trade on B6. I said, okay, we could play like that, but I didn't really want to do what it wanted to do. It was arguing. Bishop E1 says, no, none of those exchanges are going to happen here. When bishop is safe, it's out of the way. Your advance coming, it's not touching anybody. Everybody's chilling back here. F4 could happen at some point as well to try to lock this structure up. The pawn is guarded, and now you could play knight B5, and he didn't do anything to damage this side. He could go for the idea you talk about, C3, B4, if he wants. It's just so much more flexible. So I see that move, and I go, that's a cute solution. Does it get an advantage? Maybe not, but guess what? This knight went to B6. He felt like he was doing something, all right? Is that where your knight really wants to be? When this happens and then after F5 this happens, your knight really wants to be over here. It would have loved to go there in one move. Instead, it's played this to now, he could have played F5, right? Instead, he played this to play F5 to now have to bring the knight back over. That's tempi loss. So the knight on B6 is made to look foolish when the move bishop E1 says you thought you were threatening. My bishop is still eyeballing your pawn on A5 that you're going to have to do something about later. So it's just such a sweet move. To me, that's when you're in a different kind of flow. Let's see how he handles his business as the game continues. But definitely noteworthy, as you mentioned.
Absolutely. Again, just checking in on the Carissa Yip versus Tatev Abrahamian game. That kind of standoff is very unusual for me because I'm one of those players, I really love clarity. I just want to see the position. Let's fix the pawn structure and let's play. In this exact moment, it's like both players are trying to be discouraging of one another in terms of capturing either on D4 or on C3. And everybody for the last few moves have been just making pawn moves like A7, A6 useful. How useful? I'm not so sure. I mean, H5, H6, definitely useful. I like this move for black. I don't want to see white getting her pawn to H6. And it's sort of like Carissa's knight, the time has come to make a decision. What are you going to do? Are you going to take on D4, yes or no? If you go knight A3 or knight B2, well, then I'm going to take on C3. And after all of said is done, black has won a pawn and damaged the structure significantly. So this standoff that I'm seeing still is unresolved. And very unusual for me. I'm not used to getting into these types of positions. How about yourself?
No, absolutely. And we do have a move, queen to E2, so she
Queen
has
E2,
not resolved
the tension.
She did not take on D4. Now, what she wants with this move, queen to E2, is to actually protect that pawn on B2. The question that you are posing is, how do I develop my pieces, right, as
Right.
white? I don't want to go knight to d2 because obviously I want potentially that knight to come to c3. I
Right.
cannot move my bishop right now because I'm losing the pawn on b2. So how do I resolve those type of questions? Now, queen to e2 is a novelty from what I'm seeing in
Really?
the database.
Okay.
Up to this point, this game has been seen before. Bishop
Okay.
to c2 and
Was
goes
the
back.
most popular move?
Exactly. Just one game.
Okay.
Only one game in the Lichess database, and goes back to your question on how to resolve the tension in the center. You're forcing black to take on c3.
Exactly.
Queen to e2 is a different way to maintain the tension and prepare the expansion and the development of my pieces. I'm going to go bishop to f4 potentially.
Right.
Maybe right now, with that pawn on b2 also protected, I'm starting to have ideas of just simply taking on d4. And then once we exchange everything on d4, my bishop is going to be able to move somewhere,
Exactly.
probably e3.
Well, after the move queen e2, very useful when we're looking at the bishop on f8 and the knight on e7. It's sort of like black also has come to the end of her useful moves. It's time
Precisely.
to do something.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, let's go. Or you're going to play what I think is going to be an extremely challenging move. Say a move like g5.
That's a Tatev move.
Yeah, well, that move basically is a signal that, guess what? The black king is going to go queenside now, and I'm looking to play moves like g4 and bishop g7 because I've run out of moves. You played h5 with the purpose of playing en passant, and, well, let's go. Let's get cracking. Castles, g5 is coming next. And then we've got a Donnybrook, because at this moment...
Whoa.
Yeah, at this moment, I want to say, as black, I'm not really a big fan of capturing on c3. I understand that after takes, knight takes, white does have good compensation.
Great compensation.
I mean, I've got an extra pawn in the position, and that extra pawn is my d5 pawn, and yet I'm cramped.
And especially if you are going to cast alongside, well, the problem is, generally when you cast alongside, you want your structure in front of your king to be intact.
Exactly.
Right now, you have a hook that I'm going to definitely focus on, and that is that pawn on a6. I'm going to target that. I'm going to go b4 or a3, then b4 and b5.
But wait a minute.
Yes, Maurice.
You want
to...
Maurice's target, what?
My mind is, I want to kill you for trying to castle over there.
Right.
And I want to sack my bishop somehow.
Sack your bishop?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
for example, if you were to
Okay.
castle,
Right.
I could just take on d4 just to start the party off. Pawn takes, thank you very much.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I don't think you're touching my guy. You wouldn't. Okay, so you're gonna be boring about it.
I gotta take
cagey.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to try to get into Tatev's mind. And why did she play the move a6? Well, a lot of French defense players are looking to get rid of the light-squared bishops.
Exactly.
And the move a6, supported by the bishop moving to the b5 square, is why she could be using a6.
And in fact,
But-
right now, you
Yeah.
want to play bishop b5, not knight takes d3.
Right. I want to trade the bishops. I want to trade the queens. But in this moment, after castles, Maurice,
Maybe
I
knight
think,
takes d4 is better.
Yeah, if you want to, exactly. If you want to go get into the
Same line,
same
yeah.
line. Okay, but in this case, takes.
Bishop
I-
b5,
I-
you want to go for that?
I don't.
He's a fan of the end game.
If I'm going to capture on d4, I want to do it with the knight. And if you go bishop to e3 to defend,
I
then
will
I'm
not defend.
thinking,
I will
I'm
not
thinking
defend.
knight b4.
Knight c3. Let's try
Let's
to see
go.
how this one
He says, "I will
pans
not.
out.
I will not defend."
Now remember, everybody, that the joy, the great joy of being a commentator, is when we're wrong, we get to take
And
our
it's
move
not our
back.
pieces.
not
It's
our
not our
pieces.
pieces.
I don't want to defend no stinking pawns, says Cristian Chirila.
Queen g4.
Queen g4. Let's get on with the show,
That's a good
right?
move.
And let's say, oops, I've got
Bishop
it.
e3 is a threat.
So you're trying to make me capture your pawn now.
Oh, please, be a friend.
Let's show the audience why I don't want to capture that pawn.
I would say that you're walking
Maybe even
into
knight to f3 immediately.
knight f3 check immediately.
Keep your bullets in the gun.
Exactly, and in case you take the knight, keep in mind the rook is being forked. Then there is a pin, and it's going to cost white material.
Okay,
So
that's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Bishop E3 has to be number one choice.
Bishop E3 is on the. Okay, and now should I play knight F5? I don't know.
What?
Resolving.
This
playing
guy
with fire. No.
asking for it.
I'm going to exchange on C5.
Whoa.
I'm going to exchange
whoa.
on F5.
Yes.
And I am going to capture that pawn on G7.
You are going to capture.
I'm going to go
pawn.
for
Get it back.
Whoa.
I'm saying you have a bad bishop, hopefully.
Bad pawns. No
Bad
play.
pawn structure.
No, I don't know.
And you're not going to checkmate me. I'm praying that you're not going to checkmate me.
I don't know,
Where's the
maybe.
checkmate?
Maybe I will.
So I take on. Look, I'm a hungry man. I'm going to take on H6.
Yasser doesn't
Okay.
believe himself here. I
Just a
guarantee you.
moment. Just a moment. Hold on. I've got ideas.
He has some ideas.
I mean, I've been around. You know, I've seen things.
All right. I'm going to defend. Knight to E2.
Oh, you dog! You sidestepped my
Knight
most.
to G3.
Knight to G3.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay,
You're
Maurice,
really-
I need some backup. I need some support here. Are we?
I know.
Are we doing
I-
doing the nasty, or are we doing this nasty? What are we doing, Maurice? Come on, get on my
I
side.
think if I'm going to get on your side, I would just play D3.
D3 is good, but what about hockey mati?
Oh, wait a
I
minute.
don't like this. Okay. You
No,
caught
I
me.
like it.
Yasser.
I like this better.
You caught me.
I like
All
this
I'm
better.
saying
I
is
like this better.
I like this better.
This is good. I like
let's
this
jump.
one. I like this one.
Everybody
You
jump on Christian.
You caught me in the last move.
Yeah,
Knight to F4.
That was the move I thought you
Allow
were
me
going
to
play.
adjust.
Adjust.
Allow me to adjust.
A little
Why
bit
did
more
you
pleasant.
take on H6? Why don't you take on F7?
That is probably a good question.
I just don't understand
I
why you-
was expecting you would have to pass E-pawn
Yeah.
by tacking on F7. You took on H6, and I kind of understood that you were hoping that your H-pawn could be.
No.
But I
Munch
thought
on
the
weak
E-pawn.
keys. Leave
Okay.
the pawn alone.
These types of positions, by the way, again, they're very double-edged. It could be that, positionally speaking, white is just killing it. It could be that it just happens that there's tactics.
And I would back up
Maybe
because I didn't
rook-
trust the greed. Christian, you just backed it into greed land and made
Yes.
Yasser very happy. Why don't we back up and get out of
F3?
this nonsense?
F3.
Oh, that's a nasty defend.
F3 takes and rook C1.
Yes, and a moment ago the queen got pinned on the G file.
Yeah.
Now the
Yeah.
queen gets pinned on.
No, but Queen
C
C2
file.
here. Excuse me. After F3, there's Queen C2.
Ooh.
Maurice, you're jumping in while the
What are you
water
doing
is very nice. Christian, your turn.
Give me 1 second to adjust.
You can have 15, 20 seconds. You can have as much time as you want. There'll be no adjusting.
This was so funny. We had an ultimate moves,
Yeah.
and somehow I got tagged in at the exact moment we had a completely winning position. And Gary Kasparov got tagged in. I was like, Gary, come
here,
on,
come
in. And I'm ready to accept your resignation. It was wonderful. Queen C2. That
Needless
was a
to say,
surprise.
is a crazy position.
No,
If
back
she
up, back
decides
up.
to
Let's go. This is too
for
much
this.
fun for us to get right here. Why did you have to go for food?
No, I
Like,
want to.
what
get
is this
some food.
Bishop F5 nonsense?
I love it. No, I
You
think
love
it's,
it?
It's a good move.
You mean you don't want to play something like
wants to
Rook
play
C1
Rook
just for
C1
fun?
and maybe winning a tempo of sorts, like Rook C1, Bishop C6.
It's probably
Just
Could
to
be a
have
good
it in our
nuance.
pocket?
Yes.
No?
Yes, I agree.
At
with
any
you.
moment, knight moves is going to be the problem, and black will cry. I mean, you can take on F5 whenever you want.
Black will cry.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
Rook
this
to
gotta be
C1.
better.
Rook C1 might be a better move
Might
to
be a
just
better one.
get that tempo in.
Get you scared
so that
for a
at
second.
least in this position, you have won a tempo. The inclusion of Rook C1 and King B8 has to be helpful.
Absolutely.
For whites.
You also have Queen D6 in some lines.
Right, that will be a
Check
check
exchanging
now.
the queens.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's got to
yeah,
be much
yeah,
better.
It's a better
inclusion.
version.
Yeah, cool. All right. Well,
Could I get a word in?
Great position.
Please.
That was a great position, definitely.
Have fun. What
Let's
you got
let's
for
come on
us?
over here where there's
Right.
another great position afoot as Dominguez and Caruana have been going at it. And after F3, Fabi said, yeah, I'm taking on D4, still in some prep. If you want to take this and give us 2 pawns, your business. Queen takes D4, move your knight, please. Where are you going to put it? We don't see a square. Well, I'll find a square. Rook c8 by tempoing on your b-hop. You can have this if you want, this endgame. There's not even an endgame to look at there. Bishop to b3, hitting the pawn. Knight back to c5. Again, playing sharp chess, giving away this pawn if you want it. Again, one of those things, one of those pawns you just like, I really want to take it. Bishop e3, and now bishop to d3. Fabi's playing some funky chess right now. Let me tell you, do we believe in what Black is doing? He is the #2 player in the world. There just seems to be some unease in the Black camp as these pieces just seem a bit strange. Every move, though, aggression by Fabi and lots of time being burned by Lanier Dominguez. Guys, let's drill down.
No, absolutely. Very, very intriguing position that one is, and those two bishops definitely look challenging for Black.
Yeah, but if Fabi's able to get in that bishop c4, knight e6, and he gets the construction of good blockading knight, then I believe what he's doing. But I'm with Maurice. It's a little bit jury's out. It's got to be resolved in the next move or two. I just see that once again in the Tatev game, queen e2, no movements as that game is still so full of tension. But we're getting ready for break, and during the break, we have a feature. And what happened is we asked the players what it's like and how it feels to be playing over the board chess again, not just online. Have a look.
What does it feel like to be back in St. Louis for the U.S. Chess Championships?
Well, it's great. I mean, I won the U.S. Championship in 2018, and then I didn't defend the title in 2019. That was the only classical U.S. Championship since then, so I feel like I've only missed one. It's been a while since I won now because we had the pandemic, so things sort of shut down, but I'm really looking forward to being back.
Yeah, feels great. Didn't feel like too long ago I was here playing Rapid and Blitz and Singfield Cup, so yeah, it's nice to be back.
Yeah, I've been playing all summer in St. Louis, but this is a special event. It's been a long time since I've won the title here, so I'm really hoping that I'm going to be able to do that this year.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play another U.S. Championship. I'm not sure how many I've played already, but it's been a lot. And obviously, last year I missed playing over the board.
Oh, it's really exciting. I mean, I haven't been here in 2 years, where I played a classic, and throughout the pandemic, it's all been online chess.
Well, it's great, especially since last year we had to play online, and it wasn't classical chess, it wasn't in person, so it felt much different, and I had a great tournament personally in 2019, and I had the best memories of this tournament, so I'm really excited to be back to normal.
It's great. It's my first US Championships that actually happened in person. I played last year, which was online, but in person is my first US Championship, so it feels great.
Well, it's very good. I was in St. Louis studying at Webster University, but this is my first time in the clubs in over 18 months, so pretty cool.
I'm really excited. I mean, I've been here a lot. I was here in July for the U.S. Junior, but U.S. Championship is something new to me. I've never played this tournament before, and I'm sure I'll really enjoy it. I always like playing at the chess club, and obviously this is the biggest tournament in the U.S., so I'm just really happy to be here.
Well, it's a great surprise for me. I live here very close, so it's my city right now, where I live with my family. It's a pleasure for me to be here and play such a great tournament.
St. Louis really feels like home to me, so this one of the tournaments I really look forward to. It's a very tough tournament, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of lower rated players, so just to protect your ranking is very difficult, and they're very young and ambitious also.
Well, it's amazing. It's a great honor. This was completely unexpected. Of course, I'm the wild card, and I was cleaning, doing some menial task, and all of a sudden I get the invite on my phone. So I knew from that very second that I was going to play. Obviously, I'm a little bit out of practice. It's going to be an uphill climb, but it's amazing to be here, and it's an honor. I'm going to try to do everybody proud.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back, everybody, to the continuous coverage of round number 2 here at the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Well, Yasser, we do have a new segment coming up, Brilliancies or Blunders.
Absolutely. Well, yesterday, unfortunately, featured more lowlights than highlights. And one low light was certainly the game between Katja and Anna Zatonski. Katja had just sacrificed a pawn as white to establish her knight on this promising position of the e5 square, attacking the rook. The simple move that Katja expected was queen b4, and she reckoned she was going to win in exchange for 2 pawns. She thought the position was even. Katja was right. But Anna blundered with the move rook to f7 to f6. And now it's kind of hard to see it, but there's actually a pin going on here on this rook on f4. And after the move knight d3, oops, the queen on d6 is not protected. Unfortunately, compounding her error and time trouble was the move rook f5. And after rook takes, Anna thought she had a rook check and realized that after rook takes f1, queen takes g3, rook takes f8 was check and mate, and she was forced to resign. Maurice, you have another example of a low light from
Absolutely,
yesterday.
Not a great one indeed. And it's a double blunder. In fact, here we have a game between Darius Fritz and John Burke. And in this position, the youngster played the move f6, a howler of howlers. Very simple to refute. In fact, it would be just a capture here. If you take with the pawn, there's going to be a rook sack. But if you take with the a pawn, that is, if you take with the c pawn, queen a3, and you're in deep trouble because your pawn on a6 is indefensible. Your queen can't leave because of the knight sitting here on e7 with check. That would have been devastating. Instead, he switched the move order and played e takes on f6. That's another blunder back, gifting the favor. And now all of a sudden, after queen to a3, the queen didn't have to go to c6. It now had the d6 square because the pawn was not on e5, getting no advantage whatsoever, was white. Even worse, he went on to lose the game. Talk about a turnaround based on a horrible blunder.
Thank you, Maurice. Talia Cervantes, Talia, local star, had played a marvelous game against number 2 seed Carissa Yip, comprehensively outplaying her from the opening through the late middle game. She achieved this position as white where she has a bishop for 3 pawns, but that's not the problem. The problem is this knight is going to e8 and capturing this pawn on d6. Black is in huge trouble. Well, to try to complicate matters, Carissa played the move rook to f2, attacking the bishop. Sadly for Talia, she just allowed a repetition after rook check, king back, rook f2. What Talia should have done was just drop back with her bishop, but she had a blind spot. After the bishop comes back to b1, again, knight e8 is the winning concept. She saw this, that after knight a4, the pawn on b2 would be lost, until she recognized that she had the move rook b3. Missing rook b3 cost her victory, and that was a big blunder, and Carissa dodged a bullet. And what do you have for us? The worst of the worst, Maurice.
This one was absolutely devastating. This one from yesterday, I mean, I'm gonna have nightmares on Tate's behalf on this one, as here, she's just winning. Everybody in the world in this position would play rook takes check, give me that with check, and give me that. Count it, I got an extra piece on the board, an extra pawn. Your king is terrible. You have no counterplay. It's time to literally stop the clock and resign. There's nothing here to do. Instead of doing that, she played a move that wasn't quite an absolute howler. She played queen to d2. Still some chances she's still winning, frankly. But it was the beginning of a series of mistakes, as after this one, queen f7, she played the super horrible a3 and allowed rook to f2. Suddenly, she's the one about to lose a piece thanks to this rook landing on the board. She had to find the spectacular rook b7, double sack, and queen to b4 thanks to the pin in order to save the game. Good luck finding those moves. Instead, she took on g5, and after rook takes g2, her piece advantage was gone. The exchange up, she was nothing. There's no attack. Her king came under ferocious attack in this game. Rook to g1, and then she compounded, I'm going to jump ahead, with the worst mistake of all in this game is that in this position, after D2, her opponent gave her a chance to play queen D6 and queen takes pawn. It would have been worse for her, but no reason to give up instantly. She made the worst blunder and resigned. So incredible turn of events in this game as Tatev will have to try to breathe some life back into her tournament. But we did see some bad moves yesterday. Let's hope that brilliancy versus blunder features some brilliancies today.
And we will continue with this segment. We rather like the concept of showing you the highlights and lowlights. More lowlights yesterday. We're hoping for some highlights today. Let's jump back into the round because of this game between Carissa and Tatev. It got our attention so much after the move Queen E2. Let's just come back to it for a moment. Tatev didn't play the move G5,
F5.
which I was kind of like hoping for, but F5, wow, that was really quite the move.
Allowing it takes F6 and the opening of the central files like that, this seems dangerous.
Very, very dangerous indeed, but if I'm in Tatev's shoes, she obviously played F5 for a reason. Now let's just do your worst, frankly. Knight takes D4, queen takes D4. How do you like them apples?
Well, there's also a case for potentially queen to E3, but we'll move on from that. Let's go knight to C3, just a normal move.
Knight to C3.
Knight to C3.
Okay.
Yes.
So after knight to C3, I'm reckoning where my, quote, chances as black lie, well, they lie on the king side, quite frankly, and I've got to bring my rook to the half-open G file in order to get the king side stuff going.
And you also want to exchange the queens.
Yes, I do.
Very devilish trap in this position.
I was trying to convince you that I was going for a checkmating attack, when not at all. All I'm playing for is an ending.
Yes, I'm going to go bishop to E3.
Yes, so that after queen to G4, you've laid a trap for me.
I'm going to go bishop to G6.
And
I'm sure
now
you've seen that.
Yes, because my queen is under fire.
And how do we assess this endgame is the question.
Well, I've always had the feeling, as black in the French defense, if I keep my center intact, it's worth the exchange. In other words,
I believe so.
If I can play king f7, bishop c6 without compromising my center, I've got the pawns for the exchange. I like black. If something goes wrong, like you get to play f4, f5, or knight takes d5, and a sudden discovery and oopsie daisy, then it's all good for you.
I have to agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
I don't like taking this exchange. Do I have any other alternatives? So
well,
for example,
I thought at the start, right here, you put your knight on c3.
So let's start with bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop e3 was the most challenging, I felt. Like, you're asking my queen to find a square when I'm not ready to play queen g4, right?
Exactly.
So you kind of cost me a tempo, and maybe here is where you start. My king is not comfortable, but I got to tell you, this is a 3-result game.
Absolutely. It's not that easy to target that queen.
That's right.
Because whenever I go g3, you jump all the way to h3. And once again, how do I attack that queen?
Yeah,
I feel like I'm one move away of trapping that queen.
And then the other problem is if you do something like knight d2 and knight f3, yes, you're hitting my queen, but oops, I mean, like,
That's
I'll take a pawn and ask you, why did you do all of that? So there's still challenges here for both players, and we do have knight takes d4
we do
on the
have
board.
knight takes d4. This is the position we currently have on the board.
And we are expecting a trade of knights. Moving the queen doesn't
That
really
is
make a lot
one
of
way,
sense.
but queen to e3.
Oh yes, you had mentioned that.
It's an option.
And why are you drawn to that move, queen e3? I mean, in particular, like, you think.
Well, it's the only other move outside of knight takes d4.
Oh, sure.
I cannot do anything else.
I got you. So something like knight takes, queen takes, bishop.
I'm just trying to make moves with tempo. Right. This is what I'm looking at.
And by the way, that is that's such a crucial strategy in the opening, developing with gain of tempo to be able to have an initiative that
especially when you're a pawn down.
Especially when you're a pawn down. The initiative means the ability to make threats. And here as white, because you are a pawn down, as you just mentioned, the ability to make threats with tempo is very crucial.
So let's continue.
Okay, queen e3 is a possibility.
Queen takes f3, bishop to g7, you mentioned.
Yes.
And now let's go knight to c3. Let's continue. Now,
Somehow
there's a
you're
big
drawn
question.
to this square. Yes, but okay.
I just
Okay,
want to
okay.
develop my piece.
And now it's
that's
a
it.
question of where am I putting my king?
Right.
Well, truth be told, I look at that king side, I see Swiss cheese. It would take a brave man or a brave woman to castle king side. I'll castle queen side here and hope
You
to
will.
tuck,
Bishop to e3.
hope to tuck my king away. Okay, bishop to e3, queen. I'm not taking the pawn on b2.
Whoa. Why did you take a piece? We need to know.
I believe d4, rook to c1 was my idea, at least. I don't know if it works.
What?
I don't know if it works.
d4, rook to c1 was your idea? Really?
If I had known that, I would
What?
have taken the piece a long time
I'll
ago.
take the piece. Are you kidding me? I'll go. But I mean, a French defense player's dream is my worst piece on the board, the light squared bishop, having a outsized role, a king-sized role. I'll play bishop c6.
Maybe taking that piece was actually the right
Maybe
play.
it was right. Maybe
Whoa,
the right play.
I know. I said
It's
Hold on, let's keep going.
It's far from over.
Okay, bishop c6. Bishop c6 can be met by knight a4 at least.
Okay, so that is a tempo against the
Then
queen.
queen to a5, probably.
Queen to a5, fair enough. Okay.
And now I can- now I
right
can
now,
act-
I don't have this threat, but
there's things
right
in-
now, all you got to deal with this guy.
But there's
Maybe-
craziness like queen g4.
There is. It does feel like black is
Maybe
finishing
I do,
on top at the end. though.
Yeah, maybe I do like queen c7. Pardon me. The arrow was to demonstrate that your bishop in this case is most definitely under
But
attack.
now I can go bishop f4, right?
Okay, but
e5, queen g4.
queen g4 is a check, but I can live with that.
Probably, yeah. Probably you can.
Oh,
All
I
right, so
can
let's
live-
see. f5 I
or-
take.
yeah.
On g7.
Now I'll just get my king out of dodge. I invite you to take my.
I'll take
bishop.
it.
You will.
I'll take it, yes.
Now you're going to die with a full tummy.
Rook takes. So if I go rook takes c6. You just simply take with a queen.
No. What are you doing? Defend your game. Just play.
Queen takes f6.
Queen takes f6. What is the danger? We want to know.
A rook coming with check on g2 is.
That's all you're
always feels
worried
like
about
danger.
a rook check on g. I can't believe that's all. You're scared of that alone.
King to
over
f1.
to f1. Only move.
Should I have played rook f8 before playing rook g2, by the way? Could I have gotten in that tempo?
No, you couldn't.
I could not?
I don't think it helps you too much.
You can do it
fair
if you
enough.
like, but we're
So
going to
I
take
take
on e5.
I take
Yeah.
on e5 with the
Fair
I
enough.
mean, we could go back and do it just to show what we're talking about. Okay,
The-
but
the-
king f1, what are you going to do?
Right.
Where's the attack? Your bishop takes e5 as a threat. If you take on f4, e7 is hanging. Why is white scared?
Why is white scared?
It is a piece up after all.
Only?
you're not
I feel like I'm more up than a piece.
Well, yeah.
A piece for a pawn, but I'm recapturing a couple of pawns.
So
Yeah.
if
What do
I
you mean? I'm sacking on c6. Your rook, your
I can
Johnny's
I can
gonna
take
hang
on
on
e5
G2.
with the bishop right now.
bishop
and
e5
then
looks
you can
great.
take on c6.
c7 and then take on
C6
c6.
and collect everybody.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
This finishes in my favor.
Right. G2 was hanging.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. I
It's a wild
misunderstood that. I certainly did misunderstand that.
Okay, hold on.
But hold on, one more time.
So why not queen a5 again?
Okay.
Did we decide on
No, we didn't.
path forward?
Here you have to play queen g4. No.
Queen to g4, yes.
I was not sure if
Wait,
queen g4
actually, you're saying we're not really hanging, maybe?
I was not sure about queen g4 or bishop f4. I kind of wanted to keep that king on c8.
I know. I wanted to get my king out of dodge, funnily enough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that, too. That's a good one.
Queen takes
But-
a4
but-
and now queen to g4. Or even rook takes e6, to be honest.
What?
Even rook takes
E6.
e6, yeah.
Black's
Double-edged
asking
stuff.
for...
Double-edged stuff,
definitely
all
asking
right.
for it. I'm not sure what's
yeah.
going on.
I mean, the jury's still out. We'll need some
Certainly.
serious analysis, but these are the types of positions that both ladies have
Are calculating
to
right now.
calculate. And for Tatev, after yesterday, is this the type of game she wants? I'm going to say yes, because this is her game. She loves
This is the type of
the
play
rich
she enjoys. Yeah.
calculating, attacking, mutual self-destruction. Maurice, what's your take?
Fantastic formation there. This position, however, illustrates something that we talked about yesterday, and that is the ability to reset. Many times you're playing a game, you and your opponent sometimes believe you operate under the assumption, believes you, that you operate under the assumption that what you're saying is true and therefore will be true for all time. And when a change occurs, you don't reset. In this position, there's been an argument for the longest that white is waiting to see this capture happen. Takes, so I can play knight takes c3, in part to keep the structure going. Now, white could also play knight d2, and you could take and I could take with a pawn. Thanks for the b file. And the ability to eventually play c4, no big deal, right? Like, this is not such a bad thing to do. The argument has been laid down, however. What I really want to have happen is this capture so I can play knight takes c3. She's so set on it that after f5, compromising this side of the board, freezing black structure, no threat to her center pawn anymore, that she's not going to change her mind and say, well, I could still just go for this move, knight d2. I'm saying this because this is what I peeked to the engine and said, this is the best move. Just play chess. Knight d2, knight b3 is your threat. If you take, we take back. Are you really going to castle this way? Is that what you really want to do? I see Yasser going,
No.
Because rook b1 and bishop takes a6, if your king is castled on the side, that's going to be an incredible pressing threat. c4 is coming, knight, bishop, everybody's going to attack you. So there's no big deal playing knight d2 now, going for it, leaving black to again figure out, what are you supposed to do with your pieces? f5 has created tremendous problems in your position. These weaknesses are not going anywhere. This bishop still can't come out. This rook still can't come out. White has a great game. If you actually looked at this objectively without the idea back in your mind that's been frozen there, you'd say, I'll take this position with white. This is just perfectly fine. We face that often. We saw the same thing yesterday. I forget what game it was, where the same thing happened. Players get tunnel vision and say, this is the idea I'm pursuing, and it's very hard to erase that from your mind and look at the board afresh. One of the most difficult things to do, even at the highest level, assuming something to be true for a long time and not just resetting and looking at the board as though you've never seen it before. And so this line is supposed to be much better. Instead, EF6, according to the engine, is terrible. Like terrible, not even compensation. Really bad, giving black this compact structure. As you mentioned, Yaz, if you can maintain your center, then you should be better. Now, that said, good luck doing it as a human. The engines are like, don't worry, we'll be able to handle this. But as a human, the tactics, the craziness we just witnessed usually ends up happening because we're not used to certain kinds of things going on the board. So we'll see whether or not it shakes out in black's favor. But we have seen all this go down, and bishop e3, this board is getting wild.
Absolutely, and you're so right, Maurice, about this ability to reset. Oftentimes what really afflicts a player is they get this dominant position out of the opening. Everything has gone their way. Everything has gone their way. And slowly, bit by bit, the advantage has disappeared. Now it's time to make a draw.
Exactly.
But you're still carrying that baggage that I was winning. I was much better. I can't let my opponent escape. And now you make a sacrifice that is completely bogus, and your opponent easily wins the game. And
That
you're
is
like,
exactly what
where do you go
happened
wrong?
to Tatev yesterday.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yes.
That was what I was thinking.
Whoa.
And by the way, I just, whoa.
Maurice, all right.
Okay.
You scared us, Maurice.
Scared us.
We'll go back to you.
The audience can join our show.
Absolutely, by joining us on social media. We do a lot
Exactly.
of social media. We
Yes,
monitor
the
that as
commentators.
well live. And you can
Kostya
use
is
the
also.
hashtag US Chess Champs on Twitter. That's where we're having our eyes on. Of course, Kostya Kavutsky is the one managing the social media right
And
now.
he kind of
So-
feeds us your best ideas. But
Absolutely.
Maurice, you went, whoa, something happened.
What happened, Maurice?
You're clicking like, okay, let me look at all the games. And then you see something, you go, ho, 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 ho. Somebody's going to get their feelings hurt. Look at this position. White's got all the big guns trained here. You remember when we did the Fisher random, and there were games where the black queen was sitting on a8, and you're like, oh, the queen's all the way out the way to start the game on a8, and then when you don't resolve the problem, you just get mated on the other side.
Right.
This has looked like one of those. Like, you put your queen on a8 on purpose? Yes, we know that this is something that can happen, but first of all, the fact that white got this position, I'm going to show you the opening to this point. It's like a little cagey. I'm not doing anything special with white. Just gonna play some developing moves, B3. Put no big pawns in the center. You got the center. Black's the one with the pawns in the center. For this to jump from this to this knight e5, rook c8, to f4, I'm coming to get you, to queen e2, let me get a rook over, to f5, I'm really coming to get you, rook f5, rook ef1, and now rook e6. And Black doesn't have any weaknesses over here, but this piece and this piece feel like they're offside and the rooks are disconnected. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like if I had this as white, I'd be looking for a bomb to land in Black's game, like just something devastating. But I don't see what it is just yet, how to make it any worse for Black. Everything is defended, though. I should be able to move my queen, but there's a capture coming. Come on, there's got to be something here that's deadly. What do you guys think about this position?
Well, for me, it's completely clear. Black's lost.
Yeah.
Like lost.
Practically,
lost.
it looks
and the guy who was phenomenally good was Artur Yusupov. Artur Yusupov, as white, was going d4, knight f3, e3, b3. Like what? The most innocuous moves, bishop b2, bishop d3, knight e5, castles f4, and destroying people.
Yeah.
This is a dreamboat position for Artur Yusupov, and he was dismantling the world's best players. There was only one guy in the world who ever stopped Artur. Artur was a tank, and it was Anatoly Karpov. Karpov had lost against Garry Kasparov and had to make his way back through the candidates and stuff, and only Karpov would stop Artur. Artur would get up there, and Karpov would knock him back down. But this position for me is a wipeout, strategically speaking. The doubled rooks, the queen on a8 doing nothing whatsoever.
We see a trade on d5.
Traded. That
Wow.
was not a move that I expected Danya to play.
Absolutely not.
Obviously, the knight on d2 was not fully cooperating, so he wanted to give his knight on d2 the square. So he took on d5, compromised, got an isolated queen pawn, and put his knight on c4. Still huge, but
This
if we
is a
could
very
go
concrete move.
approach.
He takes d5,
Yeah.
knight c4, attacking that bishop on d6. You're probably going to follow up by retreating that bishop. You do not want to take on c4.
Right, but if we go back to the position
Yes.
where Maurice challenged us and said, you know, okay, guys, what do you see here? I think a lot of players, including myself, the first thing that we're looking at is how powerful our attack is down the f-file.
Exactly.
The pawn on f7 is screaming, you know, we just want to play rook on f5, captures f7, and, you know, congratulate our opponent on a hard-fought loss.
But in order to open up the f-file,
you got to play g4.
g4. Yeah.
So I think everybody would be looking at this as a kind of a starter move.
Huge decision.
To play g5, but this is what I call lifting the kimono, right?
Yeah.
When you open up your own king's shield, your king can be exposed. So I think Danya probably felt that g2, g4 on a different tempo, let's say
a bit too dangerous.
Rapid chess or maybe a blitz chess, g4 is the move to be played.
And you
In
know
a
what the
classical
problem
game,
I'm
he took
sorry,
it
I
a
love
little
what he
bit.
did.
You like what he did?
I love what he did.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's counterintuitive. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sure, it's okay.
Christian.
Go ahead.
But it's counterintuitive, but there's just really something straightforward. It's kind of like, basically it's a if it works kind of thing. But I like, just make the point, we talk about discoordination of forces, and that being all you need sometimes, just the discoordination of forces. My forces are more organized, yours are not, the story's over. Just on that. Now, a lot of players have to really get that fine-tuned sense of how, so what does that mean exactly, the discoordination? It means your pieces aren't working together the right way, while mine are super concentrated and doing everything that they can do. Right now, this and this and this, they're all just sort of floating. They may be individually okay, but they're all sort of floating. White's not floating. Everybody's working. Like, everybody is tightly coordinated. And you get the feeling that there's going to be threats that build immediately. For example, knight e3, I'm terrified if I'm black of this move, knight e3. Like, this move threatens to somehow disrupt, like, the capture here. Your f7 is going to crack without me doing anything. I play knight e3 and take. You can't take with this because F7 is hanging. You take with the queen, bishop c4 drops on you. So that's an immediate pressing threat. You move your bishop, you better be ready for knight e3, and I'm not sure exactly what you're going to do. And by the way, e5 is screaming itself to be played. It just feels like what white has figured out how to concretely now chase black at a moment when the coordination is not there. I get the feeling like this is probably just winning.
To continue your thought, though, Maurice, knight e3 does allow bishop d5 to e4. So if we play bishop back to f8, we don't necessarily want to lose our dark squared bishop, and we certainly don't want to lose our light squared bishop. I get what you're saying. Knight takes d5, bishop c4, white is bossing the position. But what's happening after bishop e4 here?
It's a good question. Very good question. I feel like there's a little d5 hit, knight d7 hit.
One thing that maybe we shouldn't do is hurry up with knight to e3 because you're not threatening to take on c4. I'm thinking maybe after bishop to f8.
No, there's definitely no threat to take on c4.
I'm going to go rook to f4. Rook 5 to f4.
That's
going to open up my bishop.
F5.
Preparing bishop f5. But
Covering
also knight
e4
e3, knight f5.
I like that move.
Oh, yes.
I like that move.
Lots in that move. I like it too.
One of the things that I here at the opening ceremony of the U.S. Championships, we're talking about going out in the community and teaching chess, the 5 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, responsibility, and so on. One of the things that one of the teachers, one of the coaches was saying is that he was teaching patience.
Patience, exactly.
Here, white's all ready to attack everything. But the move rook f5 to f4 is one of those mature, patient moves that you just, everything is difficult with that move, but a difficult move.
Spot, even in
because you want to do something so...
It reminds me of the game that we just watched, the blunder of Nemtsova versus Zatansky.
Yeah.
That backwards move,
right?
Knight to d3,
e5
you
to
don't
d3.
see those type of positions if you are on the attack or if you are on the defense.
Right.
You always, that's a blind spot.
It was very easy to miss that pin, by the way, because that whole diagonal was filled with pieces. Rook on f4, knight on e5. But what has happened after knight c4?
By the way, I like this mature.
He hasn't moved.
He hasn't moved.
I like the maturity.
I love this line. I love
like
the way.
Yes.
And just how do you say, amuse me for a moment, if you will. In the position, had the impatient
G4.
G4, I'm going to go all out and crush you move had been played, how would the engine have refuted this
you don't want to know.
upstart attack? You don't want to know.
Well,
Maurice can help us.
I don't even need to help you.
Okay.
The move is a blunder of a high
because?
Well, your king is exposed.
Clear.
So what can you do to take advantage of that exposed king?
Take on e5.
That's all I got to tell you.
Take on e5.
And then you don't need to know anymore.
That's
and
it.
then bishop c5.
And then
That's
bishop
just
c5,
nasty.
And what do you
I
do?
lifted my kimono too soon.
The engine absolutely loves taking on d4. Now that you've got me looking at it, it says, let me turn this on. It says taking on d5 was correct. It said knight to d4 to c4 is correct. And it's giving bishop some kind of bishop retreat as best. It doesn't like what he did. I think he took on e5. Can you guys let me know?
He did.
Bishop takes?
Knight takes e5.
Knight takes e4. That looks horrible, but takes is best. Check and move the king. And there's pressure coming. Look at this line. Rook back. And maybe the engine's defending like a beast. Surprise, surprise. With this move f5. I gotta say, impressive stuff. It's hard to win these games. I mean, for sure.
Right.
But this is what it's giving.
Wait. I think we should definitely go with the rook takes f5 variation in that position. Rook takes f5. And I have a feeling some knight g3 lands.
Oh, you mean you want to show off this nasty?
Rook takes f5, knight g3. I think that's worth showing. After
Yes,
rook to
indeed.
f4, f5.
Whoop.
Oh, that is so nasty.
That's a vicious
That's a
mate.
puzzle rush.
By the way, we're heading towards that.
Are we? What's
Well,
going
he took
on?
with a pawn.
I have rook h5.
You do, and now bishop takes g2.
Okay.
King h2, and I take on f1. And I
That
have a
is-
feeling you're losing too many pieces.
losing
Too many rooks.
The house. I lost the house, as they would say. Okay, very, very nice. variation. So they're heading towards this line, right?
This is best play.
Bishop
This is
C5
best play.
Kudos to the players. They're finding accurate moves.
But is rook f5, f4 best play? I mean, it feels like white's all dressed up. I mean, the queen is on a8 out of play. We've doubled our rooks. I'm dreaming of some kind of a queen h5, rook h5, rook f7 kinds of moves here. Do I really have to play rook f5 to f4? I don't have... Okay, knight d6 I obviously don't have.
Again,
because
this
I've
is the
been on
problem.
the e file.
You need to have a rook coming on the h file once I give that knight g3 combo rook to h6.
Gotcha.
That's why you put the rook on f4. So that knight g3 I take with the pawn and then I can swing the rook to h4.
Okay, so help me out. So if I play a move like rook f4
The
here,
other rook, okay.
then am I allowing is my rook getting awkward? Is my rook clumsy?
That is a very good
on
question.
the f file? You can play g6 and
I think you answered your own question.
but really, okay, also after g6, aren't we like, how do you say, opening up our king a little bit, even if
Wait, but yeah, you can just take.
Why can't you
But
just
you
take the
take on
bishop?
e4.
Why can't you take the bishop first?
Gotcha.
You know what's remarkable about what just happened in this
It's
game?
a wild position.
Darn.
I'm stunned, frankly, at how coordinated Black's pieces are right now.
Right. It is weird, right? The rook on c7 that was just floating, not necessarily doing anything, is now like perfect. It covers f7, open c file. The
Guy
e6
looks super
rook.
calm about it all, though. He said the opening of the game is going to favor me. Both
Right.
bishops got diagonals, although Black's got his trumps, White's got his trumps. White still got the space.
Right.
And it is that rook f4 move that you're hesitating with, Yaz, that is a test that says we're still going after your position to try to show that White is still slightly better after rook to f4. I know you're not appreciating it right now.
I know. I want to do something a little bit more forcing.
Also,
I was
knight to
looking-
e4 is not the only move. That needs to be calculated at this point.
It's
knight
not-
to e8 feels like also an alternative.
Whoa.
Well,
Knight-
that's the kind of
The problem with
move I
knight e4
want
is
to deal
extremely
with.
committing.
Yeah, but it's extremely annoying too.
It is.
I
It
mean,
is.
like you're not playing from the same hymn book that I'm reading from. I want you to go back. I want my pawn on e5 to, be the authority and get you on your hind legs. But knight e4 was like annoying me because if f5 works.
Let's see.
That's
Let's
crazy.
Let's try to decipher that position.
That's crazy. But you're right. I don't have an immediate refutation to knight e8
Knight to
either.
e8. The rook
but
to
this
f4.
move, f5, like, my rook was just on f5. There you put your pawn on pre like that. That is so confounding.
So instead of rook to f4, can we play rook h5?
Yes, those were the type of moves that I was drawn to so that...
But now rook g6 is coming. And that pressure on
G2.
g2
It's frustrating, right?
doesn't look good.
Yes?
But you guys are resisting rook f4 like the plague. The fact
We're
is,
not. We're not.
The fact is rook f4 challenges Black's best piece. It says you cannot sit here.
Right.
You must do something right now. Like you need a move.
So f5.
And so here, f5 is not like f5 is the thing you actually want to do. It's like the thing you have to do.
Right.
So now it's what comes next. I will tell you, of course, I have a chance here to look at it with the engine. Taking on f5 is unnecessary and letting all this happen. But there are moves now to continue to discombobulate Black's position. A crazy move, is b4. Chasing the bishop off the diagonal.
So that we can play knight
So you can play the
e3.
very compelling knight e3. If you just take knight e3 and again, you put your pawn on f5, your bishop could potentially hang and everything is snap, crackle, pop. And yeah, all kinds of attacking ideas. I hate to also say that after b4, the engine's saying b5 is the best response.
Oops. Oh, sorry,
It's
sorry,
pure
sorry.
insanity. You can bring that position back up.
Yeah.
b4, b5, so you can have the diagonal. If the knight moves, you're going to put your bishop, keep your bishop on the long diagonal. It's crazy chess. I think this would be a good game for us to guess who we think might win. Let's predict who we think the result's going to be.
Okay.
What do you guys
I'd
think?
like to go first on this one.
Okay.
I really would like Danya's position. So much so, I'm going to call it early and say a win for Danya.
I'm going to go with you on that one, Yasser. A win for
Okay,
Danya.
we're out on the ledge together. Maurice.
You know, I would.
He loves these moments, boy. He's got us dead to rights.
Definitely.
Jeffrey Zhang.
Definitely want to agree with you. Frankly, if I had this position, I'd say White's going to win. I mean, that's just it's just there. But agreeing with you two guys, it never feels good.
I know.
So I don't know should I agree and make it a win for Danya right now. But Jeffrey, we've seen Jeffrey defend.
Oh yes,
incredibly. So I'm gonna oppose the peanut gallery.
Right.
I'm gonna say a draw.
Right. That
Wait,
Jeffrey.
a draw. Draw doesn't sound like
Maurice is the most boring commentator. I'm going to say, here it comes, a draw. Maurice
But it doesn't look like a draw.
Enthusiastic.
It doesn't look like a draw. It looks like somebody's going to die.
I want to just say.
I'm going with the win. I'm going with the win.
You're going to go with the win. I wanted to say,
Jeffrey
Jeffrey has been amazingly solid in a lot of these U.S. championships.
Yeah, he's
I
hard to
remember
beat.
one of it, I think it was his rookie outing. He had like so many good positions. I think he lost one and he had a lot of draws.
He's hard to beat.
He's a very, very tough customer.
Look, guys, we need some tension between the commentators.
Okay, fine.
I'm going to break that.
Fine. No,
I'm going to break that.
I'll do it. You guys already gave yours. I'll go back.
switch.
I'll go back. I'm gonna say a draw. I'm gonna go with a draw. Fine, draw.
There we have it.
Okay.
I'm not really happy with my
I don't want to
bet,
hear
but I'm
VAR.
gonna say.
Verusian and
Verusian, you tell us.
You got,
VAR's taking
going.
Jeffrey for
It's
the
2-2.
win.
No, VAR wants him to win.
To win.
I
Okay.
like that VAR. That's
Okay.
good. All right.
Okay.
There we go. We got.
Okay.
We got it.
Oh, and here's the whole turn. Oh, well, he had to pick Jeffrey.
Of course.
I mean, get out of here. I thought he was going out on a limb. He already went out on a
He's
limb.
picking the wall.
Yeah, I know.
These
He's
are the
got to
guys
do
we
it.
picked to win the tournament, but we don't.
Speaking of Lanier and Wesley, by the way, why don't we jump to the game of Fabiano to see what's going on, and I'll jump to the game of Wesley to see how our picks are doing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, my pick was Fabi and E6. That would be, what?
Whoa.
What? He just dropped an E6 bomb on my guy? What's this about?
Whoa.
No,
Wow.
that's just going to force a draw.
Yeah. Okay.
Queen takes
He's got
the
to
4.
take. He's got to take.
That's an
He's got to take.
intermezzo.
He's going to take.
Well,
let me
this
turn
is a
this off.
position I would like white, actually. The light
Really?
square, yeah. I mean, what's that light squared bishop doing versus the dark squared bishop? I've got a clear idea. I got to go king f2, king e3, rook a8 check. And so,
So
I mean,
if you
it's
take on e6 first,
That's the
instead of
question.
exchanging the queens, this is just a pawn sacrifice for long-term compensation, it seems like. Queen to e5, right?
right. That I think
How do
is
you defend-
Lanier's idea that he wants to.
I don't
dark
want any
squares.
parts of this position. If I'm,
Oh, this looks bad.
I don't want any parts of this bishop on d4. We're gonna no, don't please make it stop.
Make it stop.
This is over.
I don't want any parts of this position.
Right.
Get this out of here. No. This one's a great move. E6 is great. But this endgame, guys, you're so confident about this position here.
I see a 2-result game, of course.
Yeah, of course. But
Yeah.
would you pick like how much
Yeah,
percentage? would you
50-50.
put?
Who came in here the other day? He had that line 50-50.
You think it's 50-50?
Yeah, 50-50. 50 times I win and 50 times I draw. It was 50-50.
Exactly.
I thought that was pretty funny.
No way. No way.
No way? You don't think
You
it's
think 50
50-50?
times, if you're sitting across the board from Fabiano Caruana or Gary Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, you win this 50 times out of 100?
No. You're I'm wrong.
I would say somewhere around.
A 90-10. 90% draw, 10%
Something
win.
along
Okay,
those lines.
okay.
Yeah. I went way down.
1090.
I had to do a recalibrate the tools.
And by the way, Fabi has almost an hour on his clock.
Now, if you give Magnus Carlsen this position,
He's a grinder. He'll enjoy it.
he's gonna probably score around 70-30, I would say.
70% with white?
Yeah.
In the end game, in the opposite color end game?
Yeah.
You think it's that high? Wow,
you know
I wouldn't
what?
have thought it was that
All
high,
we can
but
do
okay.
is disagree. What can we do with that?
Exactly.
There's no way to prove it.
Right.
Magnus, come on, play this 100 times and show us.
But we do think, nonetheless, that it's linear.
Black has
absolutely.
no winning.
No
chance.
Absolutely.
Black's not
Absolutely.
winning this.
Now, having
At all.
said that, let's jump to the game of Wesley So for a moment, because Wesley was my pick, and as we all know, we like to see how well I'm doing. We saw the position out of the opening with this trade and this move F2, F3, B2, B3, and we expected E5. Now, White, for sure, wants to establish his knight on the D3 square, usually hoping to also, by the way, trade off the dark square bishop, whether it be through A3 or G5 for the knight.
And support an avalanche of pawns on the queen side,
Right.
B4, C5 at the right moment.
So the question that everybody will ask is, okay, that makes a lot of sense that you would establish the knight on D3, so why does Wesley begin with the move G4?
Well, to stop the move H5.
So in other words, he's gaining space before the move H5.
And after H5, you
Right.
no longer have the move G4, and I
That's
will
a
be
possibility.
able to potentially expand on the king side by removing the knight from F6 and then going F5 at the right moment.
I see.
So I think it's a long-term decision. You're seeing this potential plan. You want to stop Black from achieving anything in the position. I'm not in a hurry to expand on the queen side. I will do that at some point no matter what. I will be able to build it up to the point where I will go B4 and then follow up with C5.
Right.
That's my plan.
Okay.
If I don't do that, then nothing is going to happen in the position. We're just going to make a draw.
One of the things I see as a drawback to the move G4, and I follow you 100%, is when you play the move G4, I remember a bulletin Grandmaster Raymond Keane wrote, I had played against Viktor Korchnoi. I was better on the queen side, better in the center, but winning on the king side.
Yep.
In other words,
Yep.
the move G4 is an attempt to win over the entire board, because White's better in the center and better on the queen side, but the move G4 to my tent might be an overreach. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that you're gaining space, but it takes a lot of responsibility to maintain this better in the king side, better in the center, and better on the queen
So
side.
you're concerned that Black might be able to pick up at those pawns with H5 in the
At
future.
some moment and make things a little awkward,
Which I think
or
actually
play
happened.
B5 or something. So I would have actually been anxious to play knight F2 to D3, bishop to A3, king to E2, rook C1, and get my queenside play going. Let's see how the game actually unfolded. And here we do have it, by the way, the move H5 by Darush, knight D7, bishop D. And again, I must say, I admire Wesley's ability to slow play at the position. I was more anxious to hit first. I want to put it like that. But the move A7, A6, I like Wesley's position a lot. He's got his advantage in the center. He's got good pieces. He's
Also, what I'm
coordinated.
seeing is that he has 52 minutes and Darius has only 33 minutes on the clock. He started off with half an hour of advantage, Darius.
Right.
That is.
I
Now he's half an
remember
hour behind,
during the Sinkfield Cup.
Yeah.
Alejandro was in your seat. Alejandro, the coach of
Right.
SLU, and the coach of Darius, was just like,
Oh, he was probably fuming.
this clock just goes, and it was like 10, 9, 8, and you were going to have to train
Don't worry,
harder.
Christian's going to go through the same thing in this event as his own student Begum is in the tournament. So
Right, like
he's going to suffer over and over again. We'll enjoy watching you suffer.
You heard these gurgled cries, move anything.
I was at that point yesterday, guys.
Yes, I know. You already.
But I swindled my
you
way out of
already
it.
You swindled your way out of it. You didn't do anything.
Of course.
Thank you, Tatev.
What do you have?
This position, I just want to bring this up. It's well into the game, 24 moves into the game, and it is Irina Krush with the black pieces against Anna Sharovich with the white pieces. We know Irina is going for the 9th title, certainly a favorite in this event. Grandmaster Irina Krush, that is. And looking at this position as ostensibly, you look instantly, you say, I like black. I mean, who doesn't like black? You got the 7th rank. You've got a potential target. Your bishop is a superior piece to this knight, you would hope. And she definitely is working here. King is better placed. The king is still in the back rank. So she's making some progress. Wouldn't be surprised if she actually won this game, but there's still a long way to go in this end game. But you know, Arena's feeling like this. If I could win to start the tournament with 2 blacks in a row,
wow,
that would put a lot of wind to her sails and put heavy-duty pressure on her chasers as she tries to rack up the score in such a way as to make herself impossible to catch. A 9th championship after not being able to win so many in a row. She pressed pause for quite some time, did Irina, as Nasi Pakidze won,
Sabina.
not just 1, but 2. Sabina Foyser won 1. Jennifer Yu won 1. It was like, what happened to Irina?
Yeah.
And then she won last year in the online event, still a legit championship. She managed to do that. We remember that final moment when she put both hands in the air as she won the game. That went like viral. Like, oh, she was so relieved and so happy as she won that game and the championship for her 8th. If she wins now, guys, it's a long way to go yet, but she shows that kind of form. She'd be incredible, as right now she's the only favorite to have won yesterday, as we see the other 3 players. We're not expecting any of these 3 players to make a lot of noise in this event. Her real competition, which should be coming from Carissa Yip and Nazi Pakidze, who drew their games, and Anna Zatonsky and Tatev Abrahamian, who lost their games. So right now, Arena is thinking, I'm going to extend the lead and let them figure out how to catch me. We'll see whether or not she can win this one. Still far away, as we said.
Well, I'm definitely expecting Begim to make some noise for her championship in this event. And actually, speaking of that, let's see what she's doing. I don't think we've seen her game yet.
We'll pop it right up on the screen. I just wanted to show a moment that I thought was very trappy and rather a fun moment to share with our viewers. In this position, John Burke against Alex Lenderman. We just saw this move, knight on d7 to c5, and John Burke set up in my opinion, a really marvelous trap, and it was a hidden trap. He played the move rook c3. And for me, this knight on c5 is absolutely, absolutely wonderful.
Untouchable.
I love this knight on c5. Just as in the French defense, I love a knight on f5. You can't touch it. And giving up in an exchange for a pawn, but also keeping a dominant knight, I would play a move like rook takes a5 in a blitz tournament in an instant because, you know, please take my rook. Bishop takes, queen takes, and at the result, I've got not just a pawn for the exchange, but I've got a very, very good knight. I want to put it like that. No, the problem with rook takes a5 is a counter sacrifice. Rook takes c5, d takes e5, d6, a very nasty little move. Bishop takes, bishop check, put the king in the corner, now take the rook, and now that I've lured the bishop to the d6 square, it's a very nice tactical sequence. So Alex tipped his hat and said, I recognize a good trap when I see one. I'll dodge it with the move king h8. And now here, John came up with a move that, well, quite frankly, wouldn't have been high on my radar. He did play the move queen h5, just intimating that maybe he wants to play rook h3. Well, he was chased quickly back, and the players have established this position. And
man, I'm liking what White's doing.
I'm not liking what White's doing.
Really?
You are liking.
Really like what White's doing.
You say that again. Sorry, Maurice.
Really like.
He likes
you
it.
really like. But why? Because this is like what Magnus Carlsen does all the time. He sacrifices a pawn. Well, they get some dark square.
This KG move queen to h5 opened up this long diagonal, which I think will come in handy later on in the game.
Exactly.
Now we see the bishop still a great defender on that diagonal.
Right.
Nevertheless, let's go rook to c4.
Excuse me.
Or you're going to take the pawn. You're going to take the pawn.
You want to take the pawn?
This is what I'm saying. Isn't this the kind of, or
wait,
sorry.
What? I'm going to take that pawn on
sorry,
f5.
Sorry. I want to put my queen on g7, my bishop on e5, and my queen on h6, right? And play like Magnus does. And Magnus mates the people when there's a bishop on b5. Out of the way of the king side.
Well, now I'm going to sacrifice.
Yes, you are. Of course,
I'm ready to sacrifice.
Right.
Rook takes c5.
Of course, you are. Absolutely. And this is the way to go. Okay, this I believe
rook
is
to c8, bishop to b6, and it's very. I mean, I do have 2 pawns. And
Yeah.
I have that D pawn. That's running down the
D
board.
pawn looks delicious.
I know.
That guy is
I'm doing
running.
it the wrong way.
I really like white.
I want to sacrifice. Okay, I'll show you the position I want, so you can appreciate that I am genuinely interested in sacrificing a pawn, right?
Oh, no. You're not getting this.
This is what I'm trying to achieve, but I'm doing it
We're
badly.
not giving you this.
Yeah.
I cannot give you this. No.
No.
No way.
It's a big question. So you go bishop to f6. I take on e4.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, how bad is it if I take on c3?
Oh.
How bad is it?
How bad is it?
I love questions.
How bad is it?
How bad is it's
This
so
looks bad. This looks bad. Okay.
It's so bad.
Forget about it.
Now you're on your own on this one.
I'm not even letting you see that position, Yasser.
But the question is how bad is this one? If I could
Well, I
put
can
my
go
bishop...
queen takes e4, right?
Pardon me?
Queen takes e4 is fascinating.
Is that a move?
Why not?
It's legal.
It's very
It's legal.
Well,
don't
now
know
I
if it's a
actually
good
can.
move,
No, but I can take on c3, right?
I don't know if it's a good move, but it is a legal move. It's for sure.
So
Now,
rook f7.
Rook f.
The other rook to f7.
The rook on f1. Or
Rook
the
on f1. Rook on f1.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it wrong. I apologize.
Rook on f1 to f7.
Holy smokes!
But are we not up a pawn right now?
You're up a pawn.
Yes.
Yes.
What
yes,
is
you are.
this? This looks like busted. By the way, g3 was playable as well?
No, this is fine actually. You have knight f2 and knight
No.
d3 check.
Why not
Knight
g3?
f2.
Excuse me. Why not g3 right now? What do you have?
g3. Wow.
Exactly.
What a move.
My bishop guards f1. I'll come out when time is, unless you have a tactic. I want to
and
take your b7 pawn. I don't believe you.
It does look safe.
Yeah, it does look okay. I mean,
I can
it's
get
a
to
pawn.
h3. I can get to h3 in this position. So why can't I?
So what if I just
Are you
simply...
gonna mate me? Like what's happening? I take
No,
on.
no,
I'll take
it-
and take and.
These are the things again that I've seen. The white players, Magnus has just such a slippery eel, right?
yeah.
The white players building up all of the things, and then suddenly, oops, the bishop on b5.
But I think
turns out
that,
to be
but that's
misplaced.
why I'm so impressed by what White has done. White has softened the black position. Queen h5. I don't know if it's precise, but I like. It feels Fischer-esque. It feels like a move like I want you to play pawn g6. It looks like it's not going to do anything to you. I'm just going to make you play that move, and then I'm going to figure out how to get in because of your weakness. Your king is that much more exposed than the black king, and it just feels like something slow is
Just
coming.
one
Another
second.
question. What
Can
if
we
I
go
just
back to
take
bishop
the pawn?
f6?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I don't think that line was finished.
Which
Bishop to
line?
f6.
Take.
So we said take, and now we said queen takes e4. Was that?
Yes.
Now, what
And
if I
here
take on c3?
took on e4.
I want to take on c3 because you have a lot of things under attack right now. King to g8.
Yep. The knight on c5 is doing a great job.
I understand. Queen to d4 is coming, and you
It's
might
going to be played
checkmate
right
me.
now. Mhm.
So let's see. Rook takes f1. I have to take on f1.
Clear.
Yep.
Bishop takes f1 box. And again, you're threatening check and mate. So
Now
let's
rook to f8. Let's see
So
how
we are
this one-
threatening you. You can pick up my queen
Right.
with queen check and queen takes h7 and g7 and queen takes e7. But at the end of the day, there's
That's
a
a
mate.
checkmate. Yeah.
You win my queen. Your white's queen will end up on c7, but the rook will end up on f1. So you can't.
So let's
So what's the
defend.
deal with queen h8 check and queen h7 check?
And king to e8.
And then take some slurps
Just
and pawns.
running around.
Okay, hold on. There's a bishop b5. I don't really need it. I could take another pawn. I'll have 3 pawns. Okay, I'll take the 3rd pawn for now. Let's see what happens.
And now the queen f7 position. How
Queen
is
f7.
Or
I'm playing
am I-
bishop to b5 check.
I was moving my king, actually.
Okay, you
King
can
to
move your
d8.
king. I'm going to move my bishop. No, I'm not playing that
too
one.
many
I'll move my
pawns?
bishop.
It feels like it's too many
I'll
pawns.
just move.
I'm not 100% sure. Go ahead and continue the line. Bishop e2, Maurice? Something like bishop e2?
I just want to see where your knight's going to go. I want to attack you, so I'm going to go bishop e2. Yes.
Okay, but now I feel like, oof, I ran all the way out of the danger zone when you were mating me on the long diagonal. The king will actually
But
be
bishop
safe.
to f3
Bishop
now.
f3.
Bishop F3, and how many pawns did you say?
3.
A lot.
I've got 3.
A lot of pawns. That's a lot of pawns. Yeah.
I got 3 pawns.
That's a lot of pawns.
And one of them is going to go down the board very quickly.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I was hoping
There's
for
no Queen
a rook.
E1. There's
No,
no
I
Queen
know
E1.
there's no
That's
Queen
never
E1.
going to happen.
But I was hoping for a rook F3 and a Queen E3. That might tickle.
By the way, none
I
of
can
this
play
is
Queen
going to
G7.
happen.
No.
He played rook c4.
I don't believe that.
None of this is going to
None
happen.
of the above. I'll
Bishop
gladly
clubs.
play white if you want me to in that position, by the way, the one you just got.
And the other question
But they played it. Bishop to f6. He didn't take on e4.
Oh.
He played rook c4.
Oh, well, that was what I was trying. You guys wouldn't let me do it, but that was
played
what I
rook
was
c4.
trying to do. I was trying to put my bishop on e5 like a hero, and
He took on f3.
he took on f3.
He took on f3, yes.
Which is fine. And this was the position that I was actually aspiring towards, with, again, queen coming over here, ideas of f3. But he played it much more simply, did John Burke. He captured on f3. And again, I'm thinking that black is fine. I don't see the problem.
I'm a bit surprised how fast he played this move, rook to c4.
Yeah, that one move I am not.
Because f takes
I
c4
thought
was definitely something to consider.
Oh, no question
At least
about
consider it.
I would have.
Because it's a pawn.
I would have
after all.
thought that was the primary move, actually. And again, John Burke is one of our tournament leaders. This young man comes in as the lowest rated player, the youngest player in the field, and our U.S. junior champion. And he's acquitted himself nicely. He came on the show yesterday, and in an interview he said, well, one of my goals for this tournament was to win a game.
Yeah. In this type of tournament, you're always afraid that you're not going to win a single
that
game.
You're in
up until you
wrong
win
company,
that game.
right?
Exactly.
So that victory yesterday sure put some wind in his sails. But
Yeah,
now we
sir.
do- yes.
I got to show you this line.
Uh-oh.
Beautiful stuff. All right. Now that we, all the grandmasters looked at it, and the computer's like, you bunch of
Get
idiots.
out of here.
No, actually, we are justified in our analysis. Bishop f6. The engine absolutely agrees. No way in the world you move your rook. You take on e4, of course. These exchange sacks are just natural, no question about it. Now, Yasser, you had mentioned that right here, I think you wanted to, instead of playing that, to take.
Yeah.
Right?
Also to consider this, and bishop f6.
And bishop f6, except g4.
Lifting the kimono.
Except it's not that kind of straight kimono lifting, because you have the light square bishop, you have complete control on this side, and you're going to take this pawn, and you're getting your own attack going, and this is supposed to be better for white in this position.
I wouldn't necessarily agree. I mean, the computer. But go ahead, bishop e5, kill us.
Okay.
Take, rook takes, oops.
Sorry, my fault.
No worries. Rook takes, pawn takes, rook takes, I guess.
I assume, yeah.
Rook. Oh.
Be careful what your next move is.
I was going to play rook g8, bishop c5. No,
you see
wait a minute.
there's a tactic.
Yeah, there's a tactic.
You actually
Wait, let's
you
look at
survived
that.
that.
Let's look at that.
You survived that.
So rook
one.
to
Yeah.
g8.
Like,
With the
take,
idea
take,
of queen g7,
take,
of course, is
take.
what I wanted.
And this one.
Right. And I'm threatening mate on g1.
That's pretty. This check,
that'll force
this check
a perpet.
draws.
I don't think
that's
you
all
have
we get.
more than perpetual.
Yeah, perpet will draw the
that
game.
wouldn't work.
Okay.
So g4, bishop e5, gf5.
Take.
Take. Hold on. Press pause. Take. Okay, what about right here? I can't make this work. I can't make that work.
All I want to do is black is play queen g7 and rook
No, I
g8,
have to
or
take
rook
this.
g8 and queen g7. So rook g8.
And rook g8. Okay.
And
so
again,
now-
your extra pawn is this pawn on c2. It's not that meaningful for the moment.
What about, you have rook g5? What about takes this move?
Rook g5, yeah, that is the move. I think it's the only move.
Knight e4?
Actually, knight d7, knight e4. Oh, I like that.
Can I see knight e4 there?
Yeah, knight e4
No,
might
it's
kill the
not
game,
working.
actually.
It's not working, so I got to back up.
And again, I've
Where am I?
seen Magnus Carlsen just
No, this is pure
checkmate
tactics.
a lot of players.
This is pure tactics,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Let's get some digital
Right?
assistance.
Yes, please.
From here, f3 takes, bishop f6, g4. You played here, right? Takes. And you wanted to play rook g8, agreed best move. Wow, I'm never finding bishop d2 to save my life.
Wow.
That's
Good luck.
insane.
Wow.
What is that?
And look at that. Knight e4?
No, come on.
Followed by queen c5.
Followed by queen c5
That's insane.
and threatening
But
mate on
what is White
g1?
doing right now? Like, what was the point of this move?
Rook g5
Rook g5.
against queen g5, queen g7.
To stop queen g7, that's right.
Right?
Right?
That's very sophisticated.
Right?
That's ultra sophisticated.
But if you just stop right here and you think to yourself, well, black's minor pieces look pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rook on g8 looks pretty good. Maybe the queen needs to be improved. I don't know, but for me, I kind of like black, frankly, and queen
Well,
e7.
the engine disagrees with you guys in
I
that
understand.
specific position. But right now we're in a totally different game where black seems to have weathered the storm.
Yep.
Because this rook maneuver, that
Maybe
looks,
not so
well,
good.
none of us like that. And I
This
gotta
could
say-
have been a wild one, but we do have a really wild one happening.
And by the way,
the
a
Dania
game-
versus Jeffrey.
A game that I called as a win for Dania.
Me too.
You guys are bragging
How about you? How about you, Maurice? How about you,
You guys
Maurice?
picked the easy pick
By the way,
and
rook,
forced me off of the pick. Come on now, not even try.
rook f5 to f4. By the way, a move that we really hesitated about. That was Dania's
He found it.
move. And guess what he found after f5? By the way, kudos to Jeffrey for finding f5. That's just an ornery move. That's just not playing ball the way we wanted. b4.
He played it.
But
found all the
b5 was a step too far. I mean, that was tough on Jeffrey. Jeffrey took the pawn, knight e3, and we've caught up to the
Oh,
players.
he missed b5.
Yes, that was an
Now, the thing
amazing
about
tactical
Dania,
move.
the thing about Dania is that
Yeah.
he's really good in these positions.
It's
Really good. Like,
Yeah.
really good. Which is why I would have picked him if I could go first and said, you guys got to
Excuses.
go first.
All I'm hearing is
Forced me
excuses.
off the pick.
And by the way, he's got like 12 different variations, and
right.
he pulls one up. I'm going to go with excuse number H today because D yesterday
It's
didn't work
unfair
for me.
you guys get to go first because you run the show.
Yeah,
Not good.
baby.
Next
Well
time.
played.
Yeah, well
played.
Well done. You get the initiative. That's great. That's great. That's one of.
And by the way,
No, draw.
Barr
Excuse
said
me.
a win.
Going
for
on
Jeffrey.
the win for Jeffrey.
That's
draw,
going on a limb.
The draw on my side was going out on the limb.
The game is not over.
Okay, but
is not
Jeffrey
over.
winning the game, VAR, that was just ridiculous.
Okay.
Anything still can happen.
Okay,
Anything
still can
why?
happen.
Because I'm still liking White Dania's position a lot. Look, come on. Look
Dania's
at the
crushing this
firepower he's
Let's not
got
talk
on the
about
king
it.
side.
Yeah.
He's got these doubled rooks. Once we play the move knight takes f5, not only does this knight suddenly become loose, but it unleashes all kinds of checkmating ideas. Like the moment I block the bishop for coverage of f8,
Yeah.
the double rooks on the f file just prance. So it feels like bishop takes b4, winning this pawn was too dangerous a move.
It just undermines that central knight. That is black's jewel.
Yeah.
If you lose that,
G6 looks like it has to be played, and then you close your eyes and pray. Like
that you don't get checkmated, right?
you just hope you.
So what if
You just hope you stay together in his position because that looks like danger, Will Robinson everywhere. But before we get back to this, we've got a blunder alert that may make tomorrow's show for sure, and that is in this position, Tatev. Unfortunately, let's just get to, the youngster was deciding on some
Carissa.
things, and we were here.
Right.
Carissa, bishop e3, queen to e5, knight d2, rook g8, f4. Let's be aggressive. Get your queen out of there. Queen f2, hitting the c5 square. Rook c8, rook a d1. She built her position up with power, hoping to somehow get the armor. Everybody's in the way.
Right.
Everybody's in the way.
Right.
But then this move, bishop c6, a sad blunder. Why? Because knight e4 is going to crack f6. Knight e4 is going to crack f6. If I could just play knight e4, I'm going to take on f6. But your pawn is guarding the square, and the pin is not on. So what do I need to do? I need to move this bishop out of the way with a
Bishop
tempo.
h7.
All I got to do, just move the bishop out of the way with a tempo.
Oh, no.
Tickle, tickle. Guess I'm fake threat. Fake threat. I really want to play knight e4 so I can take on f6 and end your life. That is a big problem right now in the position. What are you supposed to do about this? This looks bad.
Dear.
Is what it does.
Oh,
This looks
dear.
really, really bad.
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, bishop c6 is so tempting. French defense players dream of their light squared bishop being playing the role of a hero, you know, in the epic. And bishop c6 is so tempting. It's just mistimed, though.
Yes,
Bishop
just allowing
h7 just, ooh.
big time moves. Now, I'm going to play out the line. Rook g7,
Knight
knight to
e4.
e4, hide the queen.
Okay, go to b4. Go to b4.
B4,
Be
okay, fine.
active.
Knight takes f6.
Knight f6,
King
bishop
d8,
d4,
king f7.
Okay.
Guard.
No,
The
no.
knight.
This is, you cannot survive this.
And by the way, this move bishop d4 also stops the only threat, d5, d4,
D4, yeah.
opening up the bishop on c6. That's a
Unsurvivable.
gem of a
Like this.
move.
By the way-
F5 could happen at any point. I might even sack just for fun. Okay, I won't sack just yet. But everybody's partying, and black's pieces are completely
Guys, let's go back to Dominguez versus Caruana, the marquee matchup in
Absolutely.
the open section, because we have some huge developments in
After
that
the
one.
move e6, Fabi, who has lots of time on his clock, decided to play the move f6, shutting down the long diagonal, but at the expense of leaving the pawn on
He
e6.
did not accept that worse endgame.
Wow. That was bold and dare I say blunderful. I mean, white. That's a protect. I mean, you have to respect the power of the passed pawn. I mean, this is huge, guys. This
That pawn will
feels
be
terrible.
sitting on e7 perfectly forever.
Right.
That bishop,
And
you can never attack that thing.
Not only
I'm
that.
just trying to understand what he missed. Because it's obviously after queen to a7, with that pawn on e6, you're not going to have a happy life for the rest of the game. Now,
Is he?
no, but then I go e7.
And okay, it's
now
just
I
like
take
one
with
of
the
those, you know, like moments that I need a move here, and where rook e7, queen d4 check, king h1, and it's just not enough for the exchange.
Now, queen a7 is an easy move to miss, but what about queen b6? Was that achieving the same thing? Was that allowing me to preserve my pawn on e6 is the question?
And
Just
this
queen
moment,
to b6. Let's say he missed queen to a7. It's an easy move to miss.
He played it in the game.
He played queen a7.
But
so that's on the
you're
board.
saying that maybe he should have played queen b6.
Maybe he allowed and played this move f6 because he missed queen a7 and potentially calculated queen to b6.
Okay. So we're back to this moment where you think this is a great move. Queen
Great
A,
move, great
okay.
move, yeah.
And I'm trying to play the role of Fabi for just a moment.
Okay.
E7, rook E8,
By,
bishop takes.
by the way, I have some very ugly things in mind after d4. Queen to d7. What do you play after that
even
move?
legal?
What do you play after that move?
Oh boy, that's a nasty question. Oh my word. That's
That
a
hurts.
nasty question because the desirable takes rook a7 and
Simple chess.
domination of the 7th rank is checkmate. I don't have any way of defending. That's a nice move.
Maybe
I'll
queen
tell you
c8.
why I
queen
think.
c8. I think it's a good move in this position.
Okay, I'll tell you why maybe queen d7 is really even better than e7 is because even though I do believe that this position is good for white, I don't think it's like over.
Really? King
If,
h1?
if I get to play queen takes b2.
But you don't. I have queen a3 if I want.
Queen a3. Yeah, that's a good point. So you can just hang around.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an extra exchange. There's no question. But I just thought that, you know what I mean.
You have enough.
Because
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
control. But what you suggested, Christian, is really a great idea. Queen d7. And okay, if you want to play
I'm a bit
queen
worried
c8,
about queen to c8 though, because I feel like this might peter out into a draw. So if you take with the bishop, I will take on d7, and then I'm going to pile up on the pawn on d7. Bishop
Very
to
quickly.
f5 first.
It looks. Doesn't it look like Queen E7 works though?
Queen e7 is my next question. That is true.
Queen
to
E7 might be more accurate.
To avoid Queen C8,
Exactly.
just defend the pawn on E6 and prep Rook A7.
Yep.
Wow.
And I think the only move that black can play at this point is something along the lines of queen to d3. But then I think
Okay.
just simple chess, bishop to somewhere, f to f4, wherever you want to put it.
Well, if
I
you
don't
go to
have-
F2, then you can't go to the A7 with the rook. If you go to F4, well,
This is the reason why I put my queen on d7, because I wanted to preserve the
And
idea of
wait,
queen
wait,
d7.
wait.
Yeah.
Bishop F4. I like it. What are you gonna do?
Bishop F as black
Yes.
against Bishop F4.
Be very attentive.
Oh, Maurice has something in mind. I don't know what it is.
I think
but
he's
he has
gonna
What do
something
you
in
mean you
mind.
don't know? What do you
gonna
mean you
take-
don't know?
He's going to take the
It's
rook.
getting good is what it is. Make
you
a move.
You know what happened is not Tanya. The young family from Nigeria. He challenged
Tani.
He's challenging everybody at Puzzle Rush. So this guy purposefully got better at Puzzle Rush so he could beat the youngin.
No.
He played Queen E7 to set up a Puzzle
Brooklyn
Rush.
tactics, baby.
Brooklyn
Bishop F4. Let's see
tactics.
you stop the queen sack.
Yeah,
Bishop
baby.
A4, bishop
Let's
A4.
see. Let's see the queen sacrifice.
that's nice,
This is
yeah.
it is
Bishop
very
A6.
nice. It deserves a diagram.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's pretty. Brooklyn in the house.
That's right. That's right.
The
And by the
moment
way,
he started
and by the way, you can't stop it.
He did suggest Bishop A4 as
That
a
doesn't do
possible-
anything. I have Bishop D6. I'm playing straightforward chess.
That's the problem, yeah.
I'm just playing
Yeah.
straight chess. I'm playing Queen F7 on the next move.
Rook to c8.
Yes. Rook. Did you
Oh,
say
you-
Queen F7?
Okay, you do have this move. I
Still
agree.
tricky.
That did get tricky. I was going to play Bishop G. I was going to play Bishop F8
Yes,
on you.
you were.
But you are mating
And
me.
while I was crying,
Well, let's just continue playing simple chess, h3.
after the check or
Check.
before the check?
Check,
Okay.
king f8, h3.
Wow.
There's also
Okay.
the very sophisticated Bishop C5. Just if you want to play, sharp chess.
That, by the way, is a really Kasparov kind of a move, just blocking the C file, being tactically so
Yeah,
alert.
I want to play E7. I want to play E7, Queen F8.
I know.
I mean, there's so
Oh
much.
my
I got to play
gosh.
B4 now. I got so many goodies.
Holy
That's-
smokes.
Please
But-
let me get a position like
but
this.
Queen A7 is on the board.
It is.
And Fabi
Fabi
to play.
is thinking.
Probably better think a long time because this one's not looking
This is a
good.
dangerous position for him.
Very dangerous. Playing F6 was borderline irresponsible.
Well, okay, so kill me again, guys. So D4, bishop takes, right?
No, Queen E7.
Queen E7. That was, sorry, of course. Forgive me, I was, okay.
This might kill it, actually. So what if you start with bishop to a4?
I'm not 100% sure that this kills it.
Okay, I'll
bishop
take
takes
on
D4?
I'll take the pawn.
Okay. Now I'll move. Now at the
Yeah,
moment.
so you're missing
Again?
the tactic.
The tactic again.
Queen F8 check. Hello. Queen F8. Party time.
boy,
We got
party
the same
time.
tactic. Queen
Yes,
F8
you're
and
right.
Bishop C5 check followed by Rook back ring.
Okay.
Give
and
us a
this-
pattern. That doesn't
Same.
help. Same thing.
Doesn't help you
Doesn't
guys.
help. Same
my
deal.
gosh,
That,
I have to play bishop A4,
Yeah, but B3 now.
But now bishop
B3.
c5.
What's wrong with B3? Don't you resign if I play B3?
Yes.
B3,
You know
yeah.
what's the crazy part is that when I played the move bishop a4, I had some idea that I was actually hitting the pawn on e6. I apologize. I've got.
No, it's
I've
brutal.
got
This guy's in trouble. This he's
Queen
my
e7.
Guys, let's try to find a difference. There has to be something.
Wow.
So d4, queen e7.
Queen a7, Fabi to play, right?
Let's go d4, queen e7. I feel like there has to be something for black.
I think he's gone.
As a defense.
As a defense.
Yeah, well, at
this
least
point.
something that puts some
I don't see it.
difficulties in
I
front
just
of.
don't
Okay,
see
so
it.
bishop a4, right, blocking the mate of queen takes f8.
Correct.
That makes a lot of sense.
Bishop to a4 first.
Okay, so bishop f4 is forced.
Bishop f4. Now, can I do something here along the lines of...
By the way,
Nope.
I'm not
No,
convinced.
bishop d6 is coming.
Guys, I'm
F7.
not convinced bishop f4 is forced. Rook to c1 is a very intriguing move.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize. Oh, that's...
Where did that come from?
Seriously, like, oh dear.
But I think you can go bishop c2 and say that we're just
Try
going to
Bishop
shuffle.
c2.
I think you're just going to shuffle like this.
Like a study where, you know, the
don't
rook
play
goes
chess.
over here, you block it, you go
And then
over
rook
here, you
a1,
block
bishop
it, and you block the rook when
And
it
you
goes
play
to the...
b3 at the right moment and kill everything.
Right, exactly. That's the problem. The problem is in you guys. Rook to c1. Oh my goodness.
It's a fascinating position right now.
Any way you look at it, Fabi has got
Fabi never should
so
have done
many
this.
threats to deal with.
He should never have done
Woo.
this. Well, let's take a break, guys, and let's
Yeah.
try to figure out what Fabi's going to do. Because, boy, why would you let this pawn live on e6? Fabi's time ticking down precipitously as well. Wesley looks like he's in some good control of his position, too. So
Looks
a
nice.
big moment in the tournament already in round 2. We'll be back to look at some more of this exciting championships.
And we're actually
on the other side of the break. But what's on break?
We're going to leave you with a nice short video about the induction of Rex and Ginny Singh
Oh, it's a
into the Hall of Fame.
Very, very emotive night.
Marvelous
Everybody,
night.
you'll love these highlights for sure.
See you on the other side.
It's my pleasure to be here on this magical night. What a gorgeous place to host this event. It will be indeed very special for the folks who will be inducted into the Hall of Fame for sure. And I'm sure that the players are excited because last year, everything was online. And this year, we are back to playing chess over the board.
Dr. Jeannie Karen Singfeld and Rex Singfeld, if you don't know it, you are in a room of people who are so grateful to you and what you've given and what you've provided them. So it is beautiful to be here tonight where you are honored.
They are clearly the longest serving and largest benefactors that U.S. Chess has ever had. And a lot of the success that U.S. Chess has as an organization and many of its best players is because of their active involvement.
The reason we are here tonight is also the reason the Gateway City has become the gateway to chess. Jeannie and Rex Singfeld. I knew from our first conversations that Rex didn't just want his name on a building or a trophy. It was clear he wanted to do that most important thing of all, to make a difference.
This is a real honor to be inducted to the World Chess Hall of Fame, given that I am in this crowd and I am the only unrated chess player. Okay. So, and the final thing is I want to thank all the chess lovers and the chess players, the guys who are out there and the people who are lousy players like me. Basically, because it's been so much fun, you're actually making it possible for us to continue to do. And I want to thank you for this honor. I want to tell you how appreciative I am of being married to the godfather of American chess.
I had the idea of the chess club, but I never would have imagined what it has become. When I first heard that I was being inducted into the Hall of Fame, I thought of Bob Uecker, the former St. Louis Cardinal and Milwaukee Brewer catcher and current sportscaster, comedian and actor. In 2003, when he was inducted into the Sports Hall of Fame, he said, and I say, fellas, I really should have gone in as a player.
Everyone, thank you so much for joining us for the 2021 U.S. Championship opening ceremony and the inductions into the Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy the evening. Good night.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of round number 2 of the 2021 US Chess Championships. I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. I am here with my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Yasser, what do we have?
Well, we have a very exciting round. Hello, everyone, and thank you for sharing your day with us. We'll start going around the horn, and we'll start with a game of Lanier Dominguez versus Fabiano, our marquee matchup. After this move, e6, we think that Fabi made a blunderful decision with the move f7, f6, allowing this pawn on e6 to live. Fabi could have played the move queen takes d4, got himself into an inferior ending, but after f6, queen e7, bishop back to e6, we think White's advantage is simply overwhelming now that this protected pass, this pass pawn is going to land on the e7 square. In our game between one of our tournament leaders, John Burke versus Alexander Lindemann, this has been one of those games where both players at various times has outplayed one another. And at a certain moment, I thought that John had an advantage, but then he let it slip. And then Alex was doing really well, but it's one of those games, I think, a 3-result game still is going on in this one. One of our pre-tournament favorites, Wesley So, from a very quiet opening, has just frankly completely outplayed his opponent, Darush, and it looks at this moment, I would be surprised if a mating attack wasn't simply on tap on this one. It looks like White's advantage is overwhelming.
Darush also with only 15 minutes on the clock, Wesley with 30 minutes as we are approaching the first.
That's never very nice when you're in a bad position and you're losing on the clock. This is a game that have gotten our attention. Danya versus Jeffrey Zhang. We called this game early and said Danya was winning it as he had built up a fantastic attacking position. Jeffrey is fighting to hang on, and the last move, queen f3, is setting up a nasty threat of landing with a rook on f8 after we play the move bishop takes e4. The question is, if Black were to play a move like rook c8 to defend the back rank, how big is White's advantage?
Well, these players are going to answer those questions very soon.
Maybe Jeffrey can continue to hang on. Another key game, Ray Robson, one of our tournament leaders, coming into round 2, up against Sam Sevian. Sam, at the moment, looks like he's a pawn up, 6-5. Ray, however, has gotten counterplay down the G file. White's king is a little bit, I'm not that happy about my king on f2. I would much rather have the king on g1 at the moment. Knight c6 to e7 to d5 on Black's agenda. Is it worth the pawn? We will see. Finally, in the game between Brujan and Sam Shanklin, this looked like a even rook and pawn endgame for some time. It still looks like a draw is the most likely result
We
here.
might be seeing a repetition in this one. Check, check, check.
On the lady side, one of our 4 tournament leaders, Irina Krush, we thought was enjoying a superior ending as Black. She starts the tournament with 2 blacks. Anna Sharovich, looks like Anna's actually hanging in there pretty well at the moment. Earlier, we thought that Irina had a sizable advantage. Continuing, this was the game. Oh, right here, a crucial idea for White is White wants to play, Carissa that is to say, wants to play the move knight e4, and the move bishop c6 made that possible because there was a hidden tactic. Bishop moves with a gain of tempo against the rook, bishop to h7, the rook moves, and now knight e4, and oops, that is a pawn that is about to drop on the f6 square, and we think Carissa is in great shape in that case.
That is a decisive 1-2 punch combo right there, bishop h7, knight e4.
Exactly. In this game between Talia and Anna Zatansky, well, this is
a draw.
Draw. We can call that.
Moving on.
Yes. Earlier in this game, I had thought that White had played it very well, and somehow that Katya as Black was going to play bishop a3 and bishop b4 and make a draw. At this moment, it looks like White, Sabina, is slightly better. I kind of feel like I would rather be white in this position. Continuing our look around the horn, we have, another one of our tournament leaders just played the move d5. No, I'm sorry. We just take that with the knight, and we'll make a draw in that position.
Well, if you take with the knight, I think bishop d7 is what she's trying to do. But we're going to go to that point later.
That's a nasty type of a move, right? The bishop to d7. Okay, and our last. And that was our last game.
I think Begim. We haven't seen that one.
Pardon me.
That
yes,
was the last one.
There it is.
It's probably a good place to start because we haven't seen this game.
Wow,
yet.
Let's just go back a few moves and see. This came from one of those. I want to say Joko piano that these days has become the rage, and so many players are playing different lines of the Joko piano, and the players have reached this position. First looks are like white's enjoying a lot of space advantages, but okay, Megan,
there's a
she's
pawn hanging
eyeballing this pawn on b5. There's the potential that something could go wrong on the e file. That there could be a pin, and so, but still, you think that white is for choice? Not so clear.
White is definitely for choice. Nevertheless, it does feel like black is doing the right things, try to equalize at this point. Like the rook on e6 is a very good piece. Rook to c8, I think, was a marvelous decision.
Rook to c8.
Rook to c8, yes, because what you want to do is play the move c6.
Okay.
You have to get rid of that weakness on c7.
So, for example, if let me just
d3.
play one of those, glue-like
Yeah.
moves. I'm gluing my position together. Defend the pawn on b5. I'll
let's go c6.
Support, and you're saying that the move rook c8 prepped c6, and why is that important? By the way, Christian,
Well, I
you
want to
wanted
exchange.
trade.
I want to exchange the pawns. Also, I don't want to allow you to start advancing in the center, potentially d5, e5,
and let's
just
go.
completely kill me like
Yeah,
that. I don't want to
push
allow
it.
any of those type of options. And this is tied to the fact that after b6, for example, I do have the tactic of knight d5. Whether that's a good move or not, I'm not 100% sure.
Again, you're exploiting the the pin on the e file, and in this case, we could trade off.
I'm going to take on e4. Be careful.
Oh, I apologize. Of course, you're going to take on e4. Queen d2 mistake would allow rook takes e4. Apologies.
So I think you can go rook to b1, but also my idea of I can leave the knight on f5 and follow it up with f5 exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This looks good.
Intriguing position. But again, I've got to go back to this huge marquee matchup between Lanier and Fabi, because these two players came into this tournament along with Wesley So, I think, excuse me to everybody else, but is the clear favorites. So when one clear favorite, a Lanier, can defeat Fabi, it's like
huge.
It's huge. And how big an advantage do we think Lanier has?
I would say objectively it's probably a pretty sizable advantage. Practically an even larger advantage because of that pawn on e6. Also, this impending penetration on the 7th rank. This one is coming. I'm going to go rook to c7. I'm going to go h3. I'm going to get my king ready to go on h2 on dark squares, hide it there, and then go rook to c7.
Okay, so my queen is hanging, so if I do, let us say, the obvious move, queen e2, so I'm tickling this
H3.
bishop, you cannot go rook to c7 at once because of queen e1, so h3 makes perfect sense indeed. Can I, do I have to pull a parachute with d4?
You can try to play d4, yeah.
Or should I just take a pawn?
Let's take the pawn, rook to c7.
Okay, now I agree. I mean, nobody's happy that I'm losing this g7 pawn, but it's not mate.
It's not
just
mate,
it's a very powerful check. But, okay, and by the way, we do have a result. I think
we do have the
I
repetition.
Think that repetition that we saw occurred, and the first result of round 2 is a draw between Sam Shankland and Luzan Brusa.
And queen to e5, you want to play? Let's take on
me,
g7.
No.
No queen to e5.
Sorry. I'm having.
You cannot play f5. That's the big
Right.
problem. You would love to defend that pawn on g7 with a queen.
f5, but the problem is
my
bishop
connection
d4.
between the pieces is quite amazing.
But is it because sorry,
There's no
I wanted to play queen c1 check.
There's no queen c1. Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Of course, I wanted to play queen c1 check, and to say, ha ha ha, you're going to have to bring your bishop back, but I am putting my queen on pre with the move queen c1. That what were you saying about the connection?
The geometry right now just simply
is
plays
fantastic
in white's favor.
Okay, so queen e5.
Yes.
Rook g7, king h8. How killing is this? It looks
it
gross.
looks bad. It looks bad. Let's go bishop to... I want to play bishop d4, obviously. Centralize the bishop. But you take that pawn. So I'm going to try to do something else. I'm going to go bishop to h6.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I want to checkmate you, Yasser.
I understand you completely. Rook
He's
takes
so proud of
h7. Rook takes h. f5 can deal with rook h7, but f5 does not deal with rook takes g6. Unless I have a perpet.
You don't, because I hide my king to h1 and then I play queen g1.
You dog.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nasty, nasty, nasty move. Oh boy. I'm trying to save this for Fabi, Maurice,
Good
and
luck.
I'm doing it very unsuccessfully. I mean, why am I so unsuccessful? Is it because the position's so bad?
Well, I haven't checked, but that I don't have to check.
It's just bad.
That looks horrible.
Well,
but
especially what I did.
Can he play something more tenacious? I'll check in a moment. But
Right.
I do want to talk about this game because while you guys were going at it, I saw this position, and I'm thinking, this is over. Queen c7. And when I saw queen c7, I thought, just take, play bishop d4 like we said, and this is just a matter of time. You're going to get roasted. It's going to be horrible. But she stopped to start thinking in this position. And I wondered, why would you bother to think? Why don't you just take on f6 and just do what you have to do? So I said, what other move could you have? There's nothing else to do until I spotted bishop to b6. And I said, bishop b6, I said, yeah, but this could be some kind of sacrifice to keep you off winning, put you off winning immediately, or what looks like just a devastating position. And then when I looked at it, I said, I don't really like this line. And what happened? She went materialistic. And I'm not a materialist by nature in life, nor I am in chess. So when I see things like this, I get a little bit annoyed that you're just going for food. And what did Tatev do? She said, I'm not moving my queen and let you get that position, a chance, second chance at that position. I'm going to take here. And when you take here, I'm not going to give you a chance to play bishop takes e4. I'm going to take this one. Now, unquestionably,
2 pieces for a queen.
It's 2 pieces for a queen. Bishop and knight and a pawn. It's bishop, knight, and a pawn. And it's this one. And one day f5 is going to happen to cement this pawn. Now, do we think that black is okay? No, we don't. But the other position looked like black was just wasted, decimated on the spot. The king was going to be so exposed in that line right here with knight takes and this. How do you survive this? I just want to stop. I don't even want to move pieces with all these bad pieces, exposed king. Don't move the knight with a bishop g6 check coming and your position, bishop e5, f5. All these threats are just instant. But she avoided this dynamic approach for the materialistic approach, and we now have this position on the board. And like I said, f5 is going to happen, guys. Now, I know black's definitely lost here, but what are the chances of saving this? Is there any chance if f5 and knight d5 happens, is that potentially giving white difficulty in breaking down the defense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen so many of these games where 2 minor pieces and a pawn are really sufficient compensation. Remember a game of the candidates between Viktor Korchnoi and Tigran Petrosian. Tigran Petrosian had 2 bishops and a passed pawn for the queen, and it was really, really hard to break it down. This one, the problem as I see it, Maurice, is black's king is really still in some kind of vulnerable no man's land on the center.
Okay,
as well.
all right. So let us
on f7.
Let us then introduce a new segment. I think our producers have a new segment in mind called Man versus Machine. In this case, the commentators versus machine.
Sure.
Can
Let's
we
do
line
it.
that up, producer? Are you ready for us? Here it goes. Here it comes.
Man versus man. Ooh, we got to turn on the switch.
All righty, righty.
Okay, well, let me bring that up on my board. Again, this is from the Tatev game.
All right, here we go. We're going to do man versus machine. Maybe we get some music with that. Some stuff eventually.
I got the Jaws music. You're right. The
Yeah,
Jaws
I want to hear
music.
some Terminator music.
Yeah. So
that looked very
G7.
delicate. I like something much more. But what's going to happen, folks, now is we're going to have Christian and Yasser team up against Stockfish.
Yasser,
3600
and we're going to
engine.
see.
Ready? Sure, let's do it.
Right, we got a 3300, 34, 30, who knows what it is. But it's definitely better than these guys, I can tell you that right now. Let's see if the two Grandmasters can team up and finish off this game. We're going to give you...
How many moves?
One of the hardest...
How many moves?
We're going to give you 10 moves to prove it.
One of the hardest things to do in chess is win a winning position.
Absolutely.
And this position really feels like it is winning, but there's tricks too. This bishop on c6, black, we don't want black to get solid. We don't want black to hold the position.
All right, I hear a lot of talking. Let's go.
Bishop e7.
By the way, you're not allowed, you're not allowed to look over here. I know
No.
We're not looking
Put
over
it on
there.
your board. All right,
Bishop
I'm going to
takes
start
e7.
my engine. You're going to go.
Bishop takes
Yeah,
e7.
so why did you give that bishop?
Well, I'll tell you why.
You want to take on
Bishop
e7?
e7.
All right, let's
And
see
then
what...
I want to go f5.
Let's see what he does.
Okay, we're playing bishop takes
I
e7
like what you're
back.
doing, yes.
Yeah. And then
We're going to
play
continue with f5.
f5.
F5 getting played. All right.
No, man. E5 is
Rook
coming.
to g5 is the response.
What?
Rook
to
g5.
g5.
Yep.
Bishop
We have to take,
c5.
right? Ooh.
Bishop to c5. That was the move I have missed.
Yeah,
that is
sir.
the move I have
cannot hurry. We cannot hurry.
Rook to g5. What a visual.
Painful
move that
visual.
was.
By the way, the engine says you're no longer better,
Forget it.
if at all.
Forget it.
You got
Forget
two
it.
moves and you're ready.
Forget
fail.
it. No,
Yes.
that
was the first edition of Man versus Machine.
First edition of Man versus Machine.
But did you see Rook
Two
g5?
moves for the machine to come all the way
But did
back.
you see Rook g5?
I did not sit.
I was
But you
looking
played
at-
it so easily.
With authority.
Okay, since it's the first time around,
Okay.
I give you guys
Just a
another
second.
chance.
Just a second.
I give you another
Let's
chance.
now give that bishop.
I got a
You
weapon
like it.
here, and I ain't planning to use it. I want to use it again and again. All right, let's back up. We're going to go back to the first position.
Is our king, right?
I agree.
Our
The
king
king
I
is
love that
definitely
these guys
in
are
danger.
crying over there. Hold on.
Why don't we
A
go
little-
king to h2?
Yeah, something very solid and safe like king h2.
What's your move? Bishop D.
Oh, wait, shut up.
I'm just trying to keep track.
Shut up. And we'll tell you. We could go queen h4, also tickle f6. We can go king h2 just to get our king a little bit more in safety. It would also
I
be
don't like
nice
queen
if-
h4, no, because you allow things like e3 and some pressure on g2 at some point.
But we need to open up the position to get
Let's
his
go
black
king
king.
h2. Let's just go
Safety?
king h2, king h3, g4.
King
You like
h2,
that plan?
h3, g4?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's
go
give it a
for it.
shot. We're going to play king h2, Maurice.
King h2.
King
Okay.
h2 with the idea king h3 and g4.
Knight f5.
Wait a
Knight
second.
Knight f5.
I did not play king h3 yet. Let's take that.
We're taking the bishop. Bishop takes f8. King takes...
E3. E3.
Oh my goodness.
Boom! Now G2 is hanging
G2
to
is
possibilities. Your queen's hanging. Your bishop on F8. That's
Wait.
yum.
So we have to take it.
But then he takes on g2.
With the rook? And
No, yes, sir, this is important. He takes with the rook and then he takes with the bishop. And then
Okay.
we're busted.
No, we're not. No, we take on e3.
Okay.
All right.
I
we
trust that you
busted.
calculated, yes, sir.
Why are we busted?
Because, he's going to take on e3. Oh my goodness.
What? How? What?
He's going to take on
Okay,
e3.
rook takes E3 played. Rook takes G2 check.
Never mind.
Queen takes g2.
Okay.
Queen takes bishop takes G2.
Rook takes e6.
Well done. Rook E6. Almost there. King F7.
I told you, yes,
King
sir. We're
f7.
in trouble.
Okay. No. We're ahead. We're ahead in exchange.
Where? How?
I'm
What?
not sure.
Look, we've got rook d7 check and rook takes f6 check, right?
What do you want to play?
So right now we're exchange up.
Because bishop f3 is coming.
And then we have rook d7 check.
And he's going to take that bishop.
And then we go rook takes f6 check.
So you
I'm
want to go
thinking
rook
of
b6.
rook b6. I'm thinking of rook b6.
The problem with, wait, Maurice is not
Yeah.
final answer.
Right.
This is
I'm going to call a friend.
Answer.
We're going to call a friend. We're going to call.
An opponent brain.
We're going to call on our audience. We
No, but
need some.
Rook b6, Rook c2. I think we resign on the spot.
Because after Rook check,
King e8.
Or he can.
Or
even
he
take
can
the
even
bishop.
take on f8. I think
Exactly.
we resign at that point.
So at this moment, we've got a lot of pieces. We've got a lot of pieces hanging down. We've got our rook on e6 is hanging. If we move our rook to on d1 to e1 to protect the rook, he's going to play bishop d5, and our bishop is.
Yes, right. I
hanging.
told you to calculate 3 moves ago.
Well, you're the one.
You
who
said
wanted
you
to-
have everything under control.
I thought we did. The final move was
guys,
in
the engine is saying you're only slightly better.
that's not what we wanted. We're trying to win the game.
No, that's not the way.
King
All right.
h2 is not winning.
You got your 2 chance. You want a third chance?
Yeah, we want a third chance.
One more
chance.
chance against this beast, the silicon monster. All right, I got the initial position.
You know what? I like it one more time. Bishop takes e7.
You
bishop
really want to
takes
give that
e7.
bishop?
Yes, I really want to.
He wants
And
to
I
give
want to
the
play king h2. I want to get out of the bishop c5 business.
Good idea.
If he plays
okay.
e3,
No,
I
no,
want
no.
to play rook takes
He's
e3.
not going to play e3.
King
He's going to
F7,
play
King
King
F7,
f7, Rook g8,
solid.
f5, and we're going to cry.
No. King f7. Okay, so he wants to play rook over, right?
g8, yes.
Rook over to g8. By the way, I've just been told Wesley
Let's
is
hurry
on the
up. Let's
verge
hurry up
of
with this
winning.
one.
Winning, verge of winning. This is not. we're not
This is
doing it.
tough. This is tough. No, it's tough.
All right. So the point, as we conclude the first edition of Man versus Machine,
And it was a
Machine
wipeout.
has done the do. The point is that position is not easy, and certainly we have 2 grandmasters trying to attack. Black didn't play too many genius moves, by the way, in defense of what you tried to do. You
Rook
got to force
G7.
Black to find moves.
Rook g5 was a good move.
Rook g5 was an excellent move, of course, but her trying this line, I'm telling you, I was not happy with the way Carissa played this game, handle it. Going materialistic was just not dropping the wood the right way. You had to hit harder and go dynamic. So we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, we have Wesley So, who is showing it, how it's done in his game. Where is Wesley? Here. Woo! The rooks look mean. Man, you see rooks like that. And by the way, this knight is just waiting to get into the act. If you could just get to a square. There's a threat here. There's a threat here to get 2 pieces for the rook. Right. This pawn formation is great. D6 drops. Everything drops. This is gonna, man. This looks like you have to resign. This
might be over.
You look like you have to resign. Takes is threatened to win 2
So let's
pieces.
say I go knight to d7 or knight to g8. Of course, I don't want to make those moves. But
Please don't make those moves.
But I have
The
to.
problem is
This one?
either knight d7 or g8 is either case is answered by knight e4. I know Maurice is about to play rook e6 as well.
I was so
but I'm
excited to
thinking
play
like
that move.
knight e4.
Oh, I like
Knight
that.
is so-
I agree. You're right.
Oh.
You're right.
Oh.
Simple play.
Yeah.
Simple chess.
Simple chess.
Oh,
Yeah.
Simple
yeah.
chess. No, that's
also,
that's
by
dominant.
the way, that's the
enough.
problem.
No, I believe that.
Yeah.
You are true, sir.
You're right. Oh, I also the chess whisperer told me that Ray Robson was doing really good. And remember, Ray comes into this round as a co-leader. So can he make it 2 in a row? Now, when we left it, I just kind of said, well, Sam's king on f2, I didn't like it, and Sam didn't either. He played king g1, and just about here with the move queen h6, Ray is the one with the initiative hitting e3. The half-open g file is a problem. Sam said, well, I got to close down the g file. I'll sacrifice the e3 pawn, and the players have reached this position. How would we evaluate it?
You equalized on pawns, right? But more importantly, I think, this rook on h2 is still far away from black.
Right. If you were to trade
that
the
would be
pieces
great.
of the rooks and the queen,
I think
put the
white is
queen on
better.
it, then it's a different story. But you're right. I think it's the rook on h2 is making a big difference.
Such
in
an ugly
position.
piece.
Okay, but concretely, how does Ray?
So let's go bishop d5.
Bishop
it feels
d5.
like the right squares. Nevertheless, you do have some attack
Temporarily.
G4. All right,
maybe
let's
it's just
see.
a temporary thing. I can take the pawn on G4,
You can
but the
indeed.
moment you move your queen, Roro, H6, and this, when this file comes open,
precisely,
bad things are happening to Sam. I mean,
and in fact,
I'm not happy.
Yeah, no,
I'm
this
not
is
happy.
not looking that good.
And probably knight f7 also has a similar fail, because again, there's a kind of a G3 tactic, like something like knight f7,
Queen G6 and G3,
takes,
yeah.
and G3 could leave me with hurt feelings. No, I still think it's Ray for choice.
Oh, it's looking really good for black.
Really big
And
advantage.
bishop d5 is not the only move. You can also just try to play a bit more protective with bishop d7, which I think he actually did.
He did play bishop d7,
He
by
did,
the way.
yes.
Inviting the same fork, which isn't, unfortunately, from Sam's, Sevion's point of view, queen g7 and g3, and the tables are turned in black's favor decisively. Maurice, what's happening in Tatev's game?
Well, here's the thing. We just did man versus machine. We probably should have done woman versus machine, because the young Carissa found the proper move.
Rook c1.
Rook c1 right away.
Get rid of that bishop.
While you guys were suffering over a move. She played rook to c1 instead of anything else. This is the computer's top move on the board, and she
Excellent.
did find it. But now the key was to be tenacious in defense. And as hard as it is to defeat the engine, it's hard to match the engine's move in defense as well. And instantly, Tatev went wrong. Against rook c1, the move f5 was the best move. Try to get something on d5 and go super solid. Guard your pawn. Instead, she played knight f5. And that just allowed the simple, I'll take your bishop, and I'll take your pawn. Once your pawn's gone, your position is about to collapse. I think she thought this would be okay for her somehow because of the pressure she may exert on this line, that this piece might be pinned. So she played rook d8, and now she's like, this is going to be party all the time for me. The problem is, we could kill this.
Hate that.
Just get that off the board. Kill that. And now you have to look at your position. Where's the attack? Where's the beef? Where's the attack?
Rook versus
You got
rook
nothing.
and knight
It's
versus
just
queen.
it's just going to be pawns dropping, threat here, your king's exposed. Queen c5 check is a threat, by the way, picking off this piece. There's just, I mean, at least you have to bring your knight back, and then everything is just dropping buttons, dropping everywhere. This liquidates easily into a win, and Carissa will now cruise. Her decision to go for material now looks genius, as she has taken on c6 and has taken on e6. We just saw those moves get played with
liquidating,
just bringing it down, making it impossible for black to put up any defense whatsoever, and the youngster is rolling on the way to a victory.
In truth, it was this type of liquidation that I was looking for.
We were looking for that.
Yeah, anything that just takes away these nice pieces. I want to turn our attention to the game of Daniel Naroditsky versus Jeffrey Zhang. Danya, when we left the game, was on the verge of winning an exchange, which he did win, by the way. He played the move queen f3, and after knight c3, rook
c4, yes.
yeah, bishop c4, and rook c4 netted Danya the exchange. But this is like one of those exchange up. Jeffrey already has one pawn, but this knight on c4 tickling this bishop on b2, the pawn on a3, as well as the pawn on e5. And I have to say, it feels like compensation.
It feels like a lot of compensation, actually. I'm not even sure who's better at this point. It does feel like bishop c3 probably has to be played at this point.
How about, okay, bishop c3, fine.
What did you want to play?
Either bishop c3 or bishop d4, actually, were the two moves on my... I kind of like
the idea of bishop d4, yes.
Because I was thinking, in case you did come up with a move like rook a6, probably not.
My plan
very
was
good
to go
move.
a5 after bishop c3. Stop you from going bishop b4.
Oh, interesting.
But that's why I like bishop d4 better.
Okay.
Because there's no more bishop.
So bishop d4, and I have ideas of gift me the pawn, as well as bishop c5. If you play knight takes e5. I'm not a big fan of bishop takes e5, but I would be probably a fan of rook e3.
So you don't want to take on e5, right?
I don't think
Absolutely
you should.
not. You cannot take on a3 because I will simply just take that with
That's
the rook.
right.
The
That's
bishop
right.
on e7 is pinned.
Oops, that's an embarrassment. You cannot take.
So how do we defend this? We have to get the king off
I'm
the 7th rank?
assuming A6.
Or just go A6?
Because I thought if you played A5, my intention was to play A4. Okay, and I just, but after A6, and
So
if
let's
I
go A6.
and if I did something similar, A4,
Continue with
again,
A4.
I kind of feeling like, well, for an exchange, you know, a good piece, knight on C4, yeah, now you're right. It's time to either move the king or do something of this nature. Okay, I like white, but how big is his winning chances?
I have to say, it's feeling like Jeffrey is definitely getting closer to defending this position.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, want to go back to our marquee matchup and to see how Fabi is dealing with his troubles after the move Rook C1, Queen E2 was played. We were looking at H3.
Which he did.
So it was linear. And Fabi said, I got to mix it up. I can't stand by and watch the Rook land on the G7 pawn. Play D4. Please play Bishop takes D4 and allow me to play Queen takes E6. No. So linear. I'm a fool. I'm in control. I'll take the pawn with the queen, Rook E8, and we have caught up with the players.
So how do you defend that pawn on E6 is
Rook
the big question
C6
right now. Rook to C6
is like
is that the only
one
move?
way.
It feels like the only move, right?
Probably the only way, actually, the more I'm looking at it. By the way, King H2 and Rook C8.
That might be an idea. Let's look at that. Yeah, let's
King
look at that.
H2, just inviting
Rook takes E6.
Rook takes E6. Hakasito downstairs.
So Rook to E8.
And another
Now you're going to give
Hakasito.
me a check, right, first.
And it looks like Anna Zatansky has drawn the game. They have to call the arbiter over. I'm assuming it was a repetition.
Repetition, yeah.
That they're looking. And there you have. Okay. Queen D5 check.
So I have to go King to H8.
Yes.
King to F8 falls after Bishop to C5. Bishop to F7, obviously, is a checkmate in one.
Exactly. So King H8 box. And
now you take, right?
I was going to go Queen E6. Queen E6 allows Queen takes E3, and it's Rook and Bishop versus Queen, probably a win.
But maybe you can just simply take on E8 and then Queen E6.
And that looks much, much more convincing, doesn't it?
I think that finishes the job.
Yeah. Wow.
The weakness of the back rank?
In this case, it's decisive. Okay, so we do understand that in this current position, Rook takes E6 is not necessarily
with the king on
great
H2. So I think it's very important because without the king on H2, you have a lot of like Queen E1 ideas or Queen to D1 check, and then defending that bishop on E8. So whenever the queen lands on E6, you have Queen to D1 check.
And by the way, Lanier said, not a problem. Not a problem, Lanier said. I'll just defend the pawn. Rook C6, King H2 is on White's agenda. At a certain moment, White is going to get ready to play moves like Queen to C5 and E7. And, well, that will be convincing.
So what if I continue?
Fabi has to play very... Yes, please.
I want to continue attacking that pawn. Bishop to F5.
Makes sense to me.
How do we deal with that?
Bishop to F5. Very sensible move. E7.
And now I have some weird ideas. Bishop D7.
Bishop David 7. Okay, that is a funny idea.
Forget about it. This is...
Really?
This is
I haven't refuted it yet.
I think Queen D5 just
refutes
wins,
it?
right?
Is it?
King H8, Queen takes D7, Queen E3, and King F1. And I don't think you have any checks anymore.
Oh, that's nice.
And you cannot take on E7. That's why I'm giving you the check first.
On E7 because of the back rank mate. Very nice. Okay. So back here, Rook C6.
By the way, let
Yes,
you guys
please.
analyze. We're down to this in the game between Yasser Seirawan, who's got one victory so far, and Nazi Paikidze. Looks like she's going to 1.5. The game is now officially drawn, and the youngster showing her stuff, not just winning her first game, but playing against one of the favorites and drawing the game. She said boldly, I'd like to win.
Yeah.
I may not be a favorite. My rating on paper, I don't look like a favorite, but I'm here to win. She was willing to put herself out there, not be one of those that hedge the fence and say, I'm just trying to play good chess. Showing her stuff so far.
Thank you for that, Maurice. And just double checking back in with the game of John Burke. Again, John Burke, our U.S. junior champion.
I see a pawn on b7.
We were wondering the same thing.
Where did that come from?
How did you get a pawn
Where did that come from?
b7? Well, I promise you that pawn is on b7. It does exist. It's not a ghost in the position, a ghost on the board. G2, G3 to stop this battery.
Very similar type of position as the marquee matchup of the round. Opposite color bishops.
Opposite color bishops.
A pawn on the 7th rank.
Same piece configuration, bishops, queens, and rook.
The king, it's...
Good point.
Actually,
weird. And a pawn on b7.
It's 4 versus 4.
And
how many do we have? Yes, 4. I can count, right?
And a pass pawn on the e7.
So
or
it's 5
e6.
versus 5.
And
5
it's a
versus
pass
4
pawn
the
on
one.
b7. Okay, but
Similar.
in Lanier's case, we think he's got the victory virtually in the bag. By the way, an extra pawn for Lanier.
Yeah.
Here, however, White's king is not that happy. But after the move g2, g3, that is a big pawn on b7. Again, how do you evaluate this? What's going on?
I mean, whenever I see a pawn on 7th, I always have to give the benefit of the doubt to
respect,
that.
right? Yeah.
I have to. I have to.
Okay.
Nevertheless, you do have this battery set up to defend against any sort of promotions with the queen on d6 and the bishop on c7.
In a kind of funny way, this rook on d5 is actually not great. It's not.
No.
I mean, because it's kind of, in a sense, in the way. I'm not happy about it.
I want to move it.
Yes, me too.
You wanted to go to d4. I wanted to go to e5, but I like this move, rook to d4. It's probably a better alternative.
Okay, you're tickling the bishop and forcing maybe the bishop to, I don't know.
Bishop c6 has to be played, seems to me.
To support the pawn.
All right. Do I want to start attacking? Let's go h5.
Why not?
I want to open up that diagonal.
And h4. The nice part about this is I'm not really fearing any queen trades on the g3 pawn, but now having said that, where is my play, right?
You have a beautiful pawn on b7. Make use of it.
I know, but if I play like rook b1, I'm still not threatening b8.
Let's go rook a1, right?
By the way, is the bishop on c6 that good? He has played
king to g7.
What were we saying about the virtues of patience? Like, why should I let you play bishop c6? I can just improve my king, make sure that b8 doesn't come with a check.
You know what? Maybe that pawn on b7 is not that powerful. Not that threatening.
It looks good.
It looks great.
But
not that
as you say, looks can be deceiving.
Oh, so move number 35 and 5 minutes for John Burke.
Okay. All I can say is let's keep an eye on that game.
Yep.
Let's again.
Look, that's a good position if you're White. You're thinking, my first U.S. championship, I won my first game.
Right.
I get a draw in the second game. It ain't the end of the world. I'm trying to figure out how to win, but that bishop and queen on the long diagonal says it's going to be hard to push it even one more step forward. And how do you get the white queen in the game? This could just be stasis. If it's a draw, it's a draw. You accept it. You move on. You say, I got a point and a half. I was just trying to get a win. Done. Now I get a little bit more. Hey, another half point. We'll take it. There are other people in dead last. I don't have to worry about it.
Not one
so
of
you
them.
can keep going. By the way, speaking of dead last, Tatev is about to find herself in that situation now. As rook f6 check was played, king e7. Again, I am a bit befuddled as to why this rook doesn't just put itself on g6.
Right?
I mean,
shut it down.
Less than instantly. Like, just do it. They talk about shut it down. Just put the rook there. There is one way to lose, actually, and that's to take something. That would be a really bad day at the office to see this show up on the board. We don't want this. We want to be able to play king takes knight on the next move. So,
rook g6.
Rook g6 answers the bell. Wow, she didn't play it. She played a fancy move, queen c5 check.
What?
What?
Is this real? Could you guys pull it up on your board?
Just
She
to
played
make
queen
sure we
C5
haven't
check, and
gotten a faulty transmission or something.
what am I missing?
I think
she has played it. We don't understand why.
You have to take the rook on f6.
Okay, so she's got some fairly fancy way of winning
And
the
then
rook on.
You take on c6. King has to go to e7. If you go to f7, I go queen c7, and that wins the rook.
No, but there's this. You have to calculate.
King to f5 feels a bit off. But you are threatening checkmate.
But just a second, you've got 2 rooks and a knight suddenly for the queen.
Yeah.
Why did she drop the rook?
We're
rook
missing
G6
something.
is just,
We're missing something. Tell me.
We must be missing something.
What-
Queen e5, king f7, queen c7, guys.
Sorry, what?
Queen e5 instead of queen takes c6.
Okay,
Queen
okay.
Queen
E5?
F, rook F, king f7, queen
That's
c7.
what happened. That's what she did. Oh, wow. That's just, what a weird way to win, but it is true.
Queen E5,
the
king
geometrics
F7,
of this move,
queen
queen c7, and winning a rook. Very good. Man, this girl's on fire.
Carissa.
This girl's on fire. That was stylish.
That was very stylish.
I mean, it was
would
so
never have
unnecessary.
done
It was so unnecessary.
I would never
But it
have
was
done it.
very stylish.
Like rook G6, you just play a la tempo, as you said, Maurice. But okay.
And another game that is about to finish, I have a
Wow.
feeling, is the one between Wesley and Darius. That one
Okay.
is not going to go the distance.
No, when we left, the white's rooks were dominating, and the knight was in fact forced to retreat to G8. And I've been told, by the way, that Wesley won already.
Did he? We see him right now on the TV. I don't think he has won yet.
Oh, okay.
Unless there is a frozen camera. No, it's not.
Okay, I think he's
alive.
Wesley's about to play rook takes G8, rook takes G8, and rook takes E7, and he's about to win.
That feels like the crushing blow. Now,
Yeah.
what he's calculating is obviously an incursion of the rook on the G file to G2. So rook takes G8, rook takes G8, rook takes E7. I would assume we're exchanging.
Rook
and then
takes
rook to
G8, rook takes G8, rook takes E7. So I've got 2 minor pieces for rook, and then you were saying takes, and the rook comes magnificently down the board to G2 with a check.
B3, take on
And
H2.
now we're assuming you want to create a passer, but the bad news is that once this bishop preps itself to sacrifice itself, I mean to say, for this pawn, while you're pushing this guy, I'm pushing this guy, no contest.
It's over. Yeah,
no contest.
It's over.
So we do expect that, and probably there are other roads to Rome than that. Is rook takes E7?
Rook takes
stylish?
E7 immediately?
Yeah, just rook takes E7.
Well, if you take with the rook, the problem is we're going into exactly the same line.
I'm not. I'm just.
What do you
I'm
wanna do?
taking the.
You want to go on H4?
I'm going to take the. I could take the pawn on H4. You're right, and I didn't think about it. What I was after was the D6 pawn.
I see.
Yes, I was thinking that I could. I mean, again, a choice of many many roads to win.
Stop playing with your food. Jeez.
You gotta teach the baby orcas how to hunt seals.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Look at
Some
this
seals get
position.
away, right? And we don't want all the seals to get away. Okay.
It's so
But what
dead.
is the
is so
what?
dead.
Okay, what is the most convincing
By the way, he took on
victory?
E7. He took on E7. With a rook.
Convincing way. I mean, there were many ways, obviously, Maurice. But what did the computer say?
Oh,
was
the
best
computer
way?
said. Oh, I can.
No, he did take on E7.
He did take on E7.
And maybe he should take on H4.
Perhaps.
That extra pawn.
You guys just get play with your food. Rook takes E7, best move. Followed by bishop takes H4.
I feel it's just the way to finish the game right now.
Rook takes E7, bishop H4. That's what he did with rook takes E7 and
Yeah.
bishop takes H4. According to, but I'm sure again it's just playing with your food. There's
Right.
You guys have shown so many winning variations. It's not even funny.
Well, it is fun when you're.
It's fun for Wesley, I can tell you that.
When you're on the happy side.
This is terrible.
And life is really good. I mean, you
Man,
know, the
Darius
sun
is,
shines.
he's suffering right now.
He's going to 0-2 also, by the way, after losing yesterday
Yeah,
to John.
Don't forget about that. But a nice win. And by the way, this was one that Wesley won not because of his great stellar preparation or something like that. This was just a 27,800 beating a 26,700.
You know what?
player.
We've seen it time and time again. The last time we saw it for Darius, We watch
At
him
the
get
Sinkfield Cup?
great opening after great opening after
Sinkfield
great
Cup,
opening
yeah.
in the Sinkfield Cup, and the same thing happened. It's not about the opening at this level. It's absolutely about great play. And you've got to, I think he needs to keep the opening prep, but maybe pull that back a bit and get deep into what's going to make him a 2,700 player so he can fight.
By the way, Danya versus Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, again, has a pawn for the exchange, and he's making it as difficult as possible for Danya to win this game. We'll keep an eye on that, but we have special guest in studio.
We do. We have the first victor of today's round. Carissa Ip is with Maurice.
Yes, the number 2 player in the women's event, International Master Carissa Yip. Congratulations, Carissa, on your game. You seem to come into the game with like fire in your eyes with the sacrifice in the opening. I'll go back to this point here where you play rookie 1. You insisted you're not taking back on C3. Tell us about your preparation.
Well, actually, I wasn't expecting Queen B6. I was expecting Bishop D7 on move 7, and then in that case, the sacrifice doesn't work as well, because if I play Bishop D3 then Black could just take on D4, and I play like Rookie 1. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like this line here. Here, like I'm kind of forced to take back on D4, and if I tried to just leave the pawn there, the whole idea of the line was like the queen on B6 is a little misplaced. So yeah, so she surprised me a little with Queen B6, and I had this line prepared a little bit. Like I looked at it briefly, but I really wasn't expecting to play over the board.
So you get to this position where you're both of you are arguing, as we see here. Nobody wants to take on C3 or you take on D4. And finally, she did play the move F5, and it looks like you saw red, trying to keep the position exciting, and took on D4 finally to get the action going.
Yeah, I think like the whole idea for me was that she was like getting low on time, and it's just like objectively, or practically, sorry, a harder position to play for her, I think. So that was kind of my main strategy. So I wasn't really looking to play like the best moves, but like the moves that would be hardest for her to deal with. Very,
very practical way to play. Indeed, when she finally blundered, like a straight blunder, it looks like with Bishop to C6, you seem to think a little bit here before playing Bishop H7. Why did you take so long?
I don't know, I was just like a little hesitant. I've been playing like a little hesitantly lately because I feel like I always don't really do so well at this tournament, so I'm trying to be like a little more careful and stuff. And I mean, at this point I had like an hour, so I had time to spare to really consider.
Did. Drop the bomb with 94. Now here, I wasn't too happy with your decision to go grab the food with Bishop to B6. Why didn't you just take on F6, since if she moved her queen, you probably would have done it anyway?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know, honestly. I just like didn't really consider that she would just sacrifice her queen. I was expecting like Queen B8 to be forced, and I thought like the addition of these two moves would be better for me. So like if I play like Knight takes F6 now.
And just get that extra nuance.
Yeah.
So then she sacrificed her queen. By the way, I had these guys trying to win the position against me after the queen sacrifice against the computer, and they weren't able to do it too easily. But you did find the best move, the engine said, rook to C1, and then she just gave you the game instantly with knight F5. She could have tried to fight on with F5 herself and make it a little bit more trouble, but then you were able to fly through. So you're at 1.5 out of 2. How are you feeling about your situation in the tournament?
I'm feeling good. Like I said, I always get kind of nervous for this tournament, so just kind of like trying to keep it one game at a time, sort of.
I like the shirt, by the way. New York represent.
Yes.
We've got another New Yorker. We've got a Brooklynite in the event, in Arena Crush. She's the #1 ranked player in the tournament. Your thoughts about her trying to get history with 9 wins and you trying to stop that?
I mean, I'll be happy for her if she does make it, but hopefully I can stop that.
All right, indeed. Well, good luck, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Carissa. Because just at the end, the very end, you won in style, so to speak. with this move, queen c5 check, and wins the game. But for us old-timers, old fogies, we play the move rook g6, and we don't even think about anything else. Nothing else crosses our mind. Did that move occur to you, or queen c5 was your first move? Oh, and you were going for that all the way? Because rook g6, we thought, oh boy, Carissa's going to win the game for sure that way.
Yeah, rook g6 was actually my first move, and then I don't even know, like I kind of got in my head a little bit, and I was like, oh my god, what if I missed something? And I was like, I feel like queen c5 is safer, just to get that pair of rooks off.
Queen c5 is safer. Okay. All right. Well, very, very nice finish. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Carissa. Wow.
What a game.
Safer.
Amazing. And we do have another result, Yasser, and that is Wesley So did finish off Darius Wiertz.
Yeah.
Gets his first victory, gets on the scoreboard with 1 full point, and Darius, unfortunately, is still on 0 points.
Exactly. Very important win for
Huge,
Wesley,
huge.
Of course.
Fabi is down to 150. 150 on the clock.
Let's look at that game.
7 moves to go. He hasn't made his 34th move yet. He's got 142. It's ticking down rapidly. In fact, we see there 132 actually, and he's got to make another 7 moves, as he has not played his 34th move as yet. And we see there his position does not look very appetizing, and he needs to make a decision. He's down to almost a minute now, and I wouldn't want to be him in this position yet. We'll see.
Bishop h5.
We'll see what he's played. Bishop h5, and we've got heavy-duty time pressure. Will Lanier keep the pressure on him? What's the point of this last move, Bishop h5?
Well, just eyeballing opportunity, I suppose, for Bishop f3 and Queen f1, and to try to disrupt, make some kind of a perpetual checks. It was funny because I was thinking that it was time to play h6 and maybe king h7 or something of that nature, and just make sure there's no back rank mates. But for Lanier, how many years have we been calling Lanier's game? And he's the guy who's always
on the defense against Fabiano.
On the clock.
On the clock, exactly.
Yeah, that's
also.
what I mean.
Yeah.
So he's enjoying maybe the fact that his opponent is the one in time trouble. And I remember...
And this is the exact position that you will enjoy for a very long time.
Absolutely. So this huge marquee matchup, as we got Wesley in studio, maybe to help us call this game. Wesley,
absolutely. Put him to work.
Yeah, put him to work. I mean, do you keep an eye on your rivals during the game, or do you just focus on your own game? You were aware that Lanier was doing well.
Yeah, I knew they were both in trouble yesterday, but I mean, I don't really pay much attention. I just focus on my game. I think pretty much the top players, Fabiano, myself, and Lanier, I think we had a long season, so we're very tired at this point. We just played a lot of tournaments, also traveling. I think we're not in our best form. As you can see yesterday, we all played some bad games. Today, I thought Fabiano played his first 25 moves very quickly, so I thought he would equalize comfortably in the opening. But now I see the opposite colored bishops, but it's still very difficult for white to win. But
even with this passed pawn, Wesley?
Yeah, I think so, because you can't really push it.
The light square blockade, there's an issue.
Yeah.
I understand, there's still some work to be done.
It's well blockaded, so probably it's 60% chance for white to win.
60% chance, okay.
Yeah,
since we're talking about that.
Somehow it feels like this queen c5 is not the right direction.
Anything
I was going to focus on that pawn on g7.
Okay, but black retreated, yeah, so he wasted the tempo.
but you can stick your pawn on e7. You can put your rook maybe on a good day on the d8 square as well. You can go rook c8 and rook pawn to e7 and rook d8.
I don't think I want to put my pawn on e7. I want to keep the 7th rank open, just so that I can massage you a little bit.
When you put your pawn on e7, you're one square closer to promotion. It's a good thing. This is a good thing, Chris.
That's what they say.
Teach your students.
There might be e7, king g8 also.
Okay.
Set up a blockade, yeah.
Wesley.
Hard. Yeah.
Hello.
Well, we're going to keep a careful eye on this because obviously Fabi's down to very little time. We do want to get to Wesley's game Wesley, they're in time pressure, so we can't do much. And now Rook C8 is on the board. As we see here, there's only 126 left for Fabius. This is a very consequential move, offering a trade. There's a threat of Queen F8 check, by the way, leading to mate. So Fabius better not overlook that one.
So H6 seems almost
a
forced.
real threat on the board. So
H6.
No, but H6 you take and Queen F8.
F8, King H7.
So King G8 might be the only move.
But then take Queen C8.
Right.
Then you about to play Queen G6. Yeah, this Rook C8 is very, very tricky. Like,
with 52 seconds on the clock.
I think Chirila is hard. H6 or H5 only move.
But H6 you're not worried about the sacrifice on H6 and
Bishop takes H6.
Yeah.
That's a good move, yeah, maybe.
A6 is played. A6 is on the board.
On the board.
Bishop H6, King H7, maybe.
Ding ding. No, but wait, maybe it's leading to a is there a perpet in there?
There's no perpet.
Perpetual? After you take on after you sacrifice a bishop and take on E8.
No, because he has got Queen E7 check, Queen F8, Queen E7. After King H7, Queen E7.
Oh, play the check first. Oh, that's a great point.
Gentlemen.
That's a great point.
Help me with your thoughts so I can share them with the audience. Bishop takes H6.
Takes at H6 right now.
And then I think Black has to play King H7 after Bishop H6.
So let's try Bishop H6 to make this point. Let's see if we can get it on screen so we can follow this analysis.
Yeah, Bishop H6 looks winning at first sight, but then King H7 I think only move.
So just back up one move, Yasser, to show the point. Bishop takes H6. If you take now, Bishop takes H6. If you take immediately,
we need to see the
what we were
players as
analyzing,
well.
just quickly, we analyzed is take, and then Queen F8 check. And Wesley's point is after you play King H7 first, drop Queen E7 check, and you get a check on the next move. So Black doesn't get to play Queen D1 check and Queen D6 and try to fight back with Perpet. So that was the key. All right, we can go back to the live board now.
That was the intermezzo. So Bishop H6 is possible, but after Bishop H6, you don't take the bishop, you play King H7, Wesley. That was your suggestion.
Yeah, so the point is that if take Queen E7, I have King H6.
Right.
Don't know. Bishop H6, King H6. It looks very close to winning for white.
It sure does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Really right there, but it does. That pawn on H3 wishes it were on H4, I think.
Because, yeah, after Bishop H6, yeah, King H7 looks like the only move, right? I don't see anything else.
Right, but then can't we just withdraw our bishop?
Bishop F4 doesn't do the job?
E6 is fine, maybe.
Well, I'm also not convinced that position, even at the end, the one that we looked at, when you give me a check on E7, I go all the way to F5. King G6, Queen takes 8, King F5.
That looks lost.
Queen D7, yeah, 2 pawns.
Queen D7, yeah.
Queen D7 is winning.
So this is...
Lanier, though, ticking down. Thanks, Wesley, for your patience.
Lanier, we can watch him.
Lanier is ticking down himself. Big result for you, of course, because a victory here ties you for first.
Yeah, it's a very long tournament, 11 rounds.
And he's taken on E8,
takes E8,
which I assume means he's going to take on H6, right?
Or maybe Queen F8 check, and he's thinking there's going to be no perpetual check. Queen F8 check, King H7. Queen takes E8.
Queen E3.
Queen takes E3.
Queen
and then
takes B5.
He'll do something like, no, I was going to say Queen D7 and then try to walk with the king.
No, but Queen B5, I put the queen on B8 and I just run my B pawn.
Whoa.
How do you ever defend that?
Apologies. So
Slow
we're
but
looking
steady,
at check.
No, but Queen B5, there's Queen C1, maybe?
Queen takes E3, Queen takes B5.
Queen C1.
Queen C1. And then I get King G1, Queen H2.
Yeah, King H2.
And do I get to run for the hills is the question.
There's a lot of running.
King G1. Queen, I don't know, Queen D4.
Okay, King F2.
Queen D2.
Queen E2.
Oh, Queen E2 now.
No, Queen E2 happens.
I think the game is
over.
over.
So maybe...
But what was wrong with...
maybe the king escapes, yeah, for some reason.
No, Queen D4 check, though.
King F1.
King F1.
And Queen down.
King F2.
King F2.
And then Queen...
And then Queen D4 again.
King E2. No more checks.
Somehow the king ran.
When there's no checks.
He took on
Bishop
H6.
H6.
He took on H6.
Whoa. That was not our
that is the idea. That's the main idea. He could have taken on H6 first or do Rook takes E8 first. That was our main idea.
Now King H7.
We just Bishop
King
H6,
H7.
but so what?
Actually, now I was thinking, Bishop G7, Bishop G7, King G7, Queen E7, King H6, Queen F6. I have 4 pawns now.
That's
You're
a lot
a
of
mean
pawns.
person. You're a mean person.
That's a lot. He did play King H7. That's on the board.
Okay, that's on the board.
He could take on G7, as you said, and just take a ton of guys.
That's 4 pawns. Yeah, that's huge.
Maybe we can see the live board right now.
Yeah.
I think we should see the live board right now.
The bishop
Yeah,
takes.
will he take on G7? He's now the one down to near a minute as his clock
But,
ticks down.
What move?
What move number are we on?
39.
39.
So one more move before we can breathe.
This
more
is
moves.
Two more moves. Two more moves.
Move 40, the infamous move 40, the
guess
last
you can-
move of time
You can
control.
also just retreat, huh? This bishop is 2 pawns.
Yes, as well. I mean, not as easy to break through, but if he can get the bishop, if he can get rid of the light square bishop somehow, or get all that material as you mentioned, what will he do? He's got 36 seconds ticking down.
Yeah, even bishop e3 looks very strong.
I think he's taking on G7.
Is Queen F8 a move?
Queen F8, King H6. Queen F8. Yeah, King H6.
King H6.
Queen G7. No, pardon me. Bishop G6.
Queen H8, King G5.
Let's see if he takes on G7.
16 seconds. He's retreating.
Yeah, retreat. Yeah, solid,
Practical decision. Brought the bishop back.
yeah. And so what should? Yeah, black is 2 pawns down. Huh? It's like
Still
That's
one
not a
more
lot
move.
of fun.
Queen bit. Yeah, also white can play just E7 next move.
And then just cement the bishop one day on the C5 square.
So what about Queen B3?
Yeah, E7.
I take that pawn.
Yeah, Queen F5.
Queen B3,
King
E7.
H8.
Yeah, white has Queen C8.
Then Queen B1, Queen G6.
Yeah.
Queen, King H8.
Queen B1 check on the board and only one more move to time control.
Well, if you're going to win the B2 pawn,
No,
you
but
might
now
as well
Queen
do it.
C1 has to be winning, right?
Ah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Is that a winning?
Is that the win? The bishop?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
No,
Seems far
I would
more
play
risky.
Bishop C1.
Bishop C1, yeah. You
I
don't
would play
take
Bishop
that,
C1.
You don't take
and
that chance.
that there is that, you know, I hate the idea that I could throw away the victory by going into what is manifestly a winning ending,
He's going
only
for
to
Bishop C1.
realize it's not.
Yeah,
He's
is
going for Bishop
it
C1.
actually... Does black have chances to draw if the queens are traded?
There we have the 40th move and one more move for Fabi. We can get off of this game now as
Sure.
Fabi will just make his 40th move, and it's going to be a long time before they get to their finish. Looks like Ray Robson only
His
drew.
game, by
Only
the way.
drew.
We
his
thought
game.
Ray was in the driver's
So
seat.
that puts Ray at 1.5 along with Wesley. Wesley, let's talk about your game. Let's pull your game up now.
I've got the
Yes.
position.
And your thoughts about the opening he played. He played Queen G4. It seemed to freeze you
Yeah.
for a moment when this happened.
Yeah, that's right. I did, if you know, I did the chessable course on 1e4, so I covered this. But I don't know. I forgot whether I should castle first or play d4 right away. Because there are these lines with Queen G4. Like I could castle first and then play d4 and then avoid this line. This is fine. But I thought, because I thought like instead of knight c6, I thought g6 was more accurate. That way, later after like d4 takes bishop g7. Black has some castle rook c8 ideas, but that's the main line. So that's why I thought he would play like castle, and black has a quick rook c8. So this is the main line, and it's well known to be fine for black. But I played knight c6 first, which surprised me. Well, first of all, I wasn't expecting the Sicilian with d6. Like I haven't seen him play it recently. So Queen G4, and I'm sure he prepared this, but I can't remember if I analyzed in my course or whether I was analyzing castles first. But
And you're saying that you're going to have to go look at your own course?
yeah.
I can offer you a discount on your course.
Yeah, I did it a few months ago. It always needs to be checked F3. So this endgame is just equal, but at least I avoid this preparation, B3, E5. Yeah, I think G4 is good because if you manage to play H5, then black is fine. Like if I play King E2, he can play H5 and then G6. Yeah, and then G6 and then knight D7, F5. Black is completely. But after G4 also the position is equal. But that's the thing, when modern players prepare with modern computers, hard to get advantage, especially if they catch you. So yeah, I think his critical mistake here is okay, maybe A6 a bit. I think F5 is a mistake. I think maybe B5 or knight C5 was more solid. maybe white is slightly better there.
Well, I always
I
have
think
the
F5
impression
was
that
wrong.
this defensive knight on d3 is so good that I'm anxious
Yeah.
as black to get rid of it, to trade it. So I would have thought knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 makes sense.
He played f5, and this is where things definitely went in your favor.
Yeah, I think he forgot after. I think he was intending rook g3 after rook g3, rook g8. He
Right.
just missed rook h3. I'm pretty sure that's what he missed.
Oops.
Rook g2, knight f2. So, I think this was his semi-blunder.
And why is this so bad? Oh, you mean this rook gets trapped?
Yeah.
Oh,
King f1.
that's nasty. Okay, I get you. I understand you. And so,
Yeah, h4 black is lost. Yeah. Take.
and here, I mean, it's one-way traffic now.
Yeah,
Everything is just really, really
mean,
good for you.
Everything that could go wrong for black went wrong. this game.
It has happened.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
a smooth win, a very smooth win, in fact.
Yeah, I mean an equal endgame, and then just he made some blunders, and yeah, as I said, I think the 3 top seeds in this tournament are not the best form. We played a lot. I played an online tournament just before coming here.
Yes, we were aware of quite a. By the way, you performed magnificently online and offline.
Thank you. Very kind
No,
words,
seriously,
yeah.
I've predicted that you would be the winner, but now you're here at St. Louis, and by the way, welcome
I'm
again
glad
to
to
St.
be,
Louis.
Feels like home.
And 2021 U.S. Championships, you feel really at home, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, this tournament is going to be very tough because there are a lot of ambitious young players, also some lower rated but very strong players. The juniors are here, junior champions, Sam Shankland. So everyone's very ambitious in this tournament. So, but this is my 5th or 6th. I think this is my 6th U.S. championship.
Wow.
So I'm used to the tough grind.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. 2 free days, very useful for you to
Very.
get yourself into shape. Wesley, if you keep up your form of today, you're going to be right up there as a contender.
Thank you. I just want to play some good chess. I think yesterday the game didn't. I made some mistakes. So I don't even care about the result. Just want to play well for the fans, also for myself.
Are you serious? You don't want to win a 3rd championship?
Well, it'll be nice, but it's way too early. Just want to play good because if you make like 10 blunders and win the tournament, then it's not fun either. I mean,
I'll take it. I'll take it. Blundering my way to victory isn't the way I would like it to happen.
But you'll take it.
Sometimes you know,
lucky win.
a lucky win can be all it takes. And yesterday you saved a difficult game. So
yes, slightly.
yeah. Okay, Wesley.
Thank
you, and thank you for your comments for Fabi as well. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Anytime you want to be a commentator, come on down.
And by the way, we do have another result, it seems like it, and that is the other leader going into this round.
So
John
Ray
Burke.
Robson is drawn, and John
Burke
is
as
drawn.
well.
So a lot of
No perfect scores.
No perfect scores. There goes the Bobby Fischer.
And I don't think any perfect scores are going to happen on the women's side as well. As Irina has.
We still have Irina. We still have
Irina
Irina
winners from yesterday.
What I'm saying is I don't
Massaging.
think. I don't think she's not massaging.
I
She's
think
not
she is.
massaging.
Yeah,
She's not
she is.
massaging. I don't think she's massaging.
Yes, she is. She's definitely is massaging.
She's definitely massaging.
She definitely is massaging.
like-
Unless
okay.
something changed
We
from
are talking
5 minutes
chess.
ago.
Chess
We are talking
competition.
chess, yes.
Okay,
the
good.
chess type of massage.
Okay, but somebody has a big advantage. We're just not sure who. We do know that Lanier has an advantage of 2 extra pawns. The bishops of opposite color, ending Fabio is fighting for his life in this one, and nobody is betting on him. Now, how about the game that we called between Danya and Jeffrey? How is that going? Let's take a
Danya's doing
look.
really well.
That one definitely developed a lot. Since we
Wow,
last saw it.
materially speaking, Danya's doing great. He's clipped not just 1 pawn, but 2 pawns.
2 pawns, and he still has the 8 pawn.
And
That's huge.
he's got the passer.
That's
Looking
huge.
very good.
Looking very good, in fact, is Danya at this exact moment.
And I do believe Jeffrey just made time control.
And he
Just
just
made
had
time control, and
H3.
definitely he was in some sort of danger not to make it.
Exactly.
He has 28 minutes right now, but unfortunately I think the position might be hopeless.
I just love this move h3, by the way, because after the desired knight e3, we're going to play rook to f2, which not only defends g2, it does so with a gain of tempo. We're assuming the rook is going to have to go away.
I thought you wanted to play g3, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I wanted to put my rook on a2 and get behind the a pawn.
And then just,
but you're thinking g3 is even cleaner?
I thought this was the idea, but
could be.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Actually, the more you look at it, I can see
Bishop,
why you were attracted.
It's the question if bishop to e5, I take on f4, you take back, and then I have bishop g3 or not. I don't know if it clears the cobwebs. Well,
that looks
one,
pretty good.
If you take with the bishop, bishop g3 for sure. But I thought that you might want to take with a pawn.
Okay.
And now bishop g3, maybe something along the lines of knight d5.
But even here, I've got, if I get the opportunity to, I got king e6.
Then you have king e6, yeah.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, this is the question right now. But also rook f2. Your rook f2 was very technical. I really like that.
Right. But that would be huge, by the way. And back to you, Maurice, and the matchup between Lanier and Fabi.
You know, often in chess, cold, boring, machine-like efficiency is the way to go versus flash, style,
creativity.
Yeah. Sometimes that's just the facts of our game.
Right.
Mathematics rule, and that's not all the time, but sometimes that's just the way. You love it when math and creativity go together, but sometimes it's just about the math. In this position, the e6 pawn has been the most impressive feature of the game for some time. But as my old coach Gregory Kaidanov used to say, you've got to transform advantages from one to the next, to the next, to the next. And yes, you have this pawn on e6, looks really strong. Let's try to make it work. But sometimes you could just say, forget it. If I just play this check, take this, give you this guy, and I give you the pawn and start pushing the other pawn, we've cleared the cobwebs, your blockader is gone, and now, unless you can somehow manage your perpet, this queen's going to come back, start pushing here, and we're going to just milk this one home. Injin says that this is completely winning with white, the easiest way to win. In fact, these are the kind of positions we don't want to necessarily get into because of the potential perpets. But if you have a dominant queen, it usually shuts all that down. So it looks like this is how Lanier could have really put it to Fabi. He chose a different way, and now he's got to deal with a different, maybe more difficult kind of position. This bishop is going to be very difficult. You don't even see the plan. To be honest, how do you get that bishop off of the e8 square if he just continues to defend it with his queen? It's going to be very tricky. We'll have to see if Lanier is up to the task of breaking down Fabi's defenses, as Fabi's trusting that he might be able to survive exactly this position despite being 2 pawns down.
2 pawns, I don't know, Maurice. 2 pawns is such a big material advantage. I hear what you're saying. I think that was the cleanest decision to go into that straight queen ending without the bishops. I have seen bishops of opposite color positions where you think the defender has no chance, but somehow miraculously
something happens,
goes wrong. So yeah, but 2 extra pawns. Okay, put your bishop on g3, your king on h2, put your pawn on e7, and break it down. I mean, there's even h5.
I'm thinking
h4,
along the lines of
h5,
g4 right now.
Even
just
that.
to go g4 and try to expand. h4 and h5 as you
That would be my
mentioned,
plan. Put the pawns to work.
Yeah.
You got 2 extra ones, start pushing them.
Yeah.
You do have to concern yourself with your f-pawn being a bit weaker, but
then defend
you've
that with
gotta-
king g2.
You've got to
just
give
try
to get.
to slowly maneuver my way out.
I'd like to draw our attention to the game of Megan Lee for just a second. Now, Megan, as we know, went down in round 1 without a whimper. I mean, the Washington State champion really was comprehensively outplayed by Irina Krush. However, in a game that looked very topsy-turvy coming out of the opening, I thought that white was for choice. Check this out. Beautiful structure for black, 5 pawns versus 4 pawns, and it's Megan in the driver's seat here.
She definitely is at this point,
and
yes.
This is, I mean, it's really hard in these tournaments to come back from a loss, and she's playing really, really well for somebody who lost the first round game.
And this was the Italian.
Yes,
right?
that's what I mean.
Giocopiano, I think. This,
right,
that slow
and it was
Giocopiano.
a pawn on b5.
Yeah.
Remember, Megan had just played rook c8. As you said, she was trying to play c6 and trade off the pawn. But she's won a pawn,
At
And
that point, she was on the defending
that's
side.
right. That's right. And
But
here
one
she's-
of those central pawns, that pawn on d4, also the pawn on b5 disappeared.
Right.
How did that happen? Can we?
Yeah, we want to go back.
A couple of moves. 'Cause
Absolutely. Well, this is the point where we had more or less left it, and we thought. And by the way, she did play that glue-like move, queen
Queen to
d3.
d3, yeah.
This is where we thought that white was for choice, and well, check this out.
f3. Wow.
This is where Megan she's styling. She's playing great.
Well, I have to say, at this point, white just had to go into safety mode and try to exchange that b5 pawn for the c7 pawn.
Wow.
She's swinging around her rook way too much, way too long.
But look at this. Nobody's stopping
this
these
is not
pass
looking good.
pawns. C5, C4. Maybe you even want to keep the rooks doubled on the D file just to keep.
It's still not over.
It's not over.
This is
but
not over by any means.
By the way, extra pawn and good play here. So we'll keep an eye on this one.
We should point out that there is a player who is very much in a situation to be able to go 2-0 to start the event.
Irina Krush.
And that is Katerina Nemtsova.
Oh.
She had, remember, she beat
yes,
she
Anna
beat
Zatonsky.
a former champ, 4-time champion, Anna Zatonsky. She's looking to take down another champ. That's how you become champion. You start knocking out the past champion, saying, it's my turn. Look at this position she's got with black. She's got an extra pawn, a beautifully centralized queen, a rook that has to stay anemically tethered to this pawn on g2. She can get behind this one. Yes, it's passed, but her rook and queen will do a great job. And there's always the threat of f4, f3 that white will have to worry about. Black's king will be very safe on 8-7. No issue there. This one is rough. I might call it lost for white, as white looks passive as ever. No way in the world you should save this position. We'll see, as Katerina has 24 minutes. They're in the second time control, 25 minutes. She's got plenty of time to play this one. It is black on move as well. Is f4 too premature to play right now? Or
I kind of like it, actually. I also like getting the rook behind the pass pawn.
Oh, she's played even more
carefully. She's about to play even
move
more
king to
carefully
h7.
with the move king h7.
I
Again,
like it.
we like the patient way that she's played it. I'm just checking out the game of Irina Krush because I thought Irina had the superior ending, or even, I want to say, the much superior ending
Oh, she definitely
of rook and
does.
bishop against Anna Sharovich. And the players have reached this position, and I'm not sure that she's made the great progress that she should have.
Really?
What's your take
No, I
on
really
the
like
position?
what she's been doing.
You like what Irina has been
all,
doing?
All her pieces are on their optimal squares right now. That bishop on d5 controlling the position very nicely.
Okay.
You don't have a way to push the b pawn. You would love to be able to push that b pawn. And if you don't do anything, I am going to go rook to a2 next move. What do you do after that? I'm going to invade via the second rank.
Okay, let's see if two can play at that game. Let's say we play knight to d3
let's
with
go
the
rook to
idea of bringing our rook down as well. Maybe controlling the f4 square, rook a2 check. I get that. That looks perfectly
to
good.
E3.
King to e3. Now my
I
idea.
swing my rook on the h file.
Pardon me, rook to h2.
Rook
yes.
to h2.
All the way across. So how do you do, Hakasito?
Well, probably I'm going to go king d6. It does feel like the right move.
Okay, and we slurp a pawn.
You take that. I take on h3.
We defend f3. I don't want to lose my pride and joy over here.
And rook to b4.
Rook to b4. That looks like a really nice move. Geez, rook to c3. Wait, what is going on with
Rook to
I wonder-
h1.
Rook to h1.
Actually, no, I think I'm going to take on b3. I think I'm going to take that
With the
pawn.
rook or the bishop?
With the rook. Let's take with the rook.
Okay. So at the end of all of this, well, black has emerged. Pawn to the good. Okay. No, I mean, this is
Not
a good
over.
time.
It's
No,
definitely not
nearly
over.
By the way, Irina is now down to under 9 minutes. Her opponent has something like, I think the clock flashed there, something like 40 plus minutes left. We could bring-
40.
And this
maybe
is the
more.
second time
Wow.
control.
This is the second time control. So
That's
let's
it,
see.
9
Anna
minutes.
has played
42
really-
minutes, yeah, 42 minutes to 8:35, and she's ticking down. She's got a long way to go after knight d3. opponent's
did play
pressing her on the
93.
clock.
She did? Yeah.
She will potentially go down under 8 minutes soon, and her opponent has 42 minutes and 27 seconds.
Wow. Okay, we got to keep an eye on that. But I mean, Arena might be winning, but we know time trouble can cost so many half points and full points.
Absolutely.
And by the way, we just saw E5 in this Megan game.
Small trap.
Small trap. Don't. Yeah, I would be looking at queen takes. Definitely.
Can you
Anything
take
to
it?
be right?
Can you
Why
take it?
not? Right?
I don't know.
you.
I mean, that's a pawn.
It's legal.
It's
and
legal.
if you go queen c2 check, I do play rook to d3.
One of the rooks to d3. I'm not sure which one.
I like this one. There's something, well, yeah, there's something about this one because we could swing across.
But now I go rook to e3.
And now I go queen to f5.
Yeah.
Oh, but now you go rook to d8, right?
No.
What? Why not?
You can do this.
It's like,
oh my
the
goodness.
pins galore.
Oh my goodness.
I'm winning.
What's happening? How did we get there?
That
All
was
right,
pretty
wait,
funny.
Let's go.
That was pretty funny.
Okay, queen d7. I have to go queen d7, right?
Okay, so rook to d3, rook to e3, and you have to play queen. That's
Whoa. Then if he's going to do that, why don't you stop it in the first place with rook d8?
Ah.
Inverse the move order.
Reverse the move order, yes indeed. Maurice asking the salient questions.
So now I have to go rook c3. And how is that endgame?
Survival.
Very intriguing.
That was
ending.
possible in the last move as well.
Right. Okay. I would not take the pawn on h3. All I said is I would be considering it. I actually like just posting up the rooks and playing for c5 as well.
But
Sorry,
especially
Maurice.
since that line, you'd have to play queen b1, rook back to b3, and you instantly draw.
Yeah,
I don't
that
have to
would
go
be a
rook
perpet.
b3. I don't have to go rook b3. I can go queen f5.
And then?
Rook e3, rook c1 check.
And then d8 is hanging.
And then I take on d8 and I'm a pawn up. Because
Gotcha.
you're going to take on c7.
You're taking on d8, how? Oh, you're taking with the rook.
Just a second. Hold on, guys.
And I can't take on c7 because...
You can, but that's still a pawn up.
Yeah, but why would you play that variation?
Yes, let's get the audience involved in this little party. Queen takes h3. We are pawn grubbers around here. We are the materialists, and we have been looking at check, and what we were talking about is inverting the move order. And the first thing we noticed is that we do have this rook b3 and a perpet idea. But if we weren't satisfied with a perpet, what you were saying was, Christian, that now queen f5, we don't have this move rook e3.
You have it. And
Because of a check.
But I do have rook
And
to
then
c1.
at the end of the day, we're the one with the material advantage, and we're just in a major piece
queen
ending.
c7. Queen c7.
Yeah,
Queen
but we're the
c7.
one with the material.
You keep the
extra
same
pawn.
material advantage you had, except you've transferred it now to just surpass b pawn.
Yeah, and
you were always up a
vulnerable-
pawn. So the question is this way better? Is the position on the left superior to the position on the right, or vice versa?
That's the question.
That would be the question. I think Black doesn't want that position on the right. I think he wants the position on the left, where there are two fat pass pawns trying to march down the board.
Right. By the way, I think that's exactly the way I look at chess. When I'm thinking, I have an advantage. I have a position where I have an advantage. And I play a sequence where I trade. And I'm constantly making that judgment. Have I improved my advantage, or did it disappear in that whole sequence? And then I have to reshuffle again and go, no. That's not the advantage I
One
want.
of the
I like
hardest
the
things
other
in chess,
advantage. Yeah.
assessment.
Yes, that's exactly what it's all about. And especially when you're making a combination, which leads to a position that's, you're giving back material for activity. Did you make the right decision? The material is the hand in the bird in hand, right?
Yeah.
And you've released it. E5 on the board.
By the way, she played g6. So she did not go for that queen takes h3. She played g6.
Exactly. Here I was almost thinking that I would like to invoke white using a tempo, queen e4 check, to provoke g6. In other words, instead of playing queen takes h3, I would have likely have played c5 myself, expecting that only after a check, please use a tempo that, to get me to play g6.
But I do have queen c2, picking up the c5
I apologize. I'm not giving up my c5 pawn.
You
Queen
don't want to
c2.
do that.
No. Queen c2. Oops, my bad.
Yeah.
No, not. Megan, you're a genius. g6.
So she played g6. Now, obviously, this opens up the question of whether I can try to hook that pawn with h4, which you probably will deny me
Almost
with h5.
instantly, I will play h5.
You have to deny
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Right.
And you see these top guys. I remember so many Soviet Championship bulletins I would play through as a teenager, and I was always impressed that whenever somebody played
H4?
h4, h5, it was almost always met.
It's like in the Benoni, when you play a6, white has to respond with a4
yeah.
instantaneously.
It shows understanding,
Yeah.
you know. Okay, so we'll keep our eye on this game.
What
Let's
else
go
do we
back
have?
to,
Yasser?
well, I really want to go back to the marquee matchup between Lanier and Fabi and just see where we stand. 2 extra pawns. Well, we've known that for better part of 15 minutes. Just tell me the situation with the clocks.
Yeah, so right now Fabiano has 21 minutes to Lanier's 21 minutes.
Okay, even Steven, but this is second time control, of course. Very shortly, I suspect, over the course of play, both players will be relying upon their 30-second increment because, as we've seen from the format, there's no third time control.
Look, Fabiano needs to defend this one if he wants to win the championship.
Yeah. Did you know throughout virtually my whole career, the time controls were 40 moves in 2.5 hours?
Right.
Stop.
No increment, no nothing.
Nothing. 40 moves in 2 hours, adjournment. Then...
I never understood the adjournment. Do you adjourn only after 40 moves?
Yes.
Or can you stop at any point and just say, let's
no,
adjourn?
sometimes they played upwards of 50 moves. And then
They do?
They have. But you played this 5 hours. Okay, you played this 5 hours.
So you have to play 5 hours and you have to make it to 40
yeah.
moves at least.
And then it was 16 moves in 1 hour.
Oh.
Perpetually, forever. And I had an adjournment with Anatoly Karpov that was played over 13 hours. And
So
I had
you adjourn and then you play 16 moves and then you adjourn again.
And you play again.
Oh,
and I remember in the Olympiad, the game that couldn't devour China, where we adjourned over like 5 days, 5 mornings in a row. My opponent Zijun and I were playing. Our team captains wanted to kill us because they had to wake up in the morning
What
as well.
do the other teams do when you guys are? Do
Oh,
they
it
just
was
have
terrible.
like a free day, or
Yeah,
like
what's no. The tournament was continuing. The arbiters were having this hard time making pairings because they didn't know what the result of the adjournment was going to be.
Exactly.
It was crazy. But yeah,
Thank God we got rid of that, I guess.
The adjournments. But I learned so much from those adjournments. By the way,
King G1 analyzed so much from those adjournments.
I was so pleased. I was so lucky. I was in a Hastings tournaments, and I was adjourned against Israel Zilber. And he had a rook and a bishop, and I had the rook. We were adjourned. And by some miracle of miracles, I had in my possession, because we carried around the books, an ending book. And I spent the entire morning, literally from 2 a.m. to 9 a.m., studying that ending.
Yeah.
I played it and made the draw. And every time I got that ending, and I got the ending about 7 times in my career, I always maximized.
You managed to either win or make a draw. Yeah?
The only person who ever did better was Hikaru.
Really?
Yeah, against Magnus. Hikaru had the rook and bishop, and king and rook against the rook and bishop.
Yes.
And he flagged Magnus and won. Like, how do you win that ending?
There you go.
But
That's
Hikaru did
maximizing.
it. That's the maximizing. Only Hikaru has outdueled me on that ending. By the way, how do we like what Lanier has done? It's going to be a while, but I'm
King
imagining...
F2, G4, King G3, put the king on the dark squares, and at some point, King H2, I guess. I mean, you have to push the pawns on king side.
Well, one day, H4,
You have to
H5, G4, and King G3 is going to be appearing.
Exactly.
And then you're going to be threatening ideas of H6 and G5 to break up the pawn shield protecting Black's king. By the way, I'm just noting, just for whatever it's worth, that Lanier has purposefully kept the pawn on e6. He hasn't advanced it to e7, whereas I myself would have been very anxious to advance it up the board.
I like keeping the pawn on e6 because you cannot attack it. You cannot force me to push e7. If you go bishop d5, you lost on the spot after e7.
Right.
So there's always going to be this problem in the back of your mind, this e7 that's coming at some point.
Right.
Also with the pawn on e6, I'm kind of limiting the action of your bishop a little bit.
And
also
especially the king. Yeah,
Exactly.
like the king is not actually walking towards the pawn either.
Yeah.
And if the king did try to walk towards the pawn when it's on the e6 square, you could be walking into a checkmating net with bishop to c5. So I do understand the rationale behind keeping the pawn on e6. On the other hand, I just love putting the pawn on e7 because I think it makes you're absolutely forced to be on the back foot with bishop e8. And Maurice, over to you and the game of Danya.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like Danya is putting the finishing touches, or at least making it clear that he doesn't believe what Jeffrey's doing. He just played a4. Congratulations. Do what you will on this side. He's got the second rank covered. He's got the first rank covered. And what's the coordination of your pieces that exposes this king and proves this 3-2 majority to have any value whatsoever? Just looks very strong. This ball's going to start racing down the board quickly. I mean, it's going to just be fast. And if you have to blink and try to protect, you're going to lose the game. So it does look like Danya will be able to wrap this one up. Jeffrey Zhang, one of the top players in the event, but not looking good right now.
And by the way, again, Danya yesterday has lost the game to Ray Robson. He kind of like tried to get Ray wrong-footed in an Alekhine. It didn't work at all. It, in fact, rebounded against him, boomeranged, I would say, against Danya. And to come back with a win, that shows great tenacity from Danya. So kudos as he's putting the finishing touches on Jeffrey. And what about the game of Sabina, if I can get you, Maurice?
Absolutely. Remember that calm, patient move, king a7. You may say, well, that pawn's going to run down the board. Yeah, it will, but guess who's going to block it and then stay behind this piece and this piece, working together to stop this pawn and working together to keep this rook on the g1 square. That's what you call maximum efficiency and coordination. Right. They're doing the whole thing. a7 played. Okay, your pawn is on a7, but what about a little f3 action that's going to blow up your entire position?
Kingside.
If you back down with the queen, that a pawn is going to drop, and there's going to be just two pawns on this side extra. What to do now? The position looks completely lost as white is helpless. This pawn has no meaning. It's not going to get anywhere. Just look at the fantastic coordination of the black forces. That's just stopping everything, attacking and defending at the same time. This is the best you can do with chess pieces, and it looks like Katarina could go to 2-0 and put a stake down. I'm going to be leading the championships after 2 rounds. Of course, Irina Krush is going to have something to say about that as well, as she's trying to make something out of her position. But remember that she's in time pressure in her game.
I think right now she's down to her last 4 minutes, so maybe
whoa,
we can
whoa,
switch
whoa,
to that
whoa,
one.
whoa. I was looking at, yes, we should switch. I was looking at Danya's position.
Sorry, down to her last 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Whoa. Okay.
Can we
she
check
does
that
have
with
an
the actual
advantage,
live
by the
board?
way. So this is knight d3. This is where we left it. And instead of the rook a2 check and rook h2, what Shu has proposed, she went rook a3, and Anna said, look, I'm trying to save my position. I'm just going to play king e3. You're welcome to snack on this pawn.
Why did she not take that pawn on b3 again?
I think she was a little bit concerned about f4.
But then I go rook to e4.
And then you go rook to e4. So I'm not quite sure. She played king d6.
Take on b3. Exchange once and then go f4.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
That makes a lot of sense.
Rook takes b3, rook takes b3, bishop takes b3.
And now f4.
F4 is, I assume, what Irina did not want to see. Still looks like a pretty decent extra pawn to my eyes after king.
King d6.
Six?
Let's go.
Well, you could have
for
played rook c7
this.
first, right? What would you have done about rook c7 instead of this?
Ah,
Trade,
even better.
push your king back.
Right.
And I cannot go rook to d7 because you
No.
just simply take, and knight c5, and I lose that.
Ooh, that, talk about a cold shower. That would be quite the turnaround. And you'd have to go back with the king, and then I've got
f4, very good move.
f4,
But then bishop d5, right?
or bishop c4, and it's still.
No, bishop c4 allows knight b2.
Well, is this...
Wait, guys, just 1 second. What if I take on e5 with a knight?
Tricky.
You're dangerous.
I'm
going to keep it. I'm going to keep a careful eye on you from now
no, but
on.
it's still rook d3 check, and you have to
King
work out the
e4.
tactics.
King e4, yes.
King e4, and now if bishop a6 or back, and then move the rook. I don't think it works out.
My tricks did not work.
No, but knight b2 was very concrete, wasn't it?
Probably. Right here, I was going to go after the h3 pawn.
Oh, I
Maurice,
see. And then any take. I can't.
It's still some action.
Still war
but,
afoot.
Okay.
Yeah,
Time
like
trouble when you have a really, really good position. How?
And Anna just pushed the pawn to b4 and said, "No more attacking my pawn for your bishop." And
rook
a2 instantly played.
Whoa.
Arena's clock is ticking, though.
I'm not liking the fact that this clock is ticking so much. I will tell you that much. Rook h2 is not a real threat, is it?
But from Anna's point of view, isn't she happy that somehow she's maintaining the material balance, even though she's the one protecting weaknesses on f3, h3, b3?
Well, now I think I
she
can go rook to a1. Actually, I'll just exchange and take on f3.
I don't know why you guys are playing so passively. Please stop.
No.
Why can't we play? Why can't we play b5? What are you doing? What is your threat exactly?
b5.
Okay, rook h2.
Rook h2, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna ignore that just
b6.
yet.
Well, okay.
I guess I can't get. You're gonna force me to blink and guard my pawn, right?
Correct.
Well,
yeah, I agree.
Well, if we're gonna have fun,
that's too much fun.
Let's go down in a blaze of glory.
Okay, let's take it. Let's take it.
How bad good is this?
King d7.
Okay, well now
I
you
have
can
knight
let me
c5.
knight
Never
c5
mind.
check.
So let's go king d5.
King d5. Oh boy, no puzzle rush mates.
What do you mean? So check is king e6. You're gonna play.
Check is king. And then what?
It's so.
Check.
King e6.
And this is what you're doing.
Wait, stop. And if push?
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Sorry, Maurice, check.
Check, yeah,
king,
push. It's funny how the knight is stopping.
Rook b2.
That's
no
a big
rook
problem.
b4.
No rook d2, exactly.
All right, rook takes h3.
Wow, talk about walking on the danger. Okay, I understand you've got trickies, but wow.
No, you can just take, you can go b7 and king e2. I think you're winning that.
I can go b7 and
rook takes f3. No, rook takes f3 was my plan, but you just go king e2.
Okay.
And here comes a queen.
Ooh,
good tricks.
Wow.
Queen.
Well, and by the way, in the
tricks.
5th and 6th hour, don't forget. I mean,
You can miss these type of things.
Oh,
yeah.
The tactics, and all you need to do is falter one moment, and all your hard work of 5 hours goes out the door.
Poof.
By the way, there's a very aggressive rook c8 being pointed out by the ancient in that position. Rook c8 for white.
After b4,
You're trying to checkmate me, aren't you?
Well, at least harass you. I like that thought. After this b4, rook a2 played, rook c8 right now. No b5. No b5.
just
Rook c8. Just go for it and get behind the piece and say, what if my rooks start to bother you? You're not the only one trying to attack.
right? We've got a tickle as well.
Yep. Wow. Yep, some challenges here.
By the way, in time trouble, That's not nice.
I don't want to see these kind of positions.
When our opponent
Is Irina going to overplay her hand?
I mean, it's so easy to do that because again, she's been the one that's had this favorable ending for the last 2 hours. So she's thinking, okay.
And she's spending a lot of time to try to find that win.
Right, and it can be very elusive.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. If I see Rook C8 land on the board, I got only a couple of minutes. Oh, she just walked away. Rook C8, just
what?
Woo! Just throw it. Just wait, throw it down. Let them seconds tick down really quickly. Don't give her time to get herself together. Rook C8 right now would be perfectly timed if she had it.
Where is she
here
going?
She goes. And she played B5 instead.
No, B5.
B5.
Which was the move that we had just...
Well, we weren't too thrilled by where it was going, this move B5, but hey, it's very aggressive.
Where is Irina?
I gotta say, yeah, where is she as her seconds are ticking? If she just went to the restroom, that's a lot of seconds are dropping off the clock right now. By the way, doesn't Rook C8, she's back. Doesn't Rook C8 harass you in the Rook A2, Rook H2 variation
as well? It does.
I didn't really trust it though because of...
I understand.
But it's...
Big decision for Irina also. You go for a Rook H2, well, that's a very risky proposition anyway.
Yeah, I remember...
but she probably has to go for it.
Very important matchup from a U.S. Championship. Robert Byrne versus Donald Byrne. The Byrne brothers, two really wonderful, wonderful people. And Donald was in terrible time trouble. Robert had an extra hour. Donald was down, his flag is right there, and Donald whispers across the board to Robert, "Robert, would you please not move? I have to go to the bathroom." And what did brotherly Robert say? "Go to the toilet on your own time."
Exactly. Yeah.
And Donald was stuck at the board. Those 30-second increments can be very useful, as Irina did
play
go,
Rook H2.
and she did play Rook H2.
Wow.
They may be going down this road of Rook C6 check. That's very speculative, of course. But the knight on D3 does dominate the rooks from getting behind the B pawn.
So the main idea of this move, Rook to H2, of course, is to take the pawn on H3.
Clear.
But also, you want to attract that knight to go to F2, defending that pawn on H3. Looks like you're out of danger. But now I focus on the pawn. Rook to B4.
Either Rook
I say
to...
thank you.
Rook to F4 or Rook to B4. Either one, because Rook
I
to
guess
B4,
both
I think...
of them are pretty...
yeah, attractive, right?
Poised, yeah.
Because Rook to F4 will provoke King E2. Then suddenly the knight is really...
I like Rook F4, yeah. I like Rook F4.
Exactly. I don't like going on the defensive after Rook H2. Rook C8, B6, Rook C6. Those are moves I really, really am desperate to play, in fact.
But I feel B5 was played a bit too quickly.
Why?
Yes,
Why?
I agree. That Rook C8 move looked very tempting. Active play.
You have options. You have 30 minutes on the clock. Your opponent has 2 minutes on the clock. The most important thing that you should focus on is playing the right move.
Clear.
Yes.
Because
Not
if you
the
play the
fast
right move, your opponent is in trouble. With 2 minutes on the clock trying to solve the best puzzle you can give her, well, she's in trouble. Right now, B5, Rook H2.
Well, let's go for just a second.
B6, I take that
B6,
pawn.
you take the pawn. And again, I'm counting on this knight keeping the rook on...
Rook takes F3.
Rook takes F3?
That's right.
Oh, dear.
Or let's start it with bishop takes F3, just to force you to exchange.
Okay.
E4.
What? Your
Rook
king's
takes
in the
D3.
square.
I'm in the square.
Very nice. Very nice.
But what you can do, wait, Yasser, this is not over. So let's go back. After E4, instead of King E3, maybe King F2. And if you take with the rook, I go B7.
Now we're
then
talking.
I have rook D2. Rook D2. Yeah.
You're playing with your food, as Maurice would say.
Yeah.
You gave me that. Oh, you're a mean man.
Yeah, I think this is
that's
probably
a winning combination. All right. And what is the time for Anna, by the way? We've been
30 minutes.
Oh, she's
31
got
minutes.
all the time in the world.
Yeah, but all the time she could have played that Rook C8 move instead of her B5 move. The point is that she knew Irina was looking to play Rook H2. You play B5, you should have a move now.
I think it's Rook C6. I think she's ready to uncork Rook C6.
But I'm thinking, you had so much time on your clock. You see how she's glancing over at Irina's clock?
Right.
It's as though she's nervous for Irina. Like, you don't need to be nervous.
That always
You need to
happened to
focus
me.
on your game, your clock, your best move. If she played, as Christian said, the best move, Irina's clock would take care of itself. Because
Exactly.
great moves are landing in front of you. You don't have time to just be moving quickly. So by her just kind of guessing or almost bluffing with B5, if you're going to play B5, have a move. When you're ready, make your opponent squirm. I love doing this. Loved when I was playing, doing this to my opponents in time pressure. I loved sitting there, even if I knew my move, just sitting there and letting my opponent, with me being very calm and confident, working out as much as I could, what I was going to do next, making them sit there and the nervous tension building. And then when I play, finally, after they're suffering enough, thank you very much, I'm glad you were in such time pressure. When I finally play that move, and you might have one move ready, and I play the next move, hopefully a little bit of a surprise, you're forced to stop and think, and because you were building the tension so much, it's even worse now. Your brain starts to lose it, the tension is too high, and I'm sorry, I was quite sadistic about things, because you play the best move, you use your time, and you use the fact that your opponent mismanaged their time. That's how you should do it. Not play a quick move and then have your opponent play a natural response and not know what to do next. That's not what you do. And this looks like where she is right now. She's played this move B5. That's what Irina threatened, was this rook H2 move. Did she think Irina was bluffing?
No, I think she expected the move rook H2. And then, for me, I'm a little bit surprised that Anna hasn't played rook C6. By the way you described playing against an opponent in time trouble, a very, very mature approach. It took me years to get to that level. My problem was, as a teen, when my opponents got into time trouble, I got more nervous than they did. I mean, they're the ones in time trouble, and I would be like looking at the clock. What am I supposed to do? Oh my God, you're going to lose on time. Let me make a blunder.
No, you're going to lose. You're going to lose on the board.
Exactly.
I'm going to make sure you suffer.
My goodness.
The thing I think a lot of people think is, if you play fast, your opponent doesn't have a chance to think, because you're playing quickly. The problem is you don't have a chance to think because you're playing quickly. So you join your opponent in their time pressure. No need for that.
And
Spend
playing
5 minutes.
foolishly,
Like right now, if she actually sees rook c6 and had planned rook c6, then she should work out the next 4 or 5 moves.
Right.
Just work it out. Let Irina keep doing this. Irina will be looking around for all kinds of ghosts. Things will come up in her head.
Right.
Fine. Calculate as much as you want. You're going to miss something because that pressure is on you. So it really looks like Anna did not properly think through the last move, because that was the one where she should have really dug down deep.
Yeah, I was expecting rook c2 for sure, because this rook c6, speculative or not, now
It is
it's
speculative.
necessary, because rook h3 is coming, and knight f2 is a disaster, as you were pointing out, rook f4, rook b4.
And this is what I believe she underestimated. She underestimated this rook to b4 move.
Exactly.
Just going behind the pawn, and you're not doing anything immediate, but you're just posing problems. You're attacking that very important pawn.
Agreed,
and
Christian.
it's very easy to miss that, because you see that knight on f2 caging that rook on h2, and you feel safe, right? One rook is out of the way. I only have to deal with one of the other rooks. But that other rook, coupled with that bishop pawn d5, nicely centralized, is just game over for her. Maurice, what do you have?
All right, Irina's working very hard to get to 2-0, but this one is done. No question about it. No more work to do, as f3 was such a threat that she decided, I've got to give away a precious pawn. Look at that. 2 queens on the board. You dream about that happening until, negatory, it's dead. Bring your piece back. Rook a3. No, we're after this f3 move so much so you've got to stop that. Well, now rook e3 in just a dominant position. Look at the queen-rook nexus with the pawns coming. Everybody's happy. Don't touch this pawn and get yourself mated on the back rank. So that would just not work out. So instead she decided, let me lift the back rank mate with this move. Wait a minute. Bing, 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 bing. Oops, pinned. That pawn dropped with rook h3, king to g1. And now you hope for this pawn? No such luck. Rook g3. Now she's up 3 pawns. This would be a very good time to resign. She did play rook to d1, but there's no hope here. No chance whatsoever. This game is over. Katarina will go to a very fine 2-0 start.
Very fine indeed. Oh, wow.
And what is happening in the last game from the women's section?
It was this game of Megan Lee. She is a pawn up in a double rook and queen major piece ending.
Correct.
She just played the move queen e6 to b6.
That's a very crafty move.
Exactly. My first impression is no. The queen was really nicely situated on e6 until I started, wait a minute, there's a threat of rook b2, and
Whoa.
I'm crashing in on f2. There is a threat of rook takes g3 with
What
check,
just happened?
thanks to the pin, and e6
just got played.
Okay.
Allowing the tactic on rook g3 because king h2, I guess.
Well, rook g3 is one thing, but what if I just take that pawn on e6?
Well, true.
Simple chess. Because again, rook g3, king h2 doesn't seem to be doing much. But this, isn't this over? I mean, what did you accomplish?
I'm trying to guess she's thinking of rook h8 and queen g6, but no. That's really asking far too much of the situation.
Then I go rook to g7.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm disbelieving as well.
What is happening? What is her plan?
Well, again, I'm still looking at a way of trying to defend against this double threat of rook takes g3 check and rook b2. And frankly, hamana, as Jackie Gleason would say. What am I doing now?
And that is the problem. I mean, you go king g2, try to defend against rook takes g3, rook to b2 comes on the board, and it's resignation time.
Instantly.
To be honest, at this point, rook to b2 is probably the more alarming threat.
Yeah, I agree. Well, is it a spike check? A spike? I don't know. Maybe queen. I'm looking for some spike check that. I mean, I'd like to play queen c1. So
Let's
I can
go
rook
with this
h8.
rook h8. Let's just see what's happening.
The last look.
Oh, rook takes g3 finishes the game.
That's pretty. That is a pretty.
You don't even have to worry about anything. Any checks,
That
nothing.
is a very pretty finish, Christian.
Now, by the way,
wholeheartedly
she's in
agree.
horrific time pressure, down to 2 minutes. Her opponent has 14 minutes. This is how you handle your business. Right now, Megan Lee, very calm, saying, okay, I'm going to look for everything to see what you're going to do, and then I will take the pawn on e6. No need to rush. Just stay super calm. It's easier said than done, but it's what you have to do. Just stay calm and say, where is it? And if you don't see it, you take the pawn. Don't believe your opponent. You don't see it, don't trust them. They might be blundering, probably, definitely blundering. This game I see on the right is over. Like,
this is a game, I just pulled up the game of Danya Naroditsky, Danya as we call him, versus Jeffrey, and that pawn has gone dung, 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 dung. I mean, nobody got in the way.
You got a piece for it, but my pawn is all the way to a7.
It's like, uh-oh.
This is over.
Yeah, this looks, totally
He's about to
lost.
resign. I think the only defense right now is to just go rook to e8, but
give back a
then I have the
second
option
exchange.
of going to rook to b8, not even allowing you to.
Oh, that's
I think we're going to
nasty.
see a resignation very soon.
That's
So let's stay
nasty.
with the live feed.
And by the way, you know, when you talk about chess and good moves and you've got to play like this and this is the opening and all of those good things, one of the things I was never taught really in the, quote, American school of chess is this idea of keeping your nerves, playing calm, taking a deep breath and, you know, getting up from the board and clearing your mind. And I think that the Russian chess trainers were more cognizant of those psychological elements than American
So
players.
important.
Yeah, we just, you know, hey man, you know, like we play for a tactic, or 2, or 3, or 4. And
Finish fast.
and we weren't really
Hurry up to the
Yeah,
finish line.
or the idea of the best move only. The thing that matters is the best move.
Yeah.
Right? I don't need to think psychology. I just think best move. It's
Right.
just simply not true.
No.
It matters how you think. It matters the way you're
approach.
feeling inside.
Exactly.
Your
Your
practical
confidence.
decisions.
Yeah.
There's so much of that that's important. We see Danya there with that pen in his hand
Yeah,
to write down
he's
resignation.
He's like, come on,
1-0. I'm letting you know. I know you're going to resign.
Let's go.
So let me just grab the pen, even though it's not my move.
It's very awkward playing against Gary Kasparov because Gary, what he did is the start of the game, he shadooed all the pieces, he filled out his score sheet, he took off his watch, he put it over his score sheet, he'd make the move, he'd write it down, and when he put on his watch, he's telling you, time's up.
Time to resign.
Time to resign. Let's go here. And it was a very rare player who didn't resign when he did that. You know, it was
By the
sort of
way,
like,
this last move, if I may bring this here, this last move contains a small trick. It's a
Thank you.
very
Show
small
us.
trick. But here's the deal. You could take and you're winning. There
Okay.
is no small trick.
Okay,
It's over.
that's it.
But there is this trick.
Rook G3.
And
King to H2.
King to H2 is the trick. You fell for it. King to H2 is losing. If you want to win, you play King F1. Why? Because of this move. Surprise, surprise, you can no longer take this because of check. You can move your king wherever you want, but this Queen F6 is coming, and suddenly you can't save the position.
Queen F6, wow.
Queen F6 is H4 mate, and there's Queen F3 check and Queen G2 checkmate to follow.
As well, yeah.
That's the trick. That's the hope. The thing is, after Rook G3 check, apparently there's a King F1 siding. Oops. Now suddenly both your rooks are hanging, and there is no mate. You can check if you like. It looks like Queen E2 suffices, and your rooks are
Both
hanging.
rooks
Now everybody's hanging. Your queen's
You
hanging,
see the
your rook's hanging,
resignation.
and your rook's hanging as well.
This
game
game
is
is over.
over, as we suspected. Danya was just preparing there, so Danya, with a bounce-back win for him, and he's one of the favorites in the competition.
Sorry to, I apologize, Maurice. In this exact position, now you got me intrigued. There's Queen F5.
Oh, yes.
That's Queen F5. And now I'm thinking,
Five-sided.
I got Queen H3 mate.
Yeah, you're
And you can't
right.
take the rook.
So I guess I have to go Queen E4.
Okay, but
what?
No, but I'm somehow.
Queen E4, Queen
I
H3,
wanted to believe you
King up.
a long time ago, but now
it's
I'm
still
not
there.
so sure.
You still have two rooks under attack.
You still got two rooks hanging. Although now there's a Rook G4 siding.
Right? I mean,
And I can't take there.
I guess I have to go Rook H8 now.
Rook H8. Get out of here.
No, Queen E5. Queen E5. Game over. Game
Do
over.
you have a queen check anywhere, a rook check?
And by the way,
that one we knew was coming to be
the
over soon,
pins-
so we get two of them down.
The bowling pins are dropping fast.
Very
as we
fast.
do have some results in this.
By the way, she did take with the pawn on E6 and didn't
Thank
fall
you.
for the draw. Let's get that out of there. Keep
Right.
it simple. No need.
On.
And so now
Gotcha.
we have
Perfect score.
Megan
Perfect
trying to
score,
win.
baby. 2-0. Arena's trying to keep the pace, but Katja.
What is Irina doing?
Oops, sorry, I'm on the
That one
wrong
definitely
section.
developed a lot. So
No move.
Oh, we do
Rook
have Rook
H8.
H8. Check.
No,
we do
no,
have
no,
Rook
no,
H8.
no, that's not the live position. No,
Oh, it's not the live
F6
position.
E6 is the last move, and right now, actually, she's going down to her last few seconds. So maybe we can watch the clock right now on Beckham's game, or watch whether we're going to see another resignation.
Yeah, it was just like one after the other.
Not that game, the other one, the Megan Lee versus Tahir Shamova.
Right.
If
This
we
was
might
F7
get it.
takes E6. And again, we were just thinking that.
I think she's down to her last 20 seconds right now.
And she's just. Her
King
mind's
H1.
screaming. King H1. Okay. And she's still trying to set up cheapos with some kinds of cheapos. But we do have a winner in studio, Christian.
We do have a guest with Maurice. That is Danya Naroditsky, who just won a scintillating game.
After a tough game yesterday, indeed, it is the sign of a true champion when you bounce back right away. Danya, yesterday was definitely harsh, the way you lost. What gave you the confidence to come back and play against somebody like Jeffrey and take him down?
Yeah, well, thanks. I mean, yesterday was a tough game for sure, but I didn't get the sense that I was blown off the board. I mean, my Alekhine experiment didn't work. But, realistically, Ray just played a fantastic game. I didn't feel like I was blundering a lot of stuff. So in a weird way, it actually gave me a little bit of confidence. Like, okay, I still remember how the pieces move. I can still make a good move here and there. And I felt like the big problem yesterday was the opening. So my strategy going into today was I wanted to make sure that I got, at the very least, a solid playable position. I felt like my calculation yesterday was good. And I managed to do that. Obviously, it was a very topsy-turvy game, lots of miscalculations. And I got really fortunate there in the middle game. But yesterday didn't hurt my confidence too much.
You say you got fortunate. It seemed to us that when you got the rooks on the F file and you got the knight on C4, that it just seemed as though you were pushing very much in that position.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. But if you go to the moment after I took on D5 and played knight DC4, I completely forgot that he has this knight takes C5, bishop C5 idea, and he's actually one step away from mating me. So when he played knight E4, he's threatening knight G3 and rook H6, and I was terrified because I had completely missed this idea. He also has this crazy move knight G4, queen takes G4, rook G6, and then if rook G5, I don't know if Yasser's showing the line. Okay, I can look here. Rook G5 and then H5. Crazy line. I can't take because of mate, so queen G3, H4, queen G4, H3.
Oh my.
Yeah, and if I play queen takes H3, trying to go to H7, it doesn't do anything. Rook takes G5, queen H7. So I'm sure I have some defense there, but I wasn't seeing it. But then Jeffrey played knight E4, and I think I literally have an only defense. This rook F4, B4, knight E3 idea. I think without it, I'm just busted. Because when he plays F5, which is a really powerful move, well, I can't take on F5 because of knight G3. I can't take on passant also because of knight G3. So I had to find a way to get my knight to E3, and that's where this idea of B4 came to mind. And all of a sudden, I think Jeffrey underestimated how weak his king was, because when the position transforms, takes B4, knight E3. Originally, I thought I was slightly worse. G6. Okay, so A3, bishop B7. Originally, after knight takes D5, queen takes D5, I was just going to take twice on E4. And I thought, at best, it's equal. But then I was like, wait a second, I've got the rooks doubled on the F file. What if I preemptively play queen F3, threatening bishop takes E4 and rook F8? And all of a sudden, he can't coordinate in time. And I think he had to go knight C3. And obviously, the endgame is, I think, not too much better, but it's definitely winning chances only for one side. And
what about rook C8, Daniel?
Yeah, so here, there is G4, I thought.
Ah, G4.
Which
so
looks crazy, but...
You would have played G4. That was my question.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, G4,
okay.
And of course I was terrified, but I think this works out for white.
Okay, so you got this exchange up position.
Yeah,
and how did you assess this?
I thought that I have decent chances for it. I was very surprised at B5, because that lets me kind of get, I mean, his idea was after rook C8, king F7. I almost played rook D1, and here there's a funny line, knight E3.
Oh, sorry. Let me just get my...
That knight jumps all across the world. Knight E3, rook D7, knight C4. And suddenly he's threatening both knight B6 and the bishop and the pawn. So I had to be very careful how I maneuvered my rooks. But once the rooks got in there and he got into time pressure, I thought that I had good winning chances. And I felt like it was relatively smooth. I was expecting F4. Rook B7 is important. And I think at this point, Black's chances are exhausted. There was one other really, really cool line that I just want to show, if that's okay. So after bishop E1, obviously white's winning. I found this idea of getting the rook behind the pawn. Rook F3, G5, H3, rook F2, rook C4. And here, after rook A2, I was expecting him to go knight D3 with the idea A4, rook E4. And the bishop has no good squares. And here, maybe this is flawed, but I was thinking A5. And there's a couple of options. Knight takes E1, A6, bishop D4. I just go A7, and I'm winning that rook endgame because his pieces are out of place. But the cooler line is rook takes E1. And his idea is just to give the bishop for the pawn, and knight on 3 versus rook on 2 is a draw. But takes E1, knight E1, A6. Okay, bishop D4. And now rook E2, attacking the knight, knight D3. Rook D2 is a skewer, knight F2 check, and king G1, and amazingly, knight D3 check, king F1. And the last thing I'll say, if he tries, instead of knight F2, to go knight C5 and win the pawn, like knight B4, let's say knight B4. Rook takes D4, knight A6, and the most important detail of all, I go rook D5, and he can't bring his king up to the 6th because of rook D6. So I was like shaking and calculating, and I was so happy when I calculated this line.
Nice.
At that point, I was kind of hoping you would go for it. Anyways, I'm sure the computer will laugh at me.
Some great calculation. At least your brain's fresh.
Calculation.
Brain's fresh and the brain's working. You haven't played in this championship in how many years?
I think last time was 2017, so it's been a
2017.
while.
So you got the wild card nod What were your thoughts when you found out that you were going to be able to play?
I was honored. I mean, I was totally shocked. I think I was just doing some spring cleaning, and I had to reread the email like 3 times. Wait a second, is this the U.S. Championship I'm getting invited to? Obviously, I knew I was going to play, even though my brother's bachelor party was supposed to be during this time. He very graciously moved that. So I thought this is a one-of-a-kind opportunity, and obviously it's been a long time since I've played a regular tournament, much less something like this. So I moderated my expectations coming in. I'm old now, so I'm just here to have some fun and hopefully bite some of these top guys a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure Jeffrey doesn't appreciate the idea.
No, I'm sure he doesn't.
You're just here to have some fun.
Well, I'm a jerk,
All right, well, kudos to you. Congratulations on your brother and his impending marriage as well. Great job. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Maurice. Thanks for having me.
Have some fun. Have some more fun, Danya.
I will.
And how about those predictions,
Let's
by
see
the way?
how they're looking.
How did I do?
Sir, let's see how they're looking. Oof.
I'm feeling.
Where am I cashing
pretty
in?
good.
Where am I cashing in?
Exactly. But hey, we should give VAR and Maurice a trophy because they participated.
Participation trophy.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean,
Next time, let us go first, please.
Chance to.
Next time, let us go
compete
first.
with world class.
World
class.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. Speaking of world class, how's Arena doing?
Looks pretty good. Just stole that B pawn. Is what
She
she's
did.
done. Yep.
We
but
did
she is down to 48 seconds, though. Looks like it's not so bad for her. Her rook is trapped on the H2 square for the moment.
The knight on F2.
Knight on F2 is passive. She's chased. The bishop is under attack, but she is up a pawn, looking solid. But I'm seeing 33 seconds left. 27 seconds left.
Counting down.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, hello,
I don't know.
hello.
You've got to make a move as well. I'd say there's some danger in here. Wow.
17.
Does she know that she only has 15 seconds left? She's not.
And here it goes.
Finally, she's played bishop to E6.
And by the way, I've always admired Arena. Even when she's in desperate time trouble, she'll play a move like bishop D5, E6, almost gracefully and slowly. And it's like, get a move on, do it quickly.
I'll point out the Inches is not impressed by her position right now.
No, it's not the extra pawn that we
not
thought
a real,
it was?
not a serious pawn right now.
Okay.
But now the question is, can Anna play like an engine? She's got to defend. She's the one who's down a pawn. It is a 4-3, but the bishop is superior to the knight. The knight can possibly jump at some point to E4 and try to create a family fork on the C5 square. But that will be something to defend against. Very sharp position indeed. She's trying to go to 2-0. Somebody else who is at 2-0 is now with us in the studio, Katerina Nemtsova, who won her game as well. Katerina, congratulations. Good to join us. What are your thoughts about this game? Did you feel like you were commanding throughout, or was there a big event that occurred that changed the evaluation in your favor?
Thank you. I think it was a very complicated game. At the beginning, my time management was not very good, so I was in time trouble a little bit. But it was always we were staring at each other, and I was thinking about pushing at some moment, maybe C5 or E5, but I wasn't doing anything, and she was also shuffling pieces around. So it looked like we are just waiting who's going to strike first.
So what happened that caused you to suddenly be up material?
I managed to find, I think, a nice kind of reshuffling of pieces where I'm really threatening to activate both of my bishops. And I have this amazing bishop on B4 that's blocking E1 square. So anytime I have F5, the E6 pawn is really weak, but no one can attack it. So I'm very happy with that. And I'm just waiting for my bishop from B7 to be active as well. The only thing is, I think about playing C5, but I don't want to lock my bishop on B4 as well, because then it's just a pawn. It cannot go back, it cannot do anything. So yeah, I wasn't really sure what to do, so I wanted to move the bishop back, maybe reshuffle, and now to play C5.
She played F4 and joined you with this weakened square. It looks like you were the one who were able to take advantage of this weakness on E4 more than she could take E5.
Yeah, I was not expecting F4. I don't think it was very necessary, but it's very uncomfortable to think what you want to do, because you want to play G3 or H3, the bishop is really strong there. I may play F4 if I want to. I am still threatening C5. So it's not a comfortable position for white.
Indeed, very complex. We jump ahead, and suddenly when you had your queen on E4, that seemed to be just a fantastic position for you. You took the pawn, and here you took on E4, and that configuration of queen on E4, rook on B2, you were active, even though it looked like she had passed pawns, but they weren't going anywhere.
Yeah, the white's position is locked because I'm attacking g2, so the rook has to go to g1 or queen g1 or something. Oh, it's a mistake. I wasn't sure what else you want to do. Queen g1? Or?
Don't listen to the computer. Just keep going.
So it's just like white is really just defending against checkmate, and then I have to just grab the pawns around and figure out how to win. There was one moment, if we just can come back to it's like 5 moves back, because I wanted to do a sacrifice there, more back. After I played bishop e4 for the first time, so I just want to show you, no, back. One thing that I was really calculating a lot more, almost there, no, back, still back. Okay, here, so I went bishop e4, bishop d3, and I was calculating a lot, instead of returning, to take on d4. And there's like cool lines like bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, bishop takes d4, and now I thought about having bishop takes f4. And after rook takes f4,
rook takes d4?
I thought e5.
Oh, e5?
I mean, I can do rook takes d4, but probably she can just play bishop takes e4 and like there is check. It was just so complicated. I was thinking for 5 minutes because if it works, I think I'm winning. The problem is it doesn't work.
That's usually a problem when it don't work.
Because now the pawn takes the rook on f4.
I just hate that when it doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And bishop b5 check.
Right,
So.
and suddenly it's 2 bishops versus a rook and no conflict.
So I spent like 5 minutes there, and I was like 6 minutes on clock. But I was like, it should work because it just looks perfect. Like all my pieces are active. So that's like when strategically are good, like the tactic needs to strike in. But it just wasn't working. So I was like, no, it has to work. And then I was just like, okay, I have to return.
You left it alone. Well, you did get a winning, dominant position at the end. You're now at 2-0 in the tournament. Have you ever been a 2-0 in the U.S. Championship?
I think I was in like 2016, I think, when I
And
was leading for some time the tournament.
Oh, yes, I remember. I remember. What do you guys do different this time?
I have much less pressure on myself. And I wasn't sure I'm going to win this game. I wasn't better. It was equal. So I'm just going to continue playing my best.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, congratulations, Katja. Nicely done. I think she played a very, very good game.
Do we have a result?
Oh, no. I think it's just the score sheet.
There's just an extra score sheet.
Right. Let's quickly go to the arena game for just a moment. By the way, we do have Megan's game is
this
continuing.
one is still going, and
remarkably
they're both down to their last minute. Well,
wow.
Begim is on 33 seconds. And Megan Lee with 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Exactly.
And the one that we have
also is Arena.
Arena's game.
And again, she is nursing an extra pawn, and we've just seen this move, bishop
to d7.
To d7, because Anna was setting up a very nasty rook takes e6 check and knight c5 fork. So Arena had to sidestep that in time trouble. And again, her clock, if you don't mind.
47 seconds.
You know, it was really a mistake to move your knight off of f2, because that knight controlling the rook was better than having tactics while the rook was trying to figure out what it should do. So in this position here, she should have used her rooks to cause trouble. Maybe rook a3, I think, was what the engine was saying. Rook ca3. Saying, okay, if I activate my rook down as a threat, then you have to deal with this coming, as opposed to with your rook just stuck in the corner, having to make 2 moves at least to get back into the fight. And so you could choose when you're going to play knight e4, knight d3. This would have been a good direction. But by releasing the rook with knight d3, looking for an ephemeral tactic, it's like, okay, thanks, you got it for now, but now if I just defend against it, you get nothing, and h3 is real, plus the rook is also released. So that was not a great defense, and now Irena's looking quite good in this position, although her clock time is awful.
But there's just simply no way to create any extra attacks at this point. You can try knight c5, but that's going to allow me to go rook c7,
That's the problem.
create a pin, and that's it.
That's the problem.
I'm taking on h3. My play is much easier than it was 5 moves ago.
Exactly. Rook c3, a3. And keeping that rook on f2 controlled with the knight on f2 was vital.
And you can try to go knight to f2 and try to keep some pieces on the board. The problem is, after knight f2, rook to b2, knight to e4, because this is something that I'm seeing could potentially create, let's say, some problems for
There's a check.
white. That is the problem. Rook to
There's
e2. I'm not going to take on h3.
No.
I'm not going to allow you to set up this pin on the 7th rank.
But you're
Rook to e2,
hunting
bishop.
down the...
That's it. Game over.
Down
By the
white
way,
king.
magic has happened again
What?
for Begim as she's made a comeback all the way.
No way.
Like no way, yes way. It's unbelievable what has happened here. She was
What?
just busted, like busted.
What?
Correct was to take the rook, apparently.
Okay, but you cannot take the rook. Come on.
You
Take
cannot
on
take the rook?
e7.
Well, why can't you take the rook? Why not? There are no threats at
Just
all.
allowing that rook to come on the 7th
That's
rank.
one move. You get one move, and now you need to go back and deal with your problems. There's no, you're just hanging. And then rook e1, this can drop, and if you take in this position, that drops. You're not threatening black at all. Black's just collecting food.
Well, they're right now to their last couple of seconds, so maybe we can
And
see
right
the
now,
live
it
feed.
turns out that it's an extra pawn, but much more compensation. The Indians are giving rook e2 as a move. I still think black is for choice here, but this king is far more
Wow.
exposed than it was.
She was 2 pawns up and no problem.
And no problems whatsoever. I mean, just
dear.
take the rook.
Still not out of danger.
One more.
Absolutely not.
She's come all the way back, though.
Yes.
She's not out of danger. Before, she was dead.
Right.
Over. It was bye. Somehow, remember
Miracle.
what she did yesterday in Statev?
Yeah.
I mean, if she pulls that off again here,
It's a miracle in St. Louis.
I mean, no way. You take 0-2 and turn it into 2-0. No way. Even if she draws this game,
Right.
but her tenacity and fighting spirit is showing itself more than her great play in the middle of the game, and that's a fine quality. And she intimidating her opponents. I don't know what's going on, but
A
she's
draw
showing
right
some magic.
now. She went
Rook
e8.
E8.
That doesn't look good. Somehow that doesn't
Rook
feel
E8.
good.
Rook e8, and she did it quickly, showing
It
some nervousness
feels
about
like
the
there
clock.
are some problems with that rook on e8. To be honest,
Okay.
rook takes f4 seems like the right move, and then just go rook to f7. How do you?
Well, first of all, you're right. There is that feeling like
It just doesn't feel
Yeah, like you've put your rook into a potential tactic, but you're right.
so what
about
if we
rook
just go
takes,
the simple way? Rook takes
queen
f4, queen
takes?
takes f4, rook
Now
to f7.
again, because you're attacking this, you're
And she
attacking
did it.
this,
She
and
took
you're
on
attacking
f4, queen takes f4 is on
queen
the board.
f6,
That is the problem.
and now I've got 2 connected passed
And I
pawns.
cannot avoid the
A
exchange
queen
of the
trade.
queens. That is the heat. So after rook to f7, I have to go queen to e3.
You have to go. I'm sorry. After rook f7.
But then you
queen
can just take on f2. Yeah,
F2.
This is not looking good. Rook to e8 was a big blunder.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was.
Unless we're missing something.
Well, you take on f2. I take on f2. You take on e8. I got a check on
b2.
b2.
and then
I
we
take
fight,
this pawn,
yeah?
and then we get to one of those queen and pawn endings that Maurice was saying. The computer just thinks it's over. It's over. You dominate. You
Yep.
stop the.
But a king is a bit
perpetual
more
chess.
exposed.
Because only
There's no
having 2.
3, there's
yeah,
2 pawns.
A
Yeah.
2-pawn shield instead of 3.
And she
Okay.
did go for this rook f7. Let's see what
But
Begin
I've
goes
got to
for.
go back to you, Maurice, and what's happening in our marquee matchup in the open section? How is Lanier doing in that extra 2-pawn position?
We can leave that position because the engine's saying it's drawn.
What?
It's not a big advantage at all there. So let's stay with this one. Let's stay with this one because that's going to be a while. We'll be
Whoa.
looking at that for the next hour or so.
Okay.
Great for the commentators, but forget that one. Let's get back to games that may end any second now as Irina has clipped the pawn on h2. Queen f6 has been played in this game. We see here knight c5 on the board with some time. Queen f6 in the other game as well as big results for both of them. Both of them at perfect scores. Does Begim and Irina, will that stand? It looks as though Begim will probably going to go down to Megan Lee. That one I think is ending quickly. Here Irina needs to find a move. She's going to play rook c7, excuse me. That's without a doubt because she has to guard the 7th rank. Otherwise she's going to lose her bishop. So rook c7 is, I'm not even sure what she's looking at, to be honest, in this position, since rook c7 looks absolutely forced.
And she's going to go for it.
She's down to 35 seconds, allowing time to tick. But
there's no other move.
There doesn't look like another move. Like what is she looking at? And there it is, rook c7 on the board. Her opponent with 4 minutes. That's the only real hope for her, is that extra time on the clock. But let's get back to the other game, which looks dead lost for...
We've just seen f4, and there was a queen trade after queen f6, f4. There was a queen trade. Queen takes e5, f takes e5, rook check, and we're in this rook and pawn endgame.
I don't know about this rook f2. Rook f2, king to g1. So how do you want to place your pieces?
I was going to play rook to c2 to protect
and then king
this
goes
guy.
to f8.
And then if you check me, yes, my king would go to f8. And
so
again,
what if I go e6?
And then I do, of course, go towards the pawn. And
I
if you
cannot
go
e7 and now you go b6.
Right. I don't want you to go rook to d8 and trade.
That b6 is gnarly. Yeah. No, I don't like that move.
Technically winning.
A technical win, that is.
And she
Looks
has
like a
played rook
technical
f2, check, and
20 seconds for begging.
With 20 seconds. And again, she will only get 30 seconds. There is no third time control.
All right, we're expecting rook c2 now.
No, king f7 was played.
Wow, that's bold, but not a bad idea. Wow,
very good idea, actually,
wow,
to stop e6.
That is a cold-blooded move.
That is slick.
I'm telling you.
We like.
I mean, that's the Bishop E1 John Burke kind of move. You know, like you look at the person
we like
and go,
it. We like it. You know, when you're in the middle of the fight, you see some stuff.
Whoa.
The commentators on the side, not in the fight, you play the safe move. When you're in the middle of the fight, you find the sharp moves.
Rook to d8 was played, but now just simply rook to c2.
Yep.
Or maybe she wants to go for king to e7.
No,
that's one subtlety too far.
That's too slick.
Yeah, too slick. I definitely putting rook c2 on the board and going, okay, that's all she wrote.
So rook
b5
to c2,
and
rook
b4
to d7.
is
king e6, rook to g7.
not even close.
But we're not. It's not a close race.
Not at all.
No, that king. We want your king. We want us to march our king off the board, please.
That is not a close race. But she has to go for it. I mean, at that point, there is no other choice.
All right, we're out of this one. Let's go to the other one and see what
Crush.
Sharovich has come up with in her game, as she does have.
We were here. We expected rook c7, and after rook c7, knight e4, Anna 2 pawns down.
They're all on the same side.
Running out of bullets.
What just happened? What was the last two moves?
So knight to e4.
She played knight e4,
Okay, this is actually not that easy, is it?
And bishop e6, and now knight.
Well, to stop knight d5 check, of course.
Right, and then she played check, forcing her back.
Knight to e4.
Knight to
now
e4.
we would expect knight to e4, but
then
there
bishop
is bishop
G4.
g4 is on tap.
Yeah.
Right? Knight e4. It looks like, oh, we're so close. We're getting ready to meet f5 with knight g5. That would be nice for white. We're getting ready to capture the pawn on f6, but this is the move that trips us up.
But look at this subtlety.
Rook to a6.
To a6.
I like it.
Trying to skewer the f6 pawn.
But she's going to skewer the f6 pawn no matter what you do.
Really?
What do you do?
Well, then she's got serious defensive chances. King
f7.
King f7, you mean knight to e4 now?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
But then I'm going to get my king to g6, right?
How?
So
How?
knight to e4. Let's put it on the board.
Your rook is trapped. Your bishop can't move because the pawn on f6 requires
Let's go
protection.
rook h1.
Exactly. Rook h1. So I give you Hakasito.
King to g6.
And back.
And back. Gift me the
All right. So you got to this point.
This is the part we were talking about. Your pawn will be skewered.
Okay, so let's go back, actually. I'm not going to go king g6.
What?
I'm going to go king to f8.
After this check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
So you're gifting
I'm going
up
to try
the
to
pawn
coax
right
you
away,
to take my pawn on f6.
as opposed, you're saying you're afraid of rook a6, but you would like me to play knight takes f6.
But even then, just simply h2.
Yeah, I mean, what's
rook h7,
I'm
h2.
behind the pawn, you know.
Yeah, h2 and you have king f2, I think, right?
Exactly.
This is not looking very promising.
No. By
This
the
is
way,
not
30
looking very promising.
seconds.
Well, this
Let's
is
see how
not
she solves this
arena.
puzzle.
This is solve what puzzle? This is hard. What are you
Already,
supposed
huh?
to do?
Wow. There has to be a way.
Might have.
She's played it?
She's played the
So she
rook
went for rook
H1
H1.
variation.
We're going to see a check. There is
For
no
sure.
alternative.
Exactly.
What about knight d6? No, knight d6 doesn't make a lot of sense.
Of course it does.
Knight d6, king e7. Knight d6, king e7. And
Exactly.
I think it's over.
That's true. That displaces. You're agreed. No, the
Right.
rook check is natural.
Mandatory.
Absolutely natural.
Go for it. Give a check.
She will, but she's being patient right now. And it's going to be check, check, and then... There is
I
one
don't know,
trap.
guys. What's the trap?
The trap is, after check and rook a6, what if I play h3?
Okay.
She
let's
went
go.
for check.
King g6.
King g6, rook back. What if I play h3 here?
Okay, I take on e6.
And then I play h2?
And now I play knight to f2 or g3. Where do I go?
Well, that is a very good question. That's the win.
Doesn't look like it matters.
That's
where
a
I'm
win.
going.
In 20 seconds. of
Oh,
this,
that might be
all
it.
she has to do is find king g6.
20 seconds
and
to find it, though.
h3.
She's got 13 seconds. And there's the
she's
king.
going for it.
G6, that's step
Is it a
number
win?
one. Yeah.
It looks very close to it.
Because after h3, if you can't take the bishop, the pawn is coming to h2.
That is very severe. Let's go down to the analysis.
Wait
please.
a second. So I go rook a6.
h3.
I take the bishop on e6.
h2.
I take on f6.
King g7.
I go knight f2.
Rook e1 check.
Rook e1 is the move.
Money.
Because now you take my knight with check.
With check.
So I go knight g3 then.
Okay, let's see it. They are going into our variation. What we have on our analysis board is
20
h3.
seconds for her, by the way.
Rook takes
Wait,
E6,
let's not. Let's
H2.
stop. Guys, let's stop. Let's not
take on
analyze. Let's get the clock first. We can analyze.
10
in a second.
seconds.
She's
10
got
seconds.
8 seconds. She's got to figure out what to do here.
I think we have
Well,
to
this
stick
is
with
where
this
she's
idea
going to
right
play
now.
h3.
Is she going to play? No.
No.
She just, whoa!
Bishop f7.
She just allowed a straight capture
How much time
of the
does she
pawn.
have?
She
This
had 2
cannot
seconds.
be good.
She had 2 seconds when she played that move.
Guys, this cannot be
2
good.
seconds.
I don't believe it.
This cannot be good.
I think that threw away the victory.
Rook f6, rook f5. What do you do?
Absolutely.
What about knight f6 and knight g4?
Knight f6 and knight g4 has
I mean,
got my vote as well.
I mean,
the knight is going to be
I don't
so
disagree with any of it.
well-positioned.
I don't think black can possibly be winning now. She's decided to just instantly capture. That I would not have done. I would have waited again, just a
How
little
much
bit.
time did Anna have?
She had plenty of time.
Ooh.
Plenty of time. I would not have just instantly. With the knight f6 move on tap, I
And
would have had
that's
to
a
look at it.
Very good.
I would have had to deeply analyze that. But I still, I mean, I like this too.
That's the second critical moment that she's not spending her time
Didn't
wisely.
spend any time. I didn't
no,
like that.
No.
But
But
even so, rook
Even
f5.
so,
Rook
even
f5.
so, she
Yes.
feels she's good. She's back in the game.
No, I think knight f6.
Whoa, she
would have
did
been
not.
six?
Again, played quickly and did not.
Why don't you
Play
attack
rook
the
f5.
pawn? Why don't you attack the pawn?
Why doesn't she wait? She's starting to feel. You know what? This is what
Commentators
happens. This she might still be fine. I'm not
I think
saying,
she is.
I think she
really is.
But
She's
the
still
way
fine.
she's now
I know. She's making
she's
it
quickening the
nervous.
pace
I think
as she
she's
suddenly
nervous.
realizes she's back in the game, and it's created the nervousness. She's worked so hard to get here.
Right.
Stay cool. Don't
Right.
get too excited. Stay cool. She's making these quick moves now. But I think Irina is realizing
She's
Oh,
frittered away her victory.
somehow I've not done it. And look at her.
G1.
Still trying to keep threats alive by being able to push her pawn since there's no threat at all.
That
on her,
is
on her e-pawn.
encouraging king f2, and I'm getting closer and closer to corralling this h pawn.
Yeah, indeed. That looks like it's not going to get it done.
Not at all.
Well, we have a couple of endgames that are definitely heating up, and the other one is not looking that easy either.
Oh no, you're kidding.
It's not looking
The
that
miracle of St. Louis is why? Oh yeah, you're right.
easy. 30 seconds for both players.
C5.
Actually, a bit more for Megan Lee right now.
So e6, rook e5.
But let's stick with this one just because.
Irina, which one
this
would
is
you
the
like
one
to
we-
go to? This is
Sure,
the
let's-
rook and pawn anything, but Irina's game also is. Oh my God.
Both of them with 1-0. We have two leaders.
Right.
who were two leaders. Now we have someone else who's at 2-0, in Katerina Nemtsova, who's just the leader by herself. But these 2 games remaining could see who ties for first with Katerina.
Right.
Okay, but I still cannot believe Anna did not play rook to f5, attacking the pawn.
Get over it. Get over it.
Attack the
It's
pawn,
done,
Anna.
it's
Get
done,
over it.
it's
Now
done.
it's time for her to defend this
Okay.
position. King F2 makes a lot of sense.
King F2, Rook
I
G6.
mean, that one.
That has to be a draw.
That
Yes.
has to be a draw.
I take it and
bring my
I
king.
cannot give my knight for the e5 pawn because
it's the wrong color.
It's the wrong color.
It's the right color
for the attacker.
For the
Yes.
attacker.
Agreed, but who needs to?
Exactly. Who needs it? It's not necessary.
But she probably is.
By the way, what is the odds of a rook and bishop versus rook ending?
Please don't.
Do you remember Anna Zatonsky
I do.
and
I do.
Nagy?
I do.
I mean, she was 2 moves away from the 50 move rule and lost the rook.
Yep. That was painful.
Oh, that was very painful.
All right, here we go. Rook G6 is a statement
This
move.
is it.
And do you trade rooks?
I personally
immediately?
would play rook b5 here, with the idea of rook takes e5 and rook h5. But
That's dangerous.
say,
That is a dangerous proposition. She might go for it though.
And she has played.
she
this
has
move.
played it.
Now,
Also, another move she could play, like, okay, h3 is basically the only chance,
But then
right?
I take on e5.
And rook g2 check.
King f1.
Bishop
Why you
c4
have bishop
check.
C4?
Yes, that was the
Does
trick.
that win?
Yes, that was the trick I had in mind for Arena.
What if that's the case? Is this
Right.
just
I'm a little concerned.
h3?
No,
you have to
but-
go knight g3, I
Correct.
think.
H3, knight
h2,
g3.
rook to b1.
Right, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
But that's fine.
Will she see that though?
Yeah, because the pawn on h2 is corralled by the knight on g3, the rook on b1, and the king on f2. That pawn is not going
Play h3.
to paradise.
Woo!
Irina has to play
Scary.
h3 right now.
H3, yes. has to
And
be
let
it.
her opponent think.
There you
it
go.
is, H3.
She's done it.
Big pawn.
And Anna has to stop
She has to
rook
stop.
g2. Rook
Anna,
g2.
don't take on e5.
Rook g2 check is a very, very serious moment. So knight g3 to prevent that check on g2 is critical.
Take your time
2 minutes.
and try to find the right move. It's the third critical moment of the game.
Wow,
I'm sure there have been many critical
I
moments.
think there were probably
probably
more. But this game, it seems like it's been a crisis kind of game that's continued.
Oh, old school.
She played it.
Old
She
school.
played
You know,
it.
she won something like 4 or 5 of her country's championships in Belarus,
Belarus.
for a reason.
For a reason, yeah.
She doesn't just go down in these end games.
Right.
Nicely done, knight g3.
That's a good
Wow.
move.
And that's a solid move there.
Wow.
Now the H pawn has been corralled.
Exactly. And the most remarkable thing of all is a comeback. We've been mesmerized by the ladies' championships, but in truth, Fabi made a fabulous comeback. And despite being 2 pawns down against Lanier, he's
And I think
likely to draw.
Begim is also making a comeback.
Amazing. Amazing.
King f6, guarding the
defending
pawn.
Okay.
So what if I just...
Now,
No, I don't
now
want
it's
to try
time to
some
go
checks.
check, right?
On h5,
On
right?
h5,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Just
Check on h5.
because I don't mind trading rooks.
That's the thing. If you go to e6, then rook to b6 has to be a draw, right?
Wait, knight h5, king g5,
Rook takes e5.
check.
king h4.
And then knight f4 to stop rook g2 and to threaten rook h5 mate.
Rook h5 is a serious.
That's it. That's
a
it.
nasty.
That's a nasty. I mean, it's not like it's a check and you can move your king somewhere. It's like mate.
But what were you threatening?
Nothing.
After knight f4?
I won a pawn on e5 and I'm attacking h3 and g6.
I'm just wondering if I drop my rook back to G7, what's your next
And then
move?
I go knight takes H3, and we're in rook and bishop versus
Oh,
rook
that.
territory.
No, yeah, that would be. I'll take that. You
I
wanna give me
understand.
that?
I mean, okay.
I'll accept.
Right, and I defend like a computer.
And
check.
there's the check.
Whoa. I don't know. Anna's. She's making me feel nervous because she
This was a
also
little-
had another interesting move, F4. She could have played F4. I'm just trying to make a draw. I'm not trying to do anything crazy with white. But F4, you take on F4. I go rook, F5 check, and I go rook takes F4. And
That looks strong.
that looks like such an easy draw. But okay, she played check, bishop E6.
Let's see where we stand.
What is her concept now? She did this for a reason. What was her reason? I could understand if she wants to bring the rook
The other game
to
is
the
lost.
H file.
The other game is a
lost?
lost endgame. Yeah, she
As
managed
Megan
to give up a
finally-
pawn, but she's going to push the pawn all the way to B2 and then just use this pawn to drop a bomb.
Yeah,
And
right now
it's happened.
right now she's lost. Yeah.
It's
but
lost now. Just bring the king up.
She made some really bad moves.
Did black-
It
did
was a
white
draw.
win?
It was actually a
And
draw.
now, I'm not. What's happening here?
Well, I was about to say, I understand if Anna wants to play rook over to the H file, like rook down to B7 and rook H7. She actually chose B8 to H8 and just keep her rook behind the pawn. Okay, I like that. I can be supportive of that.
It's tough for the geometrics for black to create something here. King
Exactly.
G7 sort of, that's not going to really work out. But
Well, King G7, Rook
Might be-
H6 are the types of things. You know what your opponent wants to do, so you stop them.
all right, she's going to move her bishop to D5. Okay.
Bishop to
Rook to
D5.
H8
How
has to
does-
be a move.
How does that not invite Rook H8 though?
Rook H8, I would assume we're going to see a bishop to E6 back.
Wow.
But that just seems very
wrong.
close
What
to
you
it.
wanted.
Just stone cold wrong. Like what? Why did no
That
Bishop
must be
D5 was
just
a bad move.
over.
And
Not messing around.
Absolutely.
Who's stopping that joker?
Wow. Wow. No, that was huge. And no, that was just huge. That just was so.
And the bishop is back to E6 now.
And now we have ideas of Rook H5 and
Absolutely.
Knight E4 check.
Absolutely.
And one day we will clip the pawn on E5. But also, is Black's king in danger after Rook H7?
You're trying to
H7,
I'm trying to mate Black's king.
Rook H7, and be careful, don't play Rook G7. because of
Right?
Knight H5.
Right? Rook H7
Wait a minute.
with the idea of Knight E4. I've got a pet on the spot.
Yes.
But could I have a mate?
She said, let me
She
play.
went for Rook H5.
She's eyeballing Knight E4 check and Rook E5
But
types of
isn't-
ideas.
No, this is not dangerous.
This is not dangerous at all. White is fine. Now it's about mistakes.
Right.
Will they creep in?
Exactly. Well, Arena has been in time trouble for the last 15 odd moves, but Anna is Anna
1
still
minute and
keeping-
26 seconds for Anna.
The time slipping away for Anna as well.
No, right now they're just playing on increment.
Well, Anna does
By
have.
the way, I mean this rook ending of Megan seems to be all over the map. Are you sure she's winning?
I think she's winning at this point. Yes.
Really? I'm confused.
Well, we're gonna review that in just a second, but we're gonna stick with this one because I have a feeling
We might have a
Anna
result
should
soon.
find the way. Knight to, and I think this is it, right? Knight to E4. Where are you going to go with the king?
Exactly.
E7 looks logical.
You have to go to
although
E7.
She's going to be chased backwards
Right.
even more with Rook H7.
King to F7.
But then again,
But
can
I
we
just
take the pawn?
Yes, exactly. I mean, spoken like a member of the Pawn Grubbers Association.
Well, I don't want to be cursed in that way, Yasser. It's not necessary.
What are you kidding?
For
You
insulting
could
me.
get gold medal status, diamond status.
I'm the treasurer.
That's the treasurer.
I'm the treasurer.
Gold and diamonds. But no,
Well,
rook e5
Rook
as
E5
well as rook.
pins the bishop. Because rook e5, rook g2 check.
King e3. And h2, I go back behind the pawn, and you're not promoting your pawn.
This is true.
Not when my rook is behind the pawn.
Yeah, I think rook e5 actually is a very cunning move.
Now, if you want to play rook f7, rook h7 check, pardon me, I get that too. I think that that's a very attractive move as well.
So rook h7, where do you go with the king?
Exactly,
King to
that's a question. You've got to go to a
F8
bad
or d8?
Probably d8. That's your
D8.
bad square, right?
But then I can just simply go knight f6, knight g4, right? She's going to
we
go for
see-
the pawn. She's going for the pawn, right?
No, she's about to move her knight.
She's
What?
about to play knight g3, it seems to me.
Knight g5 maybe. Knight g5, h2 though.
No, I think she's playing knight g3.
No, knight g5,
Knight g5,
h2.
knight
She's under Irina for the first time in the game. She's playing knight g5,
Knight g5.
chasing down the pawn.
Bishop.
This
Threatening to
finishes-
take the bishop and threatening
This finishes
then-
the game.
Yeah, I think so too.
In a draw.
In a draw, I mean, of course.
Wow, she's played just so well in defense. It's remarkable.
No, that actually, this is the best move. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
no,
even
love
better
it.
than rook e5.
Love it. Just like
Yeah.
this is done. Don't bother thinking you're getting anything here, as White's pieces have gained just maximum activity, and you won't have anything when the pawn gets taken. And you better move because you got 9 seconds left. Bishop
she's
to
done it.
f7. That's
And
just
that's
a
it.
complete admission that the game ends as knight f7 followed by rook h3.
Exactly. And
And
Anna knows
she
it.
sees it with clarity right now.
Exactly.
King takes, and now rook h3, and she can breathe completely easily.
Sigh of relief.
Let's get to the other game, as she's making a great draw there. And what happened? What?
That's what I was asking you guys. Are you guys sure?
This has to be a win. No, this is an easy win, I think. Not this one.
the-
We're going
the-
to go to Megan Lee versus Tahir Nova.
oh, they can't offer draws. They've got to make a repetition.
They do have to find the repetition.
But I like the handshake. I mean, old school.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
I don't, you know.
This is it.
COVID-19.
This is it.
Never mind. Old school.
I'm not even going to offer you a draw.
Right, we're just shake.
We're understanding each other, right?
So this end game, let's get to the other position, as they're about to draw no matter what.
Exactly.
That's going to go down to a very, very easy draw. This other position is dead loss because
This
you're
one
going to
is
lose
lost.
this pawn.
Yeah. Your king is
And then your
way
king's
too
going to
far.
get cut off, and then you're going to die.
King is way
That's
too
what's
far.
going to happen. You could just take this one, put the rook on c4, and say, sorry, you're never getting in the game.
Right.
So this one, and she did. She took on h4, and she's going to take, and now she just needs to swing the rook back and
To
say,
c4.
you're hopeless. You have no chance whatsoever, as the rook will just dominate, preventing the king from having any life, and then it will just be very easy to
Well, I go check. Check on h3.
g5.
Right.
And now
G5.
I go rook h1.
No, I'm going to
No,
go
g7.
king.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
g7
no, I go king g7.
Yeah, king g7 is
So that I
sneaky
can...
move. No, but
yeah.
then I go
Rook h1.
g3. Rook g3.
Okay.
Rook f3.
Okay.
King e5.
Yeah, that's the
And
that's
I
the
get
winning
my
maneuver.
pawn to g5. But maybe...
If you get the pawn to
I think
g5,
rook
then it's
c6 was
over.
the most accurate move, by the way, in the first place. I don't think you needed to put
Just
the rook.
to keep
guard
your
your pawn.
pawn defended so that the king might have go
Yeah.
to... She has played rook c4.
She has played
Rook c4, and then just rook c6, and the pawn starts to march. And you're dead.
Very good.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
There's
No,
no
it's too
minute.
far.
There's no minute.
The king
The
is too
king
far.
is way...
You can wait
king
many
is too
minutes,
far.
you're dead.
The king is
No.
too far. Yeah.
Lost
Like-
the game.
How far away the king is after
Right
that
now,
thing
needs
you-
the smart. The
If the king is on d3, it's definitely a draw. But all the way to the b file, no chance.
See, she played the rook. That's an instinctive move you play, rook c8. But rook c6 is purely more accurate. It feels safer to put your rook as far away from the king as possible. But getting that pawn going is...
So rook to h3, this is the last moment that she has to be very careful, because if she goes king to g5, then I go rook to h1 and we continue the game.
Right.
So
But
king to
this is where
g7 I
king
think is
G7,
key.
because then you can play g5 and shepherd the pawn up the board close.
Actually more work.
After.
She did not play the easiest move, but it's coming. Still more work. Let's go back to the other game where we may see a handshake any second, as this one looks like it's going to actually...
No, rook to g1 was the bad move. Okay, that was bad.
Okay, the repetition that the ladies were seeking and what the arbiters want to see is happening.
Let's see the
now
handshake.
between
Let's see the
Anna
handshake in the other game.
and Irina.
Have they finished that game? Or?
No, they had one handshake already. They got
It's
to do
coming.
it twice.
It's coming. No question.
That was
She's
a
checking
fake
right now,
handshake.
and here we go.
Right.
There's another
Irina's
repetition
already...
right there.
Nice. And this is the handshake territory we're in.
I think that's it, right?
I don't know why they do this. They could just play a few more moves.
Yeah,
and
just-
it'd be like a seven-move
really
repetition,
repeat it.
and then there's no questions.
Don't think about it. Just
Exactly.
repeat the moves.
Exactly.
You can't lose.
No.
She's done.
Keep going.
Right. 4-move repetition.
And there we go.
And now.
Man, Irina is not happy. She knows she had this in the bag.
Absolutely.
She
Knew
had
something was up. You
very,
could
very
see
good chances,
The,
for sure.
the dejection there on her face.
She knows she had it in the bag.
Could have gone to 2-0.
Right.
All right, it's time.
It's time. It's done.
Let's ask the arbiter. Mr. Bird,
Right.
can we make a draw?
In Baku, in the U.S. versus Russia match, Irina claimed a 3-time repetition against her opponent Alexandria, former
Kostyuk.
former world champion, and it turned out that Irina's claim was wrong, and wasn't allowed. So Kostyuk got an extra minute on the clock as a penalty for a false claim, and then Irina went on to win the game.
Ouch!
It's like, ouch! And U.S. won the match against Russia thanks to that
All
result.
right, we haven't
by
seen
Irina.
a second handshake happen here, as Irina certainly is not happy with this result. But the game is officially drawn, and now Irina is no longer on perfect and is trailing Katerina Nemtsova.
Who is perfect?
Who is perfect. The only perfect player right now on the women's side, and here still looking to finish the job. And this
is fine.
It's easy. It's easy. You just get the king to e3 and then put the rook on g8.
Exactly.
Exactly.
This is over.
King
Rook on
to
g8 will finish
e4.
the job. And here she goes. We're going to see the win now take place, as she can only go back. King
And
f4 will be
King
played.
f4, rook check.
Easy.
Or rook to g8.
Also,
Well, yeah, I was going to say king f4, rook f1 check, king to e3, rook g1, then rook to g8.
And
And
that's
you get to
that.
go
And then you
king
just push.
f2 and push.
and the geometrics of that will win the game easily. And we will see another perfect player not stay perfect. She escaped yesterday by a miracle. But
Right.
she looks like she's not going to have such a miracle today, as her opponent has now played king e3. She gets another rook move, but rook behind pawn. And your king is just way too far as the g-pawn goes straight down the board.
Are you guys familiar with the Miracle of Montreal? So what happened in the Miracle
I've
of
heard some
Montreal
rumors.
is I was calling the action as a professional chess league, the PCL on the from chess.com, and I was calling it for the Montreal Bras. And in the last round, in a matchup, they needed to score 5 points, but there's only 4 games, so they're out of the playoffs. They went 4-0.
Right.
But then they got a 5th point as chess.com determined that one of their previous players cheated.
Oh, wow.
So the Miracle of Montreal is they scored 5 out of 4.
The Miracle of Montreal.
The Miracle of Montreal. It was great. As a chess commentator, we live for these moments.
Of course.
G4, G3, G2, and King F2
That's
will
it.
seal the deal.
Nothing to look at here.
No.
There
And
is-
finally, can we see in the open section, do we have all the results? No.
No,
They're still
Fabiano's
playing.
still on the ropes. Nevertheless, it seems like he might be back.
Let's get back to the other game, though, because resignation is an imminent handshake
All right,
about to
fair
happen.
enough.
Let's see the moment as G4 on the board. Megan looking hyper concentrated.
G3.
And what's the trick
G2,
you
no
can play
tricks.
for? You know, sometimes you want to have a trick.
Right.
I just want a trick.
Can you lay anything? You know, rook E1 check, king F2, rook down. Is there any stalemates? Any
Absolutely no
crazy,
tricks.
crazy,
There
crazy
are
things?
no tricks.
No
in
tricks.
This one. Like 0 tricks.
Yeah. Buenas noches.
You can get your king a little closer and force Philidor's ghost to emerge, right?
Really? How so?
How do
Well,
you do
you
that?
check on E1.
Okay, rook E1 check, king F2, as advertised. You mean rook E7?
Yeah. No, that's not a
G3, king D3? Something like of this
No, I'm going to
nature?
check you again.
No, this is over.
No, I check you again
I'm sorry, at what moment?
before king D3.
You just go check and I go king E2?
And I check you again.
King D2,
King D2,
And I check you again.
King C2.
king C2. And I'm not going to let you check me again. I'm going to go check first, and then I'm going to go. If you're going to play for tricks, right?
It's over.
You know, like do something crazy like this or something. But no, we don't.
nothing.
King B1. Okay.
No.
No, it's finished.
It sure is. It's
All right, she's played the check.
okay.
King F2 looks pretty decisive.
Certainly
Even King
does.
D2 looks pretty decisive.
Both. I'm all about King F2 though. I thought that.
Well, King D2 is faster.
Yeah, what Megan did was she triangulated. Well, she pushed her king up the board to get it to E3, so she could get this situation where King F2 wins.
And we have 2 games left. This one and the one between the marquee matchup between Lanier and Caruana in the open section. And that one seems to be going to a peaceful draw as well.
There's King F2. Very natural. Rook behind pawn. Pawn pushes. King aggressive. Other king out of the game. And as we said, only hope and try, but G2 is just too good. G3, I mean.
G3 is
G3
very,
with
very
intention.
strong.
With
G-pawn
evil intent.
is
With evil.
unstoppable.
Exactly.
All right, this one will end. We just see she doesn't want to resign just yet. But
Well, I'm sure
there's nothing you can do.
G3, Rook F7 check, King E2, just a few spike checks, and then it will be over. G3. Let's go, Megan.
She's
She
taking
doesn't-
her time.
Everybody's
She doesn't have to
watching.
rush. It's
Yeah.
not her problem that we gotta wait.
That is not a
You
bad
wait
strategy.
all
That
you
is not a
want.
bad
There we
strategy.
Just
go.
gonna
There
make
we go.
sure.
Let's do it.
Let me just make
Okay,
sure.
do we have
there
a
are
spike
no
check
tricks.
or 2 left in us? Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, the problem is when you reach a position like this and you just can't even find a trick, any trick that works
It's
in
too
your
far down the
favor,
road.
then it's
It's too
time
far
to
gone.
tip your hat and say, well done.
Yeah, we live for the hustle.
Unless,
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you put your king to G1, and then it's still a completely losing position.
One of the
Dead loss.
Yeah.
Back.
One of the greatest swindles I ever saw was a Boris Spassky versus Zoltan Ribley swindle, where a stalemate. Spassky out of nothing. He was so dead to rights, conjured up a stalemate, and Zoltan Ribley fell right into it. And the look of absolute horror and disgust on. And this is in the candidates too.
Oh,
I mean, this was really, really, really painful.
Yeah, I've fallen for those. I've fallen for one of those in my career.
The stalemate.
Yeah,
the
Nicola Paglietti hit me with one.
Oh no!
I got my IM norm in that tournament anyway and title, but man, I should have won that game.
Crying about it 20 years later.
Still
right?
remember it. More than 20.
Yeah.
27 years later, I
was
still
gonna
remember
say,
that
6
darn
years ago.
game. Jeez.
Jeez.
But this one, there's not enough stuff that Black has to stalemate in this position. So this is it. She's just dealing with
reality.
The reality of the moment. She's played the longest game. She played the longest game yesterday. I believe they were the last game to come out.
Right.
And now she's again playing this one. Yesterday she managed to win here. She's losing. I guess chess is fair in some way, but she's only going to make 50% win this game, and after this game is done, is definitely over, as this is an upset.
No question.
Huge
about it.
upset.
All right, the higher rated player going down.
And by the way, for Megan, she's coming in as her debut, I want to say, and getting a win as early as round 2 with the black pieces. Whew, that feels good just to, get your first win.
And by the way, Megan, actually, I was checking her games and her rating performance in general in the past couple of years. And she actually, just before the pandemic started and people started playing over-the-board chess, she won in the last 3 or 4 months around 100 rating points.
Whoa!
So she was definitely
Congratulations.
on the upswing.
Wow. Very nice. Yeah.
And here we go, ticking down. You can get as much increment as you want, but reality's going to set in. You're running out of time, as that G-pawn is huge. Final check.
Right, that was what I was thinking too.
And right now, if you would be playing online chess, you would play a move such as Rook G7.
Oh.
A final attempt.
Oh, and expecting your opponent to have pre-moved with their king. Oh.
Yeah, good luck.
A sneaky Rook G7.
Would that once happen to Larry Christensen, where he had pre-moved a king and the move Rook G7, and then his opponent took the rook. Larry slammed his laptop down in such great disgust, put his fist down, and he heard the shattering of glass. It was sort of like, oops, that didn't sound very good. Destroyed his laptop.
Oh, yeah.
On one pre-move.
Yeah, that's it.
Chess is cruel.
Magnus Carlsen recently tried queen takes c5 against Artemiev in a moment when he was supposed to resign, and allowed a queen takes queen back on c5 before smiling and resigning as well. Last trick.
It
wasn't bullet, it was rapid, so Artemiev smiled and said, I'm not falling for that one.
That's for me.
Yeah.
You have to shoot your last shot.
Exactly.
And the clock stops, and we get the handshake.
Nice.
The win.
Congratulations.
That game seemed like it had about 6 or 7 lives. Stages.
Right?
What the heck?
Like the arena game. I mean, after this
It was actually an easy draw at some point. Very easy draw.
For who?
For Begim, yeah. It was an easy draw at some point. She
Really?
made like a horrendous howler. A
Oh,
howler, as you
another
might call
howler.
it. But this is the last one, and I think Lanier has 30 seconds on the clock.
Let's get
It's
back.
move 94, by the way. Move 94.
Oh,
It's been a
my
titanic
goodness.
battle as Lanier refuses to hand him the draw. He's
No
like,
way.
you are going to play and suffer and suffer.
You got to earn it,
and
huh?
earn this darn draw. Because I was
Queen
winning at some point.
E5? Did we see Queen F4, Queen E5?
Queen E5 is on the board.
As Lanier tries to force a trade of queens with this move Queen E5. If not for the move Queen E5, I mean, White is just dreaming about Bishop to D4. G5 is only winning chance. Queen E5 shuts that down right away.
And we see a Queen to D2.
D2.
No, we're not giving you the draw.
Still refusing any trade of queens.
Queen to E6.
Queen to E6.
Now we're going to see. Well, you
That's
cannot
a little bit of a
reshuffle
surprise,
with
right?
Bishop to D4.
You wouldn't have played Queen D5 as black there?
Queen D5, Queen C3.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I mean,
because I
Queen
was
C-
hitting F3.
But if you
yeah.
go Queen C4, then I can take maybe. And with a B pawn running, who knows?
I bet you that position already occurred. We're talking.
Okay, Queen E6, by the
with
way,
95
does
moves in.
95
96 now.
Does
we see a queen
make
centralizing
the obvious,
itself on D4.
Obvious move, queen takes G4 check on tap, queen D4 in order to defend pawn on
And what do you do about
G4.
Queen D5? Back
we
again?
could go
Queen C3.
around the
Ring around the rosy? I
No.
mean, there's nothing.
No, we're going to go back to C3.
We're going
And
to
this
find
is
the
where-
answer very soon because he played, I think, Queen D5.
Because in this case, if I can, once again, if I can get him beat Bishop D4 at G5, that's my sole way of winning. Queen D5 on the board.
You have to go Queen C3.
Exactly.
And if queen back to e6?
If queen back to e6, then
Yeah,
I
then
move my king.
we're.
And then queen d5, and then I move my king back.
But what I wanted to ask yourselves is, would you consider the move queen c4?
No.
Because you are forcing
No.
the trade of queens, right? But
You're
are
risking
allowing,
losing right now.
because
Bishop to
you've
d4.
given your opponent a pass pawn.
Yeah.
Why bother?
Why bother?
You got a clean.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got a
Okay.
clean draw
By
that
the
you
way,
set up. The guy
after
can't
queen
figure out how to
c3,
win. Why would
queen-
you do anything else?
Queen
Okay.
to e6 was played. And I don't think there is a good way to get out of this.
Likely not.
King to g3 is going to be met by queen to e5.
Which is what he's been trying to do for some time.
That should be an easy draw.
Yes.
And we do see a king on f1. All right.
By the way, that was the 99th move.
Once again, offering the trade on c4. Please, play queen c4. Give me another chance.
But okay, but in this case, I'm getting the pawn to c2. So because after queen c4, f3 is hanging. And while we're looking at the subtleties of this, we have our most recent winner in
What did he
studio.
play? What was his last move?
King f1.
King to
No,
f1.
Black just moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed. What did
I saw Fabi do something.
What did Fabi do?
Back to
Queen to
d5.
d5. And we do have a very happy victor. There is Megan Lee, who is with Maurice right now.
Yes, she broke up the perfect score possibilities and leaves only one leader at 2-0. Megan, congratulations. I want to know, are you upset that their game has lasted longer than your 94 moves?
No, I'm used to being the last board, so it's good to be the second to last.
This is your first championship. You lost against Irina yesterday. It wasn't exactly a great struggle, but today it was a titanic struggle. Your feelings about finally winning?
Yeah, I think in the opening she played bishop c4, I think. I prepared for bishop b5, which I think she usually goes. So I wasn't super prepared, but I think I got a good position out of the opening and was able to win.
I'm sure it wasn't that easy. You just got a good position out of the opening. It seemed like there were so many stages to that game, so many tricks to overcome. But one thing we've noted is in the last few months, it seems like your rating has really skyrocketed. Have you been studying a lot of chess, or is it the performances have started to come together?
I haven't been a lot. I've been working a lot full time. So I think this is the first over-the-board tournament I've played in over 2 years. So I've just been playing online mostly.
And you feel like that's helped you?
I think I try to play only blitz, like 5 minutes or more. So I think some of that slow chess has translated a little bit.
How do you feel? How did you feel when you got the call to be able to play in this tournament?
I was really excited. It's always been a dream of mine to play in this tournament, so to finally come here to the chess capital of the world, it's really exciting. Yeah.
Well, good job today, and
Thank
good
you.
luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
If you don't mind me asking, Megan, where for you was the moment you kind of said, whew, I got this game? Because it did have so many lives, and it just did seem like it was such a titanic fight. Where did you finally think, I've got this game in the bag?
Mm-hmm.
Like, was it after E6, or where was?
Sorry to interrupt, Yaz.
Sorry.
Big moment in this game here.
Okay.
Before we go, G5 was played. G5, Queen F3, Gf6 looks like we're going towards a draw in this game. He did get the pawn here. Queen takes Bishop D4, not playable. He wishes he could do the pin, but you can't make the move, and it looks like we're now quickly ending this one in a draw as well. But continue.
And that, yeah, they're going to make a repetition. So I'm just asking, when did you feel, and I'll get to a crucial moment somewhere around here, did you feel that at this moment were you winning, or?
Yeah, I thought when I could cover with Queen F6, it was pretty solid. I saw E6 and then F takes E6, and then there was like a nice tactic with Rook takes G3 in case she tried to sack on H8.
Which moment was that? I'm sorry.
I think a little before, after E6, F takes E6, I thought she might try some tricks like Rook H8 check and then try to infiltrate. But I think
You had
before
that.
with the king on G1, there was Rook takes G3
Yes.
and the queen on B6.
And then I could play Rook G8, I think, or Rook G7.
Right.
to cover.
It was somewhere right here when she did play the move E6, by the way. Did you, when you played the move Queen B6, were you confident that you were winning? Because you've got the dual threats?
The counterplay, yeah.
Okay.
But it got a little tricky, I think, with the time scramble.
It sure did.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Go Huskies. Lovely. And finally, wow.
That was it?
A huge draw.
Fabiano
but
is
Lanier is
dodging some bullets, though.
Seriously, 2 bullets, in fact. For Lanier, I think he's just going to feel really, really annoyed with himself, like because he had just like everything.
It felt like he let it go a bit too easily. I don't know how he lost that e-pawn. I think we missed that particular moment.
We were mesmerized by the ladies'
that
games.
e-pawn because it seemed straightforward. You're just going to start pushing your pawns on the king side. Go g4, get that king to g3.
Well, let's take a look-see. We'll do it as fast
and
as we
that
can.
king was never coming around. Okay, so he put the pawn on e7,
so
which we weren't sure if that's the right thing to do.
That is
right?
Exactly, and somehow 2 pawns down.
Perhaps that was the mistake, just to put the pawn on e7.
2 pawns down. Lanier couldn't figure out a way of shepherding it any further, and this is the moment where he jettisoned the e7 pawn.
You cannot take on b4 because of queen d8.
So something, wherever the win was, and maybe Maurice, you can chime in, wherever the win was, where did it really slip away? Because...
this might have been the moment. Because bishop to d5, forcing the pawn on e7. That was a very smart move by Fabiano, I have to say. And now you can go e8, but then I just take on e8 and then take on d4.
That's with a check.
So maybe instead of h4,
did
just
he miss
simply
time?
go king to h2.
Did he miss time? Because we were thinking, okay, White wants to play king f2, g4, h4, h5, and get a structure of f3, g4, and h5.
Yeah.
Without advancing the pawn on e6. Somehow, when he got it here, bishop d5. Even, gosh, I still
the
feel
engine
he's
says
got it.
no win.
No win.
No win.
Wow.
It just, the game just proceeds, and sooner or later, black settles down. The mistake was played much, much sooner.
Earlier, when we got to this position with bishop takes
When
h6,
bishop h6 was played,
it was
considered
that queen f8.
That
it was
move
time to
was
play.
not the right move. Bishop takes on h6. The right move back here after takes was just to simply play check
and
take
to
the
give
bishop,
up the e6 pawn.
and then to take and exactly convert that endgame.
Wow. Take
on
this.
e8, then put the queen on b8, and then just shepherd the pawn all the way to b7.
Exactly.
Put the king on h2, perfectly placed, and that is game over.
Right. And with this long diagonal covered, there's no perpetual checks, and Lanier will just advance his pawn to coronation. Well, let's ask the man himself, as he's in studio with Maurice.
Yes, we're with Lanier Dominguez. Lanier, we know you just came out of a Titanic game, 108 moves, I believe. You tried your best to win. This critical moment in the game when you could have gone for the end game by winning the B pawn. Instead, you took on h6, and it turned into this very turgid bishop of opposite color end game. Your thoughts on the struggle, just immediately coming off it fresh?
Yeah, well, of course, quite disappointing because I felt that I was completely winning, and in fact, I guess I was. But yeah, after, I mean, my first intention in this position when I went for this was to play queen f8, takes on e8, and takes on b5, and should be winning. I mean, I saw that there was no perpetual check. But then I saw bishop takes h6, and I thought it's just more simple. I win another pawn. But yeah, maybe it was the wrong practical decision. I thought that after bishop takes h6, king h7, maybe I can take on g7.
Yeah, this was possible.
And if king takes, queen e7, king h8, king h6, takes on f6, queen g6, queen e5. Yeah, just put the queen on e5, and this also looks super winning because it's 4 pawns, and pawn on b2 is protected. Yeah, that was several ways to win.
Tough game indeed. Titanic struggle. I know you must be tired, but to miss the opportunity to beat somebody like Fabiano, it's got to be tough.
It's of course disappointing, but on the other hand, he defended quite well. I think after I played this H6 move, I didn't like. Somehow I didn't realize that he can just wait with Queen C6 and keep the pawn on F6. I was thinking that G takes H6 is forced, and then the king is very weak. That's why I went for H6. But I think in that position too, if I play G4, it should be more or less winning. But yeah, in general, of course, it's a bit disappointing to lose such a chance. But the tournament is still in the beginning, so we have 9 games more, and it's important to just get back and play well.
Well, we appreciate your spending time with us. We know it was a very long game. We'll let you get your rest and prepare for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Tough.
What a day.
What a day. What a day. And we have to take a look at the standings. 2 eventful rounds in the history books.
Let's start with the open section. We have Wesley So, Ray Robson, and John Burke in the leadership position with 1.5 points. We have Fabiano Caruana, Lenier Dominguez, Sam Shanklin, Sam Sevian, Lazaro Brizon, and Alex Lenderman, and Daniel Naroditsky, who won his game today on 1 point, sharing the 4th position, and 11th and 12th, Jeffrey Chong and Darius Sierra.
For Darius, this is really a tragic beginning. I mean, shades of what happened in the Sinquefield Cup, where things really went south in a hurry. And for Darius, this is not the way he anticipated this championship. In the ladies section.
In the ladies section, well, a lot of things have changed in this one. We had 4 leaders coming into this round.
2 rounds.
Well, right now we only have 1 perfect player, and that is Katerina Nemtsova. We have Irina Krashkarisai, Ashrita Iswaran, and Nazi. No, Ashrita Iswaran is sharing the 2nd position with 1.5 points. We have Nazi Paikidze, Begim, Talia Cervantes, Megan Lee with 1 point, Anna Zatansky, Anna Sharevich, Sabina Foishor with 0.5 point, and Tate Babrahamian, unfortunately, faltered today as well, and he's on 0 points. And our schedule continues tomorrow with round number 3, round number 4 on Saturday, and then we have our first rest day. Maurice, what are your final thoughts?
Well, I got to say, this is one of the more unexpected championships I've ever seen. The leaders are not really knocking people out, showing their stuff. This is tough. Every game seems to be a grind. I don't think I saw anything super spectacular happen the whole day. Or maybe not even super blunders either. It just sort of seemed like one of those days where it's a tough grind of a day. This is going to be a tough championship as players are showing that they're ready to fight for it. You don't see the typical names at the top necessarily. Katerina Nemtsova leading the whole thing. John Burke tied for first. Fabiano Caruana just kind of struggling to get a win, maybe even surviving a game. So we'll see what happens as this starts to heat up. But so far, we're seeing something real strange in the water here at the U.S. Championship.
We're so strong.